and welcomes all. Thanks for stopping by, answering the call. Ups and downs are normal for some of us. Many days I beg to get off this life bus. Neon lights flicker, a shadow on the wall. Dreams on the ceiling, we run and then we fall. Sharing stories over paper cups. Wheels keep turning but never enough. Life's a ride on a rickety old track, holding on tight, never looking back. In the rubber and motor room, we could fight, laugh, cry, love in this crazy ride.
Well, good morning. Wrong intro, Sheila. Sorry about that, guys. That was the wrong intro. That's for late night fun streams and all that stuff. We did a late night stream last night because we had a chase. It was quite eventful. It was fun, but it was a late night chase last night. So that's I wrong intro. I can't go back. I can't take it back. I hit go live and it happened. So I'll have to fix it later. Anyway, so how was everybody's night? We were up late last night. We had a small car chase that happened that was quite fun. You know me, I just do my middle of the night pop-up sometimes. So there was that. That was all crazy. Yeah, you missed it. Anyway, so I was almost late today. I watch Ick and Mill, and there was a yellow truck with a bomb in it near my house. Well, not near my house. It was probably about 8 or 10 miles away, but still, it was close. It's Houston. Houston's big. So I was watching Ick and Mill, and I was like, oh shit. It's almost 1 o'clock. I need to go live. I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. And yeah, so therefore, that's why the wrong intro. Again, I apologize. So if you're new here, hi, my name is Sheila. This is the Rubber Ramada Crime Time channel, where we talk crime, we talk documents, and we do speed trials. Speed trials being, we cut the crap, we cut the brakes, we get to the meat and potatoes of it all, and we have fun. Court gets quirky. We're loud, we're sassy, but we are fun. So with that, we're going to roll into, we are at day 9 with Iowa versus Henry Dinkins, justice for Breasia Terrell. And yeah, I'm excited to get into this one today. There's a lot of stuff with it. So I kind of got a little sneak peek and seen there was a lot going on with it. So let's change the layout. Okay, we'll go with that one. Okay, so I'm going to put it here. I'm going to play.
Mr. Freeze, I think we left off with your recross.
And bless Mr. Freeze's heart, this is the 3rd day he's been on the stand. Or not Mr. Freeze, Mr. Obert. Mr. Obert's on the stand again for the 3rd day. You know this man has got to be tired. He's sick and tired of being here and dealing with this stuff, I am sure. But bless his heart, he has a memory like I cannot believe. I think about how he can remember all this stuff. And I don't know, maybe it's all my childhood trauma I'm dealing with and all these memories coming back up, and I'm learning how to deal with memories again. I find it fascinating that he can just rattle all this off the top of his head. So back to play.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Kind of feels like Groundhog Day.
It is.
Detective Obert, when we left off yesterday, there's just a few things I want to kind of bring together, then I'll be done. Ms. Cunningham asked you about when the decision was made to charge Mr. Dinkins, that you were looking at the totality of the circumstances. Recall that phrase?
Yes.
And those circumstances are the ones you had presented to you at that time, right?
That's correct.
Those circumstances did not include DNA of Breasia Terrell.
Okay, y'all know I panic every time that screen goes black. Immediately I think are my dogs out? Did they get my computer again? Yes, he even said it. He even said Groundhog Day just as we were discussing it. Isn't that funny?
The Impala, right?
That is correct.
Those circumstances did not include any firearm in Henry Dinkins' hands, right?
That is correct.
Now, Henry Dinkins was subjected to his body being swabbed pursuant to search warrant, correct?
That is correct.
That included his penis, right?
Yes.
That included his hands, correct?
Yes.
That included his fingernails, correct?
Yes.
And the purpose of that, again, was what? Please explain.
That any potential DNA evidence of Breasia Terrell would be on his person.
Okay. And that DNA could be any DNA, right?
That would be my understanding, yes.
That would have been your preference as an investigator, for sure.
Yes.
I mean, if this were a decision made by you and it truly was your case, and you were sending this case to the State of Iowa Crime Lab, you would have said, please find any DNA you can find on his person, right?
Yes.
Now, I understand it may not have been your decision. It may have been someone up the chain, but just for the sake of argument, had it been your decision, that's what you would have wanted, right?
Yes.
And why is that?
It'd be an odd place for her DNA to be, for example, under his fingernails. That would maybe corroborate some sort of interaction between the two of them more than just them coming and passing.
Sure. And DNA on his penis would be really odd, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And his hands, were they tested for gunshot residue?
I do not believe so.
If this were your case where it was truly 100% your decision, would you have requested testing for gunshot residue?
I don't think we would have had enough to substantiate that, being that we didn't have the firearm or know that she was shot until we recovered her remains.
Okay. Do you know if the samples were used up in the testing by the FBI lab?
The samples
From Henry Dinkins?
from Henry Dinkins, I wouldn't have that knowledge and don't know how much that they could further test after having that. Have you done those other tests?
After the remains of Breasia Terrell were located, did you follow up to see if there's any sample remaining that could have been tested for perhaps gunshot residue?
I did not.
You'd agree that when someone shoots a revolver, let's say in contrast to a semi-automatic, a revolver, since the cylinder is exposed, does blow back a significant amount of powder, doesn't it?
If that's the case, I can understand how that logic would make sense, but I'm not the expert that could speak fully on that.
But again, the totality of the circumstances have to include no DNA, right?
No DNA was located, correct?
And the FBI lab is operating totally off directions from somebody to the Davenport Police Department. Is that your understanding?
It was communications between people at the Davenport Police Department, but then also FBI agents Cameron Smith and McMillan.
Okay. But it wasn't you.
I would give them things to test, but I wasn't the one filling out those forms and requesting certain processes to be tested.
Did you ever tell anybody at the Davenport Police Department that Breasia Terrell was in that Impala?
I did not know.
And why did you not make that statement to anybody at the Davenport Police Department? Why did you not tell anybody she was in that Impala?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about me to the FBI. Are you talking just about like statements made to other detectives there?
Yes.
Yeah. So when we were having conversations about the case, we all said that she's in that Impala.
Okay, so you assumed she was in the Impala,
Yes,
but you had no conclusive evidence that she was in the Impala.
that's correct.
And do you know if that conclusion that she was in the Impala was relayed to the FBI?
It could have been.
But as we sit here today, you and I can agree that we have no evidence that she was ever in that Impala.
The closest we have is the statement from Andrea Culberson saying that she was standing outside of it at 3:30 a.m. in the morning when no one else was outside. And then she was coincidentally disappears from the apartment complex.
Ms. Cunningham talked to you about the interview of DL and talked a little bit about your training and experience interviewing children. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And she talked about forensic investigators or forensic interviewers. Just bring me back up to speed on what a forensic interviewer is.
Someone that goes through trainings and certifications to be able to interview a child that's been exposed to traumatic events or abuse.
So we use those interviewers, particularly in sexual abuse cases, right?
That's fair to say in child abuse cases as well.
Yeah. So when a child has been exposed to a traumatic event, we use specialized investigators, correct?
That is correct.
And you're not one of those, right?
That is correct.
Neither is Detective Hammis, right?
That is correct.
And the reason we use those investigators is they have specialized techniques to get to a more accurate recount of the events by the child, correct?
Yes.
The concern is that the child may exaggerate, number one, right?
Exaggerating what
The facts.
context?
The facts.
They could or they could not. I would say that's case by case.
Or they could shut down, right?
That is potential.
There's also the worry of the questions the investigator uses, right?
Phrasing and leading compared to open, if that's what you're trying to get at, yes.
Yeah, so in this case, we have 8-year-old DL. Why was he not seen by a forensic investigator?
So on that day, we were simply trying to find out where Breasia Terrell is. From the beginning, it started out as a missing person. We don't know if there's any traumatic event. DL was later interviewed by a forensic interviewer as we were collecting more information and realized maybe this case is bigger than what we at first anticipated on the 911 call.
Do you have any concerns that the interview you did with DL was leading in any way?
No.
Was suggestive in any way?
Leading as in there might have been times where I asked like if they were down by the water or different stuff like that. But based on the information he relayed to me, I wouldn't say it was suggestive, no.
Okay. Well, have you reviewed all the interviews of DL in this case? Like, for instance, the one he did with Detective Hammis?
I reviewed a report.
In that report, did you see where he first talks about the machete?
I didn't need that report in front of me to be able to recall my
section. That's fine. But he did not talk about a bloody machete with you in the initial report, did he?
That is correct.
And he didn't talk about a bloody machete with you in drive around either, did he?
Correct.
And you didn't talk about a bloody machete with him, right?
That is correct.
But if you told Detective Hammis about a bloody machete and said that he heard it from cops downtown in an earlier interview, would that be correct?
I'd have to look at that report.
But you didn't tell him that, right?
No, I didn't tell him that.
And would you know who else would have interviewed him who could have put that in his head?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And this stuff about the shoe size that you were shown, no one even measured the pattern of the shoe to tell us if it was a work boot versus a tennis shoe, did they?
I don't know how you'd be able to differentiate the two based on just the bottom sole of it. I mean, my personal opinion is that sole looks like a tennis shoe as compared to a work boot, where work boots have solid like ridge lines along the bottom for the most part.
Well, you just differentiated for me right there. I mean, there's got to be experts out there on footwear impressions that can do that for us. Wouldn't you agree?
Perhaps, maybe. I don't know.
Did you seek one out?
No.
You never sought one out who said that's a size 11 shoe, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you could have taken steps to corroborate DL's story, but chose not to.
That's a potential yes.
Nope.
Now, when you were interviewing DL in the police station and then in the drive around, he never mentioned anything to you about bleach, right?
Not to me that I recall, no.
Okay. And he certainly didn't use the words cleaner bleach, right?
I would say that's correct.
He never said anything to you about using a spray bottle of cleaner bleach to spray down the machete, did he?
That does not sound familiar, no.
Did you meet with DL to prepare for trial?
Myself, no.
Okay. Do you know who did?
The legal team.
Was DL ever shown photos of the RV before trial, to your knowledge?
I wasn't there for those conversations.
Okay, I'm just trying to test my mic because I accidentally unplugged it too. I'm just trying to do a little rearranging because everything was way off. Okay, sorry about that, guys.
Ms. Cunningham asked you about Ms. Breasia Terrell being in the apartment and being in the bedroom and on the bed and in the bathroom and alluding that her DNA would have been in there. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
So are you telling this court that Breasia Terrell's DNA in that apartment that night was irrelevant?
Based on the statements made by everyone, we know she was in that apartment.
Okay. So any testing for DNA done in that apartment was just no difference to you?
When we're using the term DNA, are we talking blood, semen, saliva, trace? Or do you, because we did test for areas of blood and semen and try to locate things of that nature. So that has to do with DNA. So we did do those tests.
And those weren't found?
Correct.
You were shown a picture where Miss Cunningham was purporting to show some phone chargers. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that picture also had in it the floor mats, I believe, from the Impala, right?
that's correct.
Do you recall the floor mats having dirt on them?
There was some discoloration on those floor mats, but as in like caked up amounts of dirt, no, I did not see anything of that nature.
Well, if there was loose dirt on them, could not that dirt have been vacuumed up and sent off to the FBI for testing to see if that was in fact the same dirt from where Breasia Terrell was killed?
This witness was not a part of the evidence response team, and counsel keeps asking this witness questions about tasks performed by other individuals. These individuals were on the stand, they had the opportunity to testify, and the state would object. This is asking the question, this witness a question that he has no knowledge of.
If he has no knowledge, you can say no.
I'm going to overrule the objection at this time. The witness may answer if he knows the answer.
I was not present there with the FBI ER team, so I don't know exactly what steps that they took during those search warrants.
And she talked to you about the pajamas, that the mother brought the pajamas over and somehow the kid ended up wearing a 4X t-shirt. You don't put any stock in that, really, do you?
I would just draw the question of why she wouldn't wear her own clothes as compared to his. That's as simple as I'd leave it.
Sure, and you also knew that DL was wearing a 4X t-shirt that night, apart from his own pajamas as well, right?
Yes, and at some point, though, he changes back into his regular shirt.
Sure. Did you think there's something insidious about Henry Dinkins allowing his biological son to wear his 4X t-shirt that night?
I don't think I can jump to a conclusion like that.
Okay. And I'm trying to understand when Ms. Cunningham was talking to you about Mr. Dinkins changing his clothes the morning of the 10th. Did the fact that he changed his clothes, is that significant to you?
Yes.
In what regard?
In my statements with the defendant, he said he woke up and then went around, and then at some point he knows she's missing. So then he's going out and looking, he tells me he's out looking for her. And we have him on video footage at different locations. And at some point now he's changed clothes. That's alarming. That's not in line with the statements that he provided me.
Is it the fact that he changed clothes that's the problem, or the fact that he told you a story that didn't include him changing clothes that's the problem?
He also told me he never went into a store, and he in fact went into the Walmart.
Okay, but my question was not that question. My question was, is it the fact that he changed clothes that's the problem, or the fact he didn't tell you he changed clothes that's the problem?
It's also the fact that when we did search warrants and we couldn't locate that clothing, that makes the issue more of a concern, because how does his clothes go missing if he simply just changed?
Okay, I'm gonna ask you for the third time now.
Your Honor, the question has been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay, so was it a problem for you that Mr. Dinkins didn't tell you he changed clothes?
Sure, yes.
Do you have evidence that Mr. Dinkins hid evidence by stashing his clothes somewhere?
That's what I believe, yes.
And on the quick shot video, did you see any blood or any other type of evidence from the video on his clothes?
From the quality of that video footage, I would say, no, I cannot see anything blatantly clear.
And when Mr. Dinkins was tested and swabbed at the Davenport Police Department, no blood, no dirt, anything like that was seen on his body, right?
That is correct.
Okay. The gentleman who ostensibly pulled Mr. Dinkins out of the ditch, you say it was on July 10th, Mr. Brink, right?
That is what we're saying, yes.
He also indicated that the car he pulled out of the ditch had a dent in it, didn't he?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This witness did not do the interview of Mr. Brink. Detective Sean Johnson did the interview of Mr. Brink, and he will be testifying.
Sustained, rephrase.
Did the Chevy Impala have a dent in it?
I would have to take a look at it. Can you be more specific in the area of the vehicle?
The rear bumper.
I would have to look at the picture again.
To the best of your recollection, was there a large dent anywhere on that Chevy Impala?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
A large dent, not that I recall.
Okay. That's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Obert, what time did the collection of various bodily specimens take place for Mr. Dinkins on June 10th?
That was later in the evening, I believe around, I can't say for certain. I just know it was in the evening hours later in the day.
Okay, and then do you know where he was transported to for there to be collections of DNA samples?
Genesis Hospital, I don't remember if it was east or west.
Okay, now have you been involved in the collection of DNA samples through swabbing?
Yes.
Explain how that process works.
The most I've done myself is the swabs within the mouth, and you cotton swab on each side. Then you place it into a secure envelope, and then it gets sent to the lab for analysis. As far as the swabs that the defendant underwent that day, I can't speak to the full detail or how exactly that's all done.
Certainly. By the time that DNA samples were collected from him, would you agree with me that there had been a significant period of time that his whereabouts were unaccounted for?
Yes.
Okay. The one thing that law enforcement definitively knew, did you know that he had changed clothing?
At the time of that interview?
Yeah.
I did not know that he changed clothing at the time of the interview.
And when you did your interview at noon?
Yes.
Okay. And then when did you later determine that he had changed clothing?
Later that night in regards to the shoes, and then when we were able to finally recover the quick shop video footage, that's when we confirmed that there was a full set of clothing change.
Okay, so then let's talk about the clothing that he was wearing at the quick shop video. If he returned to the apartment at 3:30, is that when Breasia was seen outside the apartment?
Yes,
Standing by the Chevy Impala?
that is correct.
And then, of course, Ms. Culberson in her testimony had indicated that when she looked back out and the defendant had left, the Impala was no longer there and the child was no longer there. Is that in accord with the testimony that you've offered here in court today?
Yes.
Is it significant to you as a law enforcement officer that that child is attached to that Chevy Impala?
Yes.
That the time that child is attached to that Chevy Impala, Mr. Dinkins is coming into the apartment, digging through a closet and leaving.
Yes,
And then after he leaves, the child is no longer out there in the parking lot by that vehicle,
that is correct.
that vehicle is gone,
Yes,
that there is no reported activity going on in that parking lot at the time that Ms. Culberson looked out and saw the child standing by the Impala.
that is also correct.
And then at the time of departure, when was it that the defendant arrived at the quick shop in that Chevy Impala?
At what time he left the quick shop or arrived?
No, what time did he arrive?
3:33 a.m.
Based on his behaviors as he stood there at the cash register, was his behaviors very concerning?
The fact that he looked out to the vehicle several times while paying.
The fact that, stop it. Do you see it? The fact that, I mean, I have this on 1.25, so it's not sped up much, but she's like, let me spit these facts out, get him to answer this, and get him the hell out of here. Bless his heart.
For gas, that is concerned.
And even when he went out to the vehicle, did he stand by the pump as the gas was pumped, or did he get back into that vehicle?
He got back into the vehicle while the gas was still pumping into the vehicle.
So if you go through that chain of events, do those chain of events suggest that the child is still alive at that point in time?
Yes,
Okay, but then by the time he returns sometime after sunrise and before 5:50 a.m. in the morning, and he's changed clothes, is that significant to you?
yes,
And then if you draw the correlation between his changing the clothes and then the activity that you saw at mile marker 124 after he left the quick shop, is that concerning to you?
yes,
Okay. After he left the quick shop and before he returned to the apartment, do you believe that that's when Breasia was killed?
after he left the quick shop and then going back to pick up DL, yes,
Okay. All right. So somewhere within that time frame, would that be fair to say?
yes,
If you were going out and you're applying for search warrants, which you have applied for, would that be fair to say? And by you, I mean the Davenport Police Department.
that's correct.
Okay. So if there was no concern about the clothing that he was wearing at the quick shop, You've executed a search warrant at his sister's, is that correct?
Yes.
You've executed a search warrant at Genesis Johnson's, is that correct?
Yes.
You've executed a search warrant over at the Jersey Meadows apartment complex, apartment 8 specifically, is that correct?
That is correct.
And none of that clothing is found at any of those locations.
That is correct.
So if he has clothing at his sister's, or he has clothing at apartment number 8, or he's got some association with Genesis Johnson, as a law enforcement officer, is it significant that you can't find that clothing anywhere?
Yes.
Does that suggest something about Mr. Dinkins' state of mind in that he doesn't want that clothing found?
Objection calls for speculation.
Your Honor, this draws on this officer's professional experience as a law enforcement officer and his evaluation.
She specifically asked for what was in his mind.
I asked him, does it indicate to him what the defendant's state of mind would be?
Moment.
I feel like I'm watching ping pong, y'all. Ding, 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 ding.
I'm going to sustain the objection. You may rephrase.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you are looking at all of those circumstances, do those circumstances have investigative import to you as an officer?
Is my experience in the Detective Bureau when we're working homicides a common practice by people who are involved in violent crimes or commit crimes, especially if they're caught on tape with certain clothing, is we oftentimes do search warrants, and these clothing are discarded because they're of evidentiary value for the case. So that's what I would correlate to the same thing that the defendant was doing that early morning hours into July 10th.
Okay, so for example, there could be potential blood on that clothing.
Yes,
For example, there could be potential semen on that clothing.
that is correct.
There could be the DNA of Breasia Terrell.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, and so if there's a concern about that, then it would benefit Mr. Dinkins to get rid of that clothing. Would that be fair to say?
If those items are on that clothing, yes, it would benefit him to discard those.
And then if you factor into the equation the fact that he's bought Clorox in a completely different community at 7 a.m. in the morning, does that factor into the equation as far as concerns that you have and the actions that he took?
Very much so.
Okay, when you go through and you look at any of that video surveillance footage, do you see him going anywhere that would suggest he was cleaning the RV that morning after he bought the Clorox?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, we're going to start again. So at 7 a.m. when he entered the Walmart and he bought the Clorox, in any of the video surveillance footage that you observed after he purchased that Clorox, is there anything to suggest that he went somewhere and just engaged in, the task of cleaning house?
No.
Is there anything that would support what would be a legitimate reason for purchasing Clorox?
No.
And if you were purchasing Clorox for purposes of cleaning, how easy would it have been for him just to go down the block, turn the corner, and go to the Walmart and buy that Clorox?
Very simple.
Okay. Is it also of significance to you that his cell phone was powered on at different occasions that morning?
Yes.
Was it significant to you that he didn't take his cell phone with him after he left the apartment complex that night and before Andrea woke up and saw that he was gone?
Yeah, that would be a concern for me. When he says he's out looking, you would think you'd want to have a phone with you to be able to relay information or make contact with other people in regards to their disappearance.
That's exactly what I was thinking. That's why I was kind of, at first, when they talked about that he left and he left his cell phone at home, it's like, okay, well, if he left his, how is he going to be out searching and calling people to help him search and all this stuff? So right there, that was a red flag for me.
And is it significant to you that there's no communications between himself and Andrea or any communications between himself and Aisha if he was out simply looking for that child?
That is correct.
All right, now let's talk about the testing of hands for gunshot residue. As of July 10th, and even going through the month of July, August, September, October, November, December, and up to March, did law enforcement...
But we know he had a phone. He took the damn battery out, and the kid put it back in. Girl, come on, TCN, let's not. Girl. We all had cell phones.
That had any information to indicate that the child had been shot and killed with a gun?
No.
Okay, and so therefore, if you wanted to test an individual for the presence of gunshot residue on their hands, what would you need to apply for before you could do that?
Search warrant.
Okay, and in that search warrant, would you be required to articulate probable cause as to why you should be able to process his hands for the presence of gunshot residue?
That'd be correct.
Okay, before March, well, actually, until you received the findings of the state medical examiner's office, would there have been any information that you had that you could have applied for a search warrant to process his hands for the presence of gunshot residue back in July?
No.
Okay, and then of course, as time's passing, we could presume, I would assume that he's taking a bath every day.
Yes.
And then at the point that you received that state medical examiner's report, is there going to be any gunshot residue still present on those hands?
Not on the individual himself, no.
Have you ever been involved
Presume he
in
takes a bath
trying
every
to
day.
collect gunshot residue from an individual's hands?
I have not been involved in that.
And in fact, is that even something that you see being done currently within the course of your 7-year experience?
Not me personally, no.
Okay. Do you know if other officers have done that? And if you don't, that's fine.
I can't name a certain individual or certain scenario off the top of my head.
Do you even know how hands would be processed for the presence of gunshot residue?
No.
Okay. All right. The suggestion has been made that the process that you follow for testing for gunshot residue would be the same as collecting DNA. Do you have any knowledge if that's the case or not?
I do not know if that's the case or not.
Okay. All right. Now let's discuss questions asked about law enforcement making representations that Breasia Terrell was in that Impala. When you look at the chain of events that occurred that night, do those chain of events support the fact that Breasia was in that Impala?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the topic of the bloody machete. Now, in your interview, and you've already testified to this, but let's just set the foundation. Did DL bring up the machete to you?
No.
Was he interviewed, though, by Detective Hammis later or after you did your interview?
Yes.
Does Detective Hammis work with children all the time?
A fair amount in her career and experience as being a detective for over 15 years.
Okay. Does she actually handle the child sex abuse cases within the Detective Bureau?
She is one of the detectives in that
Okay.
specialization.
And is she very seasoned relative to her experience in dealing with children and children who have been victims of sex abuse or even some type of abuse?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's go back. When DL was brought into the department on July 10th, was he suspected of being a child who had been sexually abused?
No.
Was he a child that was suspected of having been physically abused?
No.
Okay. When you were visiting with DL, were you still trying to develop a timeline so that officers could come up with any information to try and locate Breasia?
That's correct.
So is this a completely different investigative construct as compared to if a child themselves has been the victim of some type of abuse?
I'd agree with that, yes.
All right. At some point, though, throughout the day, did DL have conversations about that machete and that machete having been wiped off?
Yes.
Is that what prompted the search warrant and then a second search warrant that was executed by Detective Sievert over there at the RV?
Yes.
Okay. When we go back to the photographs taken by crime scene civilian technician Jill Foster, in the photograph that she took of that shoe impression, do you recall the photograph of the ruler that was laid out beside that shoe?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the total measurement of that ruler?
300 millimeters.
All right. So there was actually a measurement taken of that shoe impression. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
Yes, just that it was offset, so we don't have an exact measurement of it, just a general.
Okay. And again, what was the defendant's shoe size? In the shoe that I showed
In the
you?
shoe that you showed me, that one was size 11.
All right. I want to talk about the significance of apartment number 8. On July 10th, was a search warrant applied for to do a search of that apartment?
On July.
I like her shirt. Y'all, I like her shirt. Oh, look, I kind of got green on today, too. I like that shirt. I'm just saying. Sorry. Fashion pause.
10th, yes.
Okay. And did the search actually occur on July 10th?
Yes.
Given the interviews conducted of DL, was there any information that was provided that that apartment was the scene of the crime?
No.
Given the
You're right,
information
Cindy.
provided by Andrea Culberson on July 10th, was there any indication that that apartment was the scene of the crime?
No.
In spite DL's statements, in spite Andrea Culberson's statements, was there a civilian crime scene technician sent in to photograph and also collect swabs throughout that apartment to verify if the information that they were providing to law enforcement was in fact correct?
That is correct.
And then, of course, for all of those swabs that were taken from the sinks, the toilet, around the area of the bathtub, even the cuttings that were taken from the mattress in the bedroom,
Mine too.
were all, to your knowledge, were those all sent off to the DC or the FBI laboratory?
To my knowledge, yes.
And then, based on the findings, did any of those findings suggest that that apartment was the scene of the crime?
No.
And so, therefore, was DL's statements and Andrea Culberson's statements corroborated?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze.
Where, the bleach from Clayton Walmart, where was it used?
Like he
My
would
theory
go-
or what we have for evidence.
Evidence. I don't want no theories. I want proof.
We do not have any evidence of exactly where it was used.
Okay. The quick shop, when the Impala leaves on 53rd there, Which direction did it go?
East.
You have video of that?
On a power wash camera,
Okay. East on 53rd, heading toward what street?
Brady and Welcome Way.
Okay. And then it went north?
You can't see as far as that. You can't see that angle that far, so you can't for certainly say
Where's the next place it was picked up?
definitively.
Yes.
Or okay.
I'm tired of hearing about theories.
Yep. The next spot I've been picked up is at 5:55 a.m. at the Quick Star, at the East 53rd Quick Star.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Detective Obert, did you have a chance to look at any of the clothing that was recovered with the remains of Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
What was the color of her shorts?
They were black, but there was some discoloration in areas of it that were lighter, or appears that the color had been it's been discolored, so it's lighter. It's almost whitish.
Okay, and would that be consistent with the pouring of Clorox on that clothing?
As anyone that's maybe used bleach and they've gotten it on some of their dark clothing, I would say it's comparable, yes.
Okay, did that then prompt a request to the Iowa DCI lab to test for bleach in spite of the fact that that clothing had been out in the elements for a significant period of time?
The request was made, yes.
Okay, all right. And if the vehicle, when the Chevy Impala left the Quick Shop traveling east, would that then place it on a trajectory heading toward Brady Street that you could then turn north on and head out to Highway 61?
That is a possibility, yes.
I have no further questions.
You may step down.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Heather Garvin to the scene.
Yeah, you are right, Cindy. When she's mad and she starts throwing out those questions, she doesn't say as much. She's like spitting it out. Yeah, and exactly. He's been asking 30 questions for 30 minutes already this morning, not counting yesterday. I mean, the dumb questions he asks being theory and speculation and guesses, and then now he's like, I don't want your theories. Well, don't be an ass. Anyways, while she's getting the next person, I was just thinking when we were talking about cell phones, back in 1996, it was May of 1996, I was in a horrific accident. We were T-boned by a truck. We were in a station wagon and T-boned by a truck. And Muffins, my daughter, Muffins, she was in the back seat. And anyways, it was a really bad accident. I didn't have a cell phone.
The whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I'm a positive truth. I didn't have a cell phone, and I was lucky enough that, say it or don't say it, a rich person, not gonna lie, pulled up. He had one of those cell phones in his car. It was 1996, but he had a cell phone in his car. I don't remember much about it, but I remember walking over to the car with him and him calling 911 on his cell phone. And I was just like so amazed by that he could do that from his car. And thank God, because Life Flight came and Life Flighted her to the hospital. And anyway, she was in a coma. We went through all that. But, had that guy had not stopped with that cell phone, who knows? She may not have been here today. That may, that probably saved her life because she had a severe concussion. So anyways, yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. And I am so blessed to have a cell phone now because I don't know what I'd do without it.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your
Yes,
first
it
and your
was.
last name.
Heather Garvin, Heather, Garvin, Garvin.
What is your occupation?
I am a professor of anatomy at Des Moines University and a board certified forensic anthropologist there.
Okay. When you talk about being a board certified anthropologist, by virtue of that professional experience, do you work outside of the university setting?
So through the university, I do forensic anthropology cases for the state of Iowa.
Okay. And then that being said, then do you work with
Denise, it was after I sat on her. No, it was before because she was only 5. She had just turned 5. She turned 5 and it was like 2 weeks after her 5th birthday. She was 14 when I sat on her. So
the state medical examiner's office?
Correct. Through the university, that's part of the state contract, is working on forensic anthropology cases with the state medical examiner.
What is a forensic anthropologist?
So forensic anthropologist is basically an expert in the skeleton. Medical examiners and coroners may call on them in any kind of case where they think that a look at the bones may provide them with additional information, either about who an individual is or the circumstances around their death.
Okay, so then in situations where we are dealing with the recovery of skeletal remains, is that where you?
Okay, and the sat-on child has entered the chat. No, I was just talking about the accident where we got T-boned when we were in the station wagon. That's what I was talking about. Talking about actually somebody had a cell phone in his car, and the guy was able to call 911 with that accident. Anyways, you just said no. Okay, yeah, that's what we were talking about. We were talking about having cell phones. Yeah.
Become a vital component working in conjunction with the state medical examiner's office.
At times, I can be called out to scenes to help with recoveries, but I also do laboratory analyses as well.
Okay, describe your educational background.
So I have a Bachelor of Arts in Anthropology from the University of Florida. I also have a Bachelor of Science in Zoology from the University of Florida. I have a Master's of Science degree in Forensic and Biological Anthropology from Mercyhurst College, now Mercyhurst University. And I have a PhD in Functional Anatomy and Evolution from Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine.
When did you conclude your formal education?
I received my PhD in 2012.
Okay, and then describe the process that you go through to become a certified anthropologist.
So to become a board certified anthropologist at that time, you had to be 3 years post PhD in order to even apply to sit for the board exam. So at the first opportunity I did submit an application. That includes letters of recs as well as example case reports. They then assess those and decide whether or not you are qualified to sit for the American Board of Forensic Anthropology exam, which is an 8-hour exam, 4-hour written, and 4-hour practical component.
Okay, and then after having gone through that process, were you certified?
I was.
Okay, now throughout the course of your career, is there regular, like we have to get continuing legal education credits as lawyers? Are there continuing education requirements that you are required to complete to maintain that certification?
So the American Board of Forensic Anthropology requires recertification every 3 years, and there's a point system in a form to fill out about your activities for that.
Okay, and are you still a certified forensic anthropologist in good standing?
I am.
Okay, could you describe your professional background for us?
As far as,
Once you completed your formal education, what did your career path look like?
so once I completed my PhD, I started as a tenure track assistant professor at Mercyhurst University. I taught undergraduate and graduate students there forensic anthropology and physician assistants anatomy while I was there. I also supervised forensic anthropology casework while I was there. In 2017, I made the move to Iowa, became an associate professor of anatomy at Des Moines University, where I teach gross anatomy to DO students, PA, physical therapy, OTD students.
That being said, how did you become involved in your forensic anthropology work through the state medical examiner's office?
When I first moved to Iowa, I contacted the state medical examiner's office, letting them know that a board certified forensic anthropologist had moved into the area, as the state did not have one in the area at that time. And from there, we worked through the university for that contract.
Okay, now can you explain the difference in the role that you play versus that of the state medical examiner slash pathologist?
So the state medical examiner or forensic pathologist, they're the one that make the ultimate conclusions as far as cause and manner of death and the identity, because they're the ones that are signing that death certificate. My role is to provide them with any kind of evidence or information that can help them come to those conclusions.
Okay, so then in the focus of your work, are you specifically focused on the skeletal remains?
Yes, hard tissues.
Okay, and then when you receive skeletal remains, essentially what are you doing through that process? Is there an examination process that you go through?
Correct. In the laboratory, looking at skeletal remains, that would include photo documentation and radiographic documentation. And then inventorying the remains, seeing what is there, whether you have one individual, more than one individual. Sometimes the remains do have some soft tissue on them that may need to be processed. And so we will process that in hot water to remove the soft tissue to then be able to examine the skeletal surfaces. I then go through head to toe on all the bones, looking at every surface, seeing if there's any kind of defects, whether those are environmental, whether those might be trauma. In some cases also, we're asked to assess biological profile parameters. So whether we can estimate the sex, age, ancestry, stature, anything to help guide them looking through missing persons files for the decedent. And then at other times, we are also asked to help with positive identifications, doing radiographic comparisons between antemortem and postmortem radiographs.
Okay, very simply, when you use the term radiograph, what do you mean?
X-ray.
An X-ray. All right, now let's talk about the biological profile parameters that you are sometimes asked to look at. How can you utilize skeletal remains to give you information relative to the profile of this individual you're examining?
So in this case, the remains were those of a subadult. That means juvenile or child. And so the main focus of the biological profile would be age estimation. We can estimate age in children fairly reliably because of growth and development processes. Because it's pre-puberty, we can't really do a reliable sex estimation or ancestry estimation for that profile.
Okay, if there are hair, if there's hair associated with remains, can that help you try to identify the ancestry of these particular remains?
I do not use that for any of my assessments.
Okay, all right. Then let's go to the second part of your testimony, where you talk about you can assist in the positive identification of human remains through X-rays. If you've got skeletal remains, how is it that you can identify who these skeletal remains belonged to?
So I can assist the medical examiner in doing that because the final call is there. So I'm providing them with information. But if someone has an antemortem radiograph, meaning a radiograph from when they were alive, recent, a couple of years ago or so forth, we can take a postmortem radiograph that mimics that orientation. And then we're looking for overall consistency in the shape, the size, specific features where, sutures may overlap to see whether those match up with the same individual.
Okay. Let's extend that conversation to dental records. Are dental records a source that can be utilized to positively identify who skeletal remains belonged to?
The dental records, as far as written notes, no, but as far as radiographic comparison between dental and postmortem dental, yes.
Okay, now another topic of conversation that I'd like to discuss, when you come across skeletal remains where there's still soft tissue present, does that soft tissue assist in any way in identifying who those skeletal remains belonged to?
That would be up to the medical examiner who takes a look at the remains prior to handing them over to me.
Okay, and then let's just extend that just one step further. Relative to the issue of DNA, is DNA unique to each of us as individuals?
That's outside my scope. You should talk to a DNA
person about that. Okay,
Correct.
and I just didn't know if you
like
had
that.
any knowledge about that.
I like that. She was straight up. She's like, outside my scope. You need to talk to that person. See, that's what the last guy he should have done. Just straight up said, nope, not my department.
But at any rate, I'll ask this question, and it may be outside the scope, but I'm still going to ask the question. Is there the ability to be able to collect DNA either from soft tissue or any portion of the skeletal remains?
Yes, it's common for us to have the forensic pathologist or medical examiner or technicians come in and take a piece of bone for DNA analyses.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to direct your attention to an investigation that was initiated by the Davenport Police Department on July 10th of 2020 involving a child named Breasia Terrell who had been reported missing as of 8:29 a.m. that morning. Did you become involved in that investigation at some point?
Yes,
What date were you contacted that triggered your involvement?
I was contacted the evening of March 22nd, 2021.
Who contacted you?
It was Rick Ron from the DCI.
And then when Special Agent Ron contacted you, what information did he provide you, or what briefing did he provide you to give you some perspective of the need that they had for your expertise?
He indicated that they had a scene where there were skeletal remains that were somewhat scattered, and that they would like my assistance for the search and recovery of that scene, and that he had already talked to Dr. Kelly Cruz, who also supported me going to that scene to assist.
Who is Dr. Kelly Cruz?
She is a forensic pathologist at the Iowa State Medical Examiner's Office.
Is she one of the pathologists that you work hand in hand with?
Yes,
Did Dr. Cruz then perform the autopsy in this particular case?
she performed her evaluation.
Sure. And then was she the individual then that determined the cause of death
Yes.
for the remains that were found? All right. Now, when you were contacted, were you advised whether or not the scene had been secured?
I don't recall. I assume so.
And would that be standard practice?
Yes.
What date then would you have responded to the scene to start your tasks?
We made plans to meet the following morning, so March 23rd, 2021.
Okay. What was the location that you were directed to?
I believe we started at the sheriff's office, I want to say, for a briefing before going to the scene around 10 a.m.
Which sheriff's department?
Clinton County Sheriff's Office.
Do you recall the details of the briefing?
I do not. It was general. This is what we have. You know, let's talk about what processes are going to go on.
All right. Dr. Garvin, I would represent to you that we previously introduced aerial photographs of the area in question. I'm going to ask if you recognize those aerial photographs. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Dr. Garvin, I'm directing your attention to State's Exhibit number 41. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 41?
I don't recognize the specific photo, but I recognize the area that's shown in the photograph.
Now, right behind you, there is a pointer. If you could point to the area of the diagram that you recognize.
Would it be okay for me to refer to the image in my report to make sure it's orientated correctly?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, let me do this too. And I think for purposes of orientation, what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch this around for you. And that may help.
So is north up at that point?
Yeah, north is going to be the top of the diagram here. We've got Highway 61. You can see that traveling north. So yes, as it is set up, at the top of the diagram would be north.
Should I go stand up to point? Or?
Absolutely.
I don't think my arms are long enough. So the scene would have been in this area here.
All right. And then if I could, let me keep you there because we have another aerial photograph of that, which is just isolated on the area that you have indicated, and directing your attention to State's Exhibit number 42. And I'm going to set this up this way. And I have it oriented where north would be the top. Does this area look familiar to you?
Yes.
All right. If you could show us specifically the area then that the remains were generally found.
Yeah, this will be approximate.
Sure.
But if this is the dirt tracks here,
Sure.
it would have been just north of that, about this area here.
All right.
And
Go,
actually that tire might have been in the same photos as well.
certainly. Go ahead and take your seat. Okay. Describe what is involved in the recovery of skeletal remains, particularly since we're talking about skeletal remains, you know, located in an outdoor environment.
So one of the first things I do when I get to the scene is make it clear that I'm there in an assisting role. I'm one person. I'm not taking that scene over. So the other agencies are still required to do all their documentation and so forth, and I do not make any decisions without them. But then otherwise, when we got there, DCI photo documented everything. We went and kind of did a preliminary view of the remains and then started flagging whatever remains we could see to indicate the general area that those remains were at.
Okay. Was there a significant amount of law enforcement resources out in that area?
Yes.
Do you recall what law enforcement agencies were out there on the 23rd of March?
I would refer you to the logs that were taken for entering and leaving the scene.
That's all right. And that being said, then, did you work at all with Jennifer Poland or Ann Young, the criminalists from the DCI who were taking the photographs of the scene?
I recognize Ann Young's name.
Okay. Now, how did that relationship work then, as far as the DCI coming in and taking photographs relative to the recovery of skeletal remains? Explain the relationship and how that worked.
Well, the first thing at a scene is you want to make sure that everything is documented well before you actually move anything and the condition that it was found in situ. And so I held back while they went around and they took all of their photographs until they felt that it was well documented.
All right. And then at that point in time, did you start the recovery of the remains?
At that point in time, we went ahead and flagged the remains that we could see. That way we had a general area. I believe they then documented some more where those flags were so that there were photographs with those flags in place prior to starting any kind of processing of the scene, which then required doing essentially a hands and knee search from that road north to the remains and removing any kind of loose debris, leaf litter to ensure that we can find all of the skeletal elements and for better documentation of those elements in situ.
Okay. Let's talk about the issue of flagging the remains. at any given location where there were bones found, was there a flag placed by each bone itself or just in areas generally?
In this case, most of the remains were in a concentration. So flags were put at pieces that were around the edges of those concentrations, and then any remains that were found away from those concentrations.
And then are those flags numbered in any way so that you can then correlate the flag to a specific skeletal remain?
So I don't know if DCI used numbers in this case, but we had total station out there, and I went around with the total station individual indicating what each element was for their total station map.
Okay. We previously had Sergeant Christopher Mayer testify from the Davenport Police Department. He had to testify early on due to just different conflicts that he had. And he testified about his use of the total station. Let's go ahead and let's incorporate that concept into your testimony and how that works relative to what you're doing.
So I always want to make sure at a scene that there's some kind of spatial documentation of the remains that are there. In this case, they had a total station. It essentially gives XYZ coordinates of whatever element you have the reflector at to map in those features. And there was also an agency that used a drone to further document.
Okay. How did the drone document what you were recovering?
You would have to ask that agency.
That's fine. All right. Now, as the brush started to be removed, describe what was being discovered.
So again, the remains were mainly in this main concentration in the area where they were first found, around that area where the skull was found. During the hands and knee search, we just found little elements. We found some fingernails, some hand or foot bones, slightly away from that concentration.
All right. And then were there any areas where there was a section of the body that had been drug away from the main concentration?
Yes, so the left lower limb had been drugged west of the main concentration.
Okay. As you were looking at those skeletal remains, was there anything that was particularly obvious to you?
At first glance, I could tell that they were the remains of a subadult or juvenile. When you're a child, the ends of your bones aren't actually fused on. That's what allows you to grow taller until you reach skeletal maturity. And so those ends are called epiphyses. And I could see at the scene that we had these epiphyses there.
All right. Was there any hair associated with those skeletal remains?
There was a hair mass at the scene.
Describe the hair mass.
It's somewhat outside the scope of forensic anthropology. I mean, it had shell beads in it. It was a dark brown or black color, but I'm not a hair expert.
No, and that's exactly what I needed. I just needed to have you describe the physical appearance. So then at that point, then did you start the process of collecting those bones?
So once we did our hands and knee search and removed all the debris around there, making sure that we had found all of the elements, they were again documented so that we had that third documentation there. Once DCI agreed that they had all the documentation they needed in that case, we did begin to collect those elements and place them into body bags.
Okay. And by documentation, is that photographs taken by the DCI?
The photographs, making sure everything was done with the total station. I can't remember at what point the drone was used, whether it was used again at that point or not.
But those three elements were used prior to the collection of the skeletal remains?
Yes.
Okay. Explain what the function of a body bag is.
It's to seal up the remains to make sure the watertight bag. And I'm sorry, I don't know what you're trying to ask. But
No, but is that an item that all of the remains are placed in and secured to maintain the chain of custody for those items?
yes.
Was there a local medical examiner who had come out to this scene to assist with the collection of those skeletal remains once secured in that body bag and to do the transport to the state medical examiner's office? Yes,
As required, the county coroner, the Clinton County coroner, was at the scene. And it's their job then to make sure that the body bag is sealed and to arrange transportation to the Iowa State Medical Examiner's office.
Who was the individual that assumed that responsibility?
The Clinton County Medical Examiner.
Okay, all right. Now, when you had removed what would have been the obvious skeletal remains, is there anything else that was done just to sift through the dirt to see if you could find anything else that was associated with that body?
Yes, it's common procedure once all the elements that are on the surface there are recovered to take a trowel and scrape the soil. Sometimes over periods of time, elements can kind of sink into the soil. So I did that about a centimeter deep in that area of the remains.
As a result of that process, did you make any further discoveries?
Yes, I found a few additional teeth and then 2 artifacts that were later determined to be bullets.
Okay. Relative to the hair, did you examine the hair up close to see if there were any artifacts in the hair out there at the scene other than the shells that were very obvious?
I did not.
All right. But at any rate, was that mass of hair then collected and placed in the body bag?
Yes, typically we try to collect everything, disturbing as little as possible, so that the forensic pathologist then has whatever the remains were associated with in context.
Okay. Was there any clothing associated with those skeletal remains?
There was some clothing.
Do you recall what those articles of clothing were that was associated with the remains?
I think I recall an undergarment that was in the area. I heard of maybe other clothing in other parts, but I wasn't involved in that.
Okay, and then was there clothing attached to the skeletal remains when you came across it, or right there in the central concentration?
So I recall, like I said, some kind of undergarment that was mixed into the remains, and there was a sandal or a shoe that was nearby.
All right, then beyond that, what else would have happened there at the scene?
Once
Everything
I
was
scraped the
collected.
soil and DCI collected the bullets and documented those again with the total station. Once the medical examiner, the county medical examiner, started to transport the remains to the state medical examiner's office, my job was done and I left the scene.
All right, now, did you assist then Dr. Cruz in the report that she would have finally authored?
I did a forensic anthropological analysis to which she may have incorporated into her report.
Describe how that works.
So as I mentioned before, the medical examiner, they received the case. It is their case. They perform their evaluation and their documentation. And once they have information that they want and they think that I can.
You know, with I'm just to interrupt her. This being a bench trial, y'all notice how she's consistently looking at the judge when she talks? Interesting.
Provide further information, they then hand the remains over to me. I do all of my analyses right there in the state medical examiner's office, so there's
It's
no
like she's
transport
talking
of
directly
custody
to
of the
him, not
remains
even,
at all.
you know.
And so I do my analyses and then I write my report and submit that to the forensic pathologist.
Describe what's entailed in your analysis.
So in this case, one, it was determining whether to process or not certain aspects of the remains, inventorying what is there, what are we missing. In this case, it was performing age estimation from the remains, and then a trauma analysis, going head to toe, looking for any kind of alterations that could be traumatic.
Explain what you mean about making decisions to process or not process certain remains.
So in this case, they were partially skeletonized. There were good portions of mummified tissue, especially on the limbs. I consulted with Dr. Cruz to ask what she would want processed down for me to be able to see the bones. She decided that given that the limbs, the mummified tissue, there was nothing suspicious there. Radiographs had been done. They didn't indicate any kind of trauma to the limbs. So the only portion that we did process or macerate down was kind of a part of the pelvis torso area that had mummified tissue attached.
Okay. What is mummified tissue? I think it's obvious, but I'll just ask the question.
Dehydrated soft tissue.
All right. And then from there, when you were making an age determination, what age did you identify for these remains?
If these remains were female, it was between 9 and 12 years of age.
9 and 12 years of age. And then in your examination of the skeletal remains, did you note any trauma?
I did.
Describe the trauma that you noted.
There was a semicircular defect to the inferior portion of the left mandible, which was consistent with a bullet impact traveling left to right through that mandible portion.
Okay. Based on the point of entry through that mandible, were you able to determine a trajectory or a path of travel for that bullet and where it would have stopped?
Yes. So based on the outside, the semicircular defect there, the inside of the mandible bone had internal beveling. So the defect is larger. That indicates that's where the bullet was exiting that bone. So I could tell the entrance versus exit through that one portion of the mandible, suggesting left to right. And then I also had a defect, kind of a circular crushing defect between the 3rd and 4th vertebrae in the neck, the cervical vertebrae, that would be consistent with a bullet impact. And in this case, I was able to anatomically align them and show that they could be from the same trajectory, from the same bullet.
Okay. And what did you determine about the trajectory at the point of the mandible, the left mandible, and where you found them between the C3 and C4?
Correct, C3 and C4.
Of the cervical vertebra.
It's generally a left to right trajectory.
Okay. When you were examining the cervical vertebra, was there any indication on the bones to show that the bullet had stopped in that area and had not traveled out of the body?
It was a circular depressed area of crushing bone. It didn't perforate through that bone.
All right. And then from there, what other trauma did you note to the body?
I had 2 additional bullet impacts to the right scapula.
What is a scapula?
The scapula is the bone that sits on the back of your rib cage here. I'm trying to think of what the colloquial term is. Your shoulder blade.
Okay, sure. All right. And that was the right scapula?
Correct.
When you reference you having noted 2 additional bullet impacts, does that suggest that the child was shot twice in the area of her right scapula?
So the 2 impacts on the right scapula, I had one to the top angle portion, the superior angle. Again, it didn't seem to perforate. There was some displaced bone in that area, suggesting it was an anterior to posterior, or generally anterior to posterior trajectory. The second impact was on the scapular spine and had more of a superior to inferior, as well as anterior to posterior trajectory. And those 2 did not line up. So to me, that indicated that there was a minimum of 2 gunshot wounds to that scapula.
All right, now let's go back and let's talk about this. You're using terms such as anterior, posterior, and superior. Are those directional indicators that is used within the medical field or even within the field of autopsies?
Yes.
Okay, so anterior,
Is
define
front.
that. Huh?
Anterior is front and posterior is back.
All right, so then if you go back and you describe the path of travel of that first bullet from front to back, again, set the stage for that explanation.
So one of the impacts on the scapula was at the superior angle of that scapula. And there is deformed bone indicating that the bullet went from front to back through that scapular blade there.
Okay, I need you to also define superior so that we understand what you mean by that.
Superior would be towards the top or towards the head.
Sure, all right. So, first bullet, path of travel, again.
Generally anterior to posterior.
Second bullet, path of travel, again.
It had a anterior superior to posterior inferior trajectory.
All right. Did you take all of those remains and lay them out to see if every portion of the skeletal remains was present?
Yes, it's standard practice to lay out the remains in anatomical position, both to inventory, but also to document all the remains that are there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I previously provided counsel with States Exhibit 17-1 through 17-15. May I approach, Your Honor?
One moment. You may proceed.
Thank you. I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 17-1 through 17-15. I'd like for you to look at that group exhibit and tell me if you recognize it.
So these are pages 11 through 25 of my report that contain the images associated with my report.
Okay, and then does that reflect the skeletal remains that you would have, I guess, displayed so that you could go do it through and do your review?
On figure 8 on page 11, yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce States Exhibits, well, State Exhibit 17, the group exhibit.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted. Ms. Cunningham, I assume you're going to follow up on these exhibits with the witness. I believe this would be an appropriate time for a mid-morning break.
Okay, thank you,
So
Your
we
Honor.
will be in adjournment for 15 minutes.
Okay, with that, resume soon.
States Exhibit 17-1 through 17-15.
You may.
Thank you. Dr. Garvin, I'd like for us to go through each of these photographs and have you explain what it is that we're seeing. Now, in States Exhibit 17-1, you had indicated in your testimony that you laid out all of the remains that were recovered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were those remains, once they were laid out, photographed?
Yes.
As we look at States Exhibit 17-1, what is it that we see in this photograph?
These are all the remains that were available for analysis that I've laid out in approximate anatomical position. With the mummified tissue, some elements couldn't be put into proper position.
Certainly. Show us which of the skeletal remains had some mummified tissue located on it.
There's a circle or?
Yeah, you know what? Let's just go and take the pointer, because if you use that pin, it won't show up on the screen.
So the mummified tissue would be at the elbow here. You can see this lower limb is encased in mummified tissue. We also have mummified tissue here with this lower limb and smaller pieces on various other elements.
As we look at this diagram, do you have some type of entry to show where there are missing bones?
I go through and inventory them.
Sure. And then is that set forth then in States Exhibit 17.2, and I'll put that out there.
So once I inventory them, I like to include what we call a homunculus here, which illustrates what was present, what wasn't present, and what areas I had any skeletal alterations.
Now, as we're looking at States Exhibit 17-2, on this diagram, I note that there is different colors that you use for areas of the body, and there appears to be some type of legend along the left-hand side. Can you walk us through that so that we understand what is being illustrated by the various entries?
So any of the elements that are white were not recovered. So those are the remains that were absent.
For purposes of our record, what remains were not recovered?
So you can see a lot of the left upper limb, except the humeral head and the front of the shoulder, there was recovered. There were 2 ribs, left second rib, right fourth rib, and then just some of the hand and foot elements, the smaller elements.
All right. Continue.
So the blue indicates remains that were present that were not processed any further. So they were left in their state, either they were skeletonized or left with that mummified tissue. And yellow, those are the elements that we macerated. So we put in a hot water bath to essentially cook away the soft tissue so that I could examine the skeletal surfaces.
Can you define macerated for our record?
So in forensic anthropology, when you macerate remains, you place them with their soft tissue in a hot water bath below boiling for a period of time until it softens that soft tissue and it can be pulled away.
Could you spell the term for us, though?
Oh.
We're being kind to the court reporter.
Sorry. M-A-C-E-R-A-T-I-O-N.
All right. So then going back to your testimony, the blue section reflects areas that you did not subject to that boiling process. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
And then the yellow sections you do, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so let's go along the left-hand side. From top to bottom, what does this represent?
So these are the vertebrae from the top, the cervical, neck, thoracic, and then lumbar region just laid out top to bottom.
Okay, so relative to our spine, the cervical region, is that in the area of the neck?
Correct.
And then if you go from the neck down, then the next area of the spine is what section?
The thoracic where the ribs attach.
And then finally, the lower section would be?
The lumbar.
All right. Now, in the area of the cervical region, you have 2 red dots that appeared to be on what? Is that C3 and C4?
That's correct.
What does that represent?
These are indicating areas of trauma, and in this case, bullet impacts.
Let's go ahead and let's take the C3 and C4 where there are bullet impacts. And then let me ask you this. When we go to the skeletal drawing on this exhibit, are you showing where that entry was located along the mandible?
Sorry,
Yeah,
from the vertebrae to the mandible.
Yeah, so
Yes.
let's go to
The circle on the mandible would also indicate where that defect consistent with a bullet entrance wound is.
Okay, so that wound there on the mandible, would it have traveled from there to where the C3 and C4 are located at?
Correct. The vertebrae in this diagram aren't in the center of the body like it is anatomically. They're laid out so that you can see all the different surfaces.
All right. And then there are other areas that are denoted on this particular diagram. We see what would be circles with light blue shading. Can you explain to us what that represents?
So those are areas that I had evidence of carnivore damage to the remains.
Define what you mean by carnivore damage.
So it's very common when remains are scattered on the surface of an outdoor environment that animals take advantage of that, and carnivores will come and chew on some of the skeletal elements.
So let's go back to your earlier testimony. I had asked you when you had come across the skeletal remains if all of the bones were generally within this area. And you had indicated what?
That the left lower limb had been pulled west of that concentration.
What would that be consistent with?
Well, you can see on the left lower limb there with the thigh and the leg, I have numerous areas of carnivore damage. It's consistent with an animal dragging that from the concentration.
Certainly. Now let's go back to States Exhibit 17.1 if we could. And as we look at 17.1, within this photograph then, do you have the hair that was recovered with the remains?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you yourself go through and examine the hair when you were laying out the body?
No,
Okay.
Dr. Cruz did.
All right, then I'll ask this question to you. Did you discover that projectile within the hair, or did Dr. Cruz discover a projectile within the hair?
Dr. Cruz.
Okay. Were you aware of that finding?
I was aware towards the end of my analysis that day.
All right. Let's go to States Exhibit 17-3. How many photographs do we have here?
So this is a compilation of 4 photographs.
How are they labeled?
They are labeled A, B, C, and D.
What do these photographs depict, starting with A and then working through the alphabet sequentially?
So A is an anterior or frontal view of the cranium and mandible, so the skull.
As we're looking at this photograph, it appears that the teeth are within the jaw itself. Is this how it appeared when it was recovered?
No, some of the teeth during decomposition and the ligaments decompose away. If they have single roots, they'll fall out of those sockets.
Okay. Did you recover a number of teeth in the soil around these skeletal remains?
Yes,
And then so for the teeth that were no longer within the jaw itself, what did you do with those teeth?
we rearticulate them with the jaws.
Okay. Is this what it looks like when you rearticulated the teeth with the jaws?
Yes.
Going to photograph B, what are we seeing here?
So this is a left lateral view of that skull.
Does it show the injury that you were describing to the left mandible?
It does.
If you could take your pointer and walk us through that so that we've got some perspective.
So this is the left mandible here, and this is that semicircular defect right here that's consistent with a bullet impact.
If you could jump down from photograph B and go to photograph D
So
for
D,
purposes of comparison.
so D is a right lateral view of the skull, and you can see that the mandibular body here, which is a continuous line.
All right, then let's jump over to photograph C so that we understand what is depicted in this photograph.
In C, this is an inferior view of the cranium, so these are the upper teeth here.
Have you essentially turned the top of the skull upside down so that we can see that portion of the jaw?
Correct.
Why did you take this photograph?
Well, I take photographs of all the different views for documentation purposes, to document what is there and what is not there. In this case, I included it because of the teeth were important in part of the identification here.
Were dental records obtained to be able to identify who these skeletal remains belonged to?
I was passed some dental x-rays and photographs.
Okay, and were those dental x-rays and photographs belonging to Breasia Terrell?
Yes,
Going to States Exhibit 17-4. Now, at this juncture, are you comparing x-rays that you had received from a dentist for Breasia Terrell to the remains that you had found?
so I didn't receive them from the dentist. I was passed them by Dr. Kelly Cruz, who asked me to assess whether I could say they were consistent or not with Breasia Terrell.
Walk us through that process.
So up here, this is an antemortem x-ray. So this is when Breasia Terrell was alive, taken in 2018. And these are the postmortem radiographs that were taken at the state medical examiner's office.
I'll interrupt you. For purposes of the testimony, the three photographs that you have just referenced, are they black and white or color?
The radiographs are black and white, but I have color arrows on them.
Certainly. And then, so A, the photograph in A, is that the anti-mortem photograph?
Correct, the living radiograph, the living x-ray.
Let's go to the photograph in B and the photograph in C. Those are postmortem photographs?
Correct.
What's the difference between B and C?
They are different views. So up here, B, this is the maxillary dentition, so the upper teeth. And then in C here, this is mandibular or lower teeth.
Speak to the colored arrows that we are seeing in each of those photographs. I think particularly A and B, that's where we're seeing those.
So when I'm asked to assess or do a radiographic comparison, I'm looking for any features that are consistent or inconsistent between that living antemortem and then the postmortem radiograph to assess whether they could be from the same individual.
Did you notice consistencies?
I did.
Explain.
So while in this radiograph in 2018, there's still dental development going on. So there's still some deciduous or primary teeth that hadn't been lost yet. And being 2 years later, those teeth have been lost in these postmortem radiographs. That's what we call an explainable difference that you can tell from growth and development. So I focus on the permanent teeth that were in these radiographs to see what features aligned or didn't align, and pointed some of those out with arrows, such as the rotation of some of the teeth or kind of this double cingulum right here that were consistent between them.
All right. Now let's go to the lower portion of that exhibit. How many photographs do we have there?
There are 4,
How are they labeled?
A, B, C, and D.
Walk us through each of those in chronological order and explain what it is that you're illustrating.
So there were also photographs of the occlusal or chewing surface of Breasia Terrell's teeth, again taken in 2018, that I was able to compare to photographs that I had taken post-mortem, and there were certain features that stood out. So A and C here, these are the living ones. You can see they're soft tissue compared to B and D. These are post-mortem.
Does B correlate to what you're seeing in A?
Correct. So in A here, we have the maxillary right first permanent molar, and that's the same tooth here in B. And an arrow kind of indicates kind of this divot that's in the tooth, which to me is a point of concordance.
Okay. Then let's go to C and compare it to D.
So C, this is a maxillary, again, upper left first permanent molar. And so again, antemortem here, postmortem here, and I could make out some of those divots as well over here that match up.
Okay, between C and D.
Correct.
And were they consistent?
Yeah, so generally beyond even the points of concordance there, when you look at the overall morphology, shape, size of the various cusps, like the hypocone here, they were consistent.
You use the term concordance. Within your field, concordance denotes what?
Basically that they match, that they
Certainly.
agree.
Let's go to 17-5. How many images do we have in 17-5?
So you mean as far as we have two figures with multiple images?
All right, so let's talk about the top portion of 17-5. Are there two photographs associated with the discussion or images that we're going to have there?
Yes, there's A and B in figure 13 up here.
All right, describe what we need to know in your figure 13.
So again, antemortem is on the left, postmortem is on the right. And you can see how we basically have this cusp on the inside of the incisors that's folding over on one another. That's fairly unique, so I was pointing that consistency out between them.
Then going to figure 14, the lower portion of that exhibit, describe what we're seeing in those four images.
So again, we have A, B, C, and D. A is antemortem. This is the mandibular, so the lower left first permanent molar, with this antemortem photograph here and the postmortem photograph here.
And
as
that
far
would be?
it's in B, correct.
Go ahead.
And you can see the grooves here kind of match up in shape. It's hard to see on the screen here, but again, consistent.
Then go to photograph C.
So in C, this is mandibular right first molar. Again, looking at the grooves that are between those cusps on that tooth and comparing it to the postmortem D.
All right, and what conclusion did you reach relative to all of these images?
That is consistent with Breasia Terrell.
All right, now let's go to 17-6. In 17-6, are we seeing x-rays here?
Yes.
Explain what is denoted in each of these two x-rays. First in A.
I'm sorry. What did Dinkins do to his hair? Did he tie his little pony braids back? That's weird. Sorry, I just noticed that. It just looked weird. Used to him sticking out like pigtails.
Then discuss B.
So A is an antemortem radiograph or X-ray of Breasia Terrell, again taken in 2018. So you have the skull and the neck here. And then B is a postmortem radiograph of the skull taken at the State Medical Examiner's Office.
Are there a number of markings on this consisting of colored arrows?
Yes.
Can you walk us through each of those colored arrows and explain what they represent relative to your findings when you were making the comparisons between your antemortem versus postmortem?
So again, I'm looking for points that match up between one another, which can include intersections. So when you have the radiopaque lines crossing one another, the purple arrow here, it's hard to see.
I know I did a very short trigger warning, and I think we're all adults here and can handle this. I find this completely fat. Yes, I have. That is craziness. Did you see they called CPS on the guy? It's all crazy. Squirrel moment. Yes, case one. Zip them lips on that. Ooh. Anyways, what I was saying was I find this fascinating how this works. Being able to look at these x-rays and you see these points that she's got pointed out on this. Amazing work. It's just, I'm amazed by it. I never knew these kind of jobs existed. I lived a very sheltered life when I was young. I didn't, yeah. You watch the Whitakers too? Oh, the Whitakers, that's a mess. The Whitakers are a mess.
This diagram, but you have the suture line and where it's going to intersect here with the cranial vault, along with the cranial vault kind of thickness and morphology right there. The frontal sinus here is consistent. Everyone has different shaped and sized frontal sinuses. If you have a frontal sinus, even monozygotic twins have different frontal sinuses, so we like to focus on that area as well. And so the shape and size of that sinus is consistent with areas of intersections as well. This isn't showing up as well in the image here, but the nasal bones were coming out, and shape, size, length were consistent between the two of them. I was also marking here just areas of the radiopaque intersection of features. And then here, the somewhat overbite of the dentition was consistent between the antemortem and the postmortem. But then just generally, the morphology, the size of everything was consistent.
Going to States Exhibit 17-7, what do we have represented in figure 16?
So this is a close-up photograph of the forehead region of the skull. And what I'm pointing out here is there's this defect, which is consistent with well-healed trauma that would have occurred sometime in her past.
When you talk about well-heeled trauma, would that have been trauma that had occurred while she was alive and before she had passed?
Yes.
Okay, now when we look above that, it looks like the top of the skull has been cut away and then placed back on top of the portion of what would have been her face region. Is that the case?
Yes, it's standard procedure for the forensic pathologist to open up the skull. That way they can look at the inside, the endocranial surface, to see if there's any kind of evidence or defects there.
Was there anything that you noted of value when that was done? Going to State's Exhibit 17-8, talking about our figure 17. How many images do we have here?
There are two,
Labeled.
A and B.
What does A represent?
So this is A is an oblique view of the lower mandible. It's kind of an oblique right anterior portion here on the mandible.
Explain what you mean by an oblique view.
Well, it's not quite just a lateral straight on. It's turned to the side a little bit. My purpose of taking this photograph was to document this reactive bone, this new bone formation in this region.
Now, explain what you mean by that.
So you can see kind of all of these grooves that are here. This is actually additional bone that's being placed down. This kind of reactive bone, periosteal reaction, or I call it subperiosteal new bone formation, can be indicative of trauma, but it can also be indicative of disease or infection. So it doesn't have one specific etiology.
Can you spell that word for a court reporter?
Which word?
There were so many. You find
This
okay,
lady
fine.
and her
All right,
spelling.
so when you're
Woman-
noting the trauma here, would that have been trauma that would have occurred when she was alive?
If that is due to trauma, yes, it would have been when she was alive. So the bone reacted.
Okay, otherwise it might be attributable to some type of disease. Would that be fair to say?
Correct. There's lots of literature out there that says, there's a lot of different things that can lead to new bone being placed down in areas.
Go to figure B and explain what's being depicted there.
So in B, this is a right lateral view of the bony cheek region. So this is the orbit right here, and this is kind of that zygomatic arch, that bony arch that you have on your cheek. And again, I took this photograph to document reactive bone and new bone formation along there.
All right. Let's go to State's Exhibit 17-9 and discuss what would be your figure 18. How many issues or images are associated with your figure 18?
There are two,
How are they labeled?
A and B.
Discuss what we are seeing in A.
So in A, this is a left lateral view of the mandible where we see that semicircular defect.
And is that the location where you describe a bullet traveling through?
Correct.
And then B, when we look at that, is that a different perspective for us?
So if you've taken that left side and you're looking at the inside of that mandible bone, and what I'm showing there is that we have internal beveling. So the defect size on the inside of that cortical bone is larger. That's what you see where the bullet is exiting the bone, which tells me direction.
17-10, how many images do we have in your figure 19?
There's one.
Explain what is being depicted in this particular image.
So anytime I have a suspected gunshot wound and have a defect there, I ask the medical examiner's office to re-radiograph that area now that there's no soft tissue focusing in that region, because many times you can get some metal transfer, and I just like to document that as well.
Okay. When that x-ray was taken, note anything in the x-ray that would be consistent with metal transfer.
Yes, so these two little white dots here along that margin, that semicircular margin of bone right there, would be consistent with metal transfer.
Let's just take that a step further and just to discuss the obvious. If a bullet is traveling through the bone of the jaw, would it leave a metal transfer?
It can. Doesn't
Okay.
always, it can.
But in this particular case, you did see those metal transfers.
That is consistent with it, yes.
Let's go to 17-11 and discuss your figure 20. What does this image depict?
So this image, we're looking at 3 of the neck vertebrae. So we're looking at our second cervical, third cervical, and fourth cervical. These spinous processes would be the back of your neck here. So this would be the front. We're looking at the left side, the left lateral. And I'm taking this photograph because here is that somewhat circular crushing defect that I have listed as another bullet impact between C3 and C4 right here.
Now, if we look over to the right side of this image, I know that there is green discoloration that we're seeing on the C2 and C3. Can you explain whether or not that has any relevance to a bullet coming to rest between the C3 and the C4 and what that relevance would be?
So you get green staining on bone when you have prolonged contact with metal, specifically copper. So it suggests that that bullet, sometime during decomposition or while the remains were out there, came to lie in that region for a while, which then caused that green coloration.
And then with the deterioration of the human tissue, would the bone then have fallen into the soil where you had recovered it?
It can.
Okay, but as we look at these images, can you tell us whether or not the bullet essentially got trapped between the C3 and C4 after it entered the left mandible?
I can tell you that as the remains were at the scene for that prolonged period of time, that the bullet or metal, which in this case the only metal thing found there was a bullet, came to rest there.
Okay, let's go to state
You know, that's when she showed this picture, the first thing that came to my mind was the metal casing deteriorating, the rust or corrosion causing that green, because I've seen it before.
Exhibit 17-12 and discuss your figure 21.
And him in that mustard
What are
shirt.
you demonstrating here?
So I was trying to demonstrate the aligned trajectory between that mandibular, left mandibular defect, and then that crushing defect between the third and fourth cervical vertebra. So you're looking through that mandibular defect and you have a straight line view to that crushing defect on those two vertebrae.
And does that establish the
Sad.
trajectory that you've described previously?
Yes, I was trying to photo document that trajectory through there.
Going to States Exhibit 17-3, let's discuss your figure 22. How many images are there?
There are three,
How are they labeled?
A, B, and C.
Walk us through each of those images and explain what is being depicted here.
So this is the right scapula. This is an anterior frontal view. And what we see here, this is that
Welcome
superior
in.
angle of that blade, where we have a defect consistent with a bullet impact.
If an individual is standing behind me and they were to look at my back, is that how that bone would be laid
A
out?
bead?
No,
So explain.
it would be the opposite
Okay,
of that.
all right, explain.
So if you have your scapular blade sitting on your back here,
Not
we're looking
here.
at this frontal.
I don't have a bead.
Gotcha. All right, walk us through that.
B here is a close-up of that area. You can see it's semicircular, has crushing defects, and that these portions of the bone have plastic deformation. They're deformed outwards, which again is telling me that the bullet is traveling anterior to posterior through that bone. C here, again, as I mentioned, anytime I have a suspected gunshot wound, I like to take another radiograph. So I had them radiograph that scapula there. And in that radiograph, I do have something consistent with metal transfer there, that little white speck that's there.
Address this if you can for me. Given the locations where Breasia was shot at and what you note as far as entry points versus exit points, what then would have been the positioning of Breasia to the individual when these shots were fired?
I can't tell you.
You can't tell. Can you tell me this? Would she have been shot from behind?
The bullet would be traveling anterior to posterior through that scapular blade,
All right. So anterior again would be,
front to back.
so it's going, this would be front
Correct.
to back.
Correct.
Gotcha. Let's go 17-14 to discuss your figure 23. How many images do we have here?
There are three images here labeled A, B, and C.
What is depicted in States Exhibit A?
So these are, again, different views of that same scapula, documenting both that initial defect, but a second defect that I had. So taking the scapula, this is that front portion. This is that back portion. So that's the scapular spine that you can kind of feel on your back there. And so this was the defect we discussed in the previous images that were shown. And then I have another compressed or depressed defect in this region here on the spine. That was a little bit more superior to inferior, so top to bottom. And so I'm trying to show that in the photographs. I have a close-up in B here so that you can see these are all incomplete fractures through that bone from that crushing of the impact. And C is now a posterior view. So we're looking at that scapular spine. And you can see that this portion of bone has been pushed down. So that's what's telling me superior to inferior, top to bottom.
I feel like I
at
need
least
to
somewhat
clean my
top to bottom.
ears after that
Still anterior,
cough.
posterior bit.
Okay, so then that would have been the third of the three shots. I'm not talking about the order of the shots, but that would represent the child having been shot yet a third time.
Correct. Based on the defects that I had in the skeleton, I have a minimum of 3 gunshot wounds.
All right. Going to States Exhibit 17-15, please discuss what we have here in your figure 24. How many images do we have?
There are 3 images labeled A, B, and C.
What's depicted in A?
So A, this is the left femoral head. And the whole purpose of this figure 24 was to document evidence of the carnivore damage.
And then let me stop you right there. Let's go back to our Exhibit 17-1. Can you point out what the femoral head would be?
This would be the left femoral head here.
Okay, and then so where's that located on the body itself?
That would be in the hip joint.
All right, so let's go back then to our image A again.
So this is that left femoral head, and we have a bunch of pits and kind of chewing away at this that's consistent with carnivore damage.
Go to exhibit or image B.
B, I have some of the ribs laid out here. This is the left fifth rib, and that whiter color and all that fraying right there is again consistent with carnivore damage.
And then C.
C, this is, I'm going to check my caption for the right. Yes, this is the right, there we go.
Here we go.
Portion of the right foot here, the right metatarsals. And again, you can see these frayed ends here. That's consistent with carnivore damage.
For each of those bones that we have projecting out, are those the toes of the child?
No,
or what
you're
are they?
still further back from the toes. So you're still in the area of the arches. The phalanges or the toes would then come off of here and continue down.
All right, and then just to go back and correlate that with what we see in State's Exhibit 17-1, what would that correlate with?
So that's right here.
Got it. What findings did you report to Dr. Cruz?
I reported that the remains were consistent with Breasia Terrell based on the age estimation and then the radiographic and photographic comparisons there, and that I had found evidence of a minimum of 3 gunshot wounds with 4 defects consistent with bullet impacts.
Did that conclude your responsibilities in this matter?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Freeze. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, y'all. Okay, Mr. Freeze is up. Be prepared. Be prepared. What the fuck you come into? You came into, this is Henry Dinkins, the state of Iowa versus Henry Dinkins. He has taken the life of this beautiful little girl up here in my corner, Breasia Terrell. And this is the trial. We are on speed trial. So we cut the brakes, we cut the crap, we get to the meat and potatoes, and here we are. And we are on day 10, and this is Heather Garvin. She is the anthropologist who took care of the beautiful Breasia after she was deceased. Yes, and severe content warning. We try to let everybody know. Explicit content may be seen or heard. And now Mr. Freeze is up and he asks stupid questions. So let's listen to Mr. Freeze with his comic book questions. Oh, yeah, the images. Yeah, I know the images. I had put up a warning before, so I pop it up and down. Yeah, this was her beautiful little body. Bless her heart.
Your conclusions, did those indicate that the gunshot wounds would have been suffered right there where the remains were found?
I cannot indicate that from the skeletal remains.
At least 2 of the gunshots were pass-throughs of the body.
I don't know. The first one of them here, not the first, I can't tell the order either. But the impact to the mandible, it could have come to rest at the vertebrae there, it may not have gone out. The scapula, while there is a little bit of a hole there, we still have a lot of that bone that's frayed edges. That could have been its termination there as well. I can't tell from that.
Can you tell from your examination how close the assailant would have been to Ms. Terrell when the trigger was pulled?
I cannot.
Did you find any evidence of sharp force trauma on the remains?
I did not.
It is common when sharp force trauma is used to kill someone, or even have been used as a method of harming someone, but may not be the cause of death. You find sharp force trauma in remains such as these, correct?
It depends. There's areas like the abdomen where all we have is soft tissue. So in anthropology, if we did find anything, it's always a minimum because we can't say what didn't hit bone.
Okay. But if a machete were used and hit bone, you would expect to see evidence of sharp force trauma, correct?
If a machete hit bone, yes, I would expect to see evidence of that.
How about blunt force trauma? Was there any evidence of blunt force trauma?
I did not have any.
If blunt force trauma were to be found on a skeletal remains such as these, what would you look for here?
With blunt force trauma, you would see some form of fracturing occurring, assuming that that trauma was of a significant force to cause that skeletal fracturing. If you have blunt force that doesn't cause any fracturing to the bone, then I wouldn't be able to see that in the bone.
But a baseball bat were used to break a bone, you would see that here in these remains, correct?
Yes.
You saw no evidence of that?
No.
That's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you. Dr. Garvin, since you were dealing with skeletal remains, was all of the tissue gone other than the areas that you've identified?
Yes, I mean, the scene photographs and I'm sure the autopsy photographs show the condition of the remains. The skeleton as laid out in my photograph there, the only difference was that that pelvic area had been macerated.
Certainly. And since we have no human tissue that encompasses the skeletal remains, is it difficult to determine whether or not there was sharp force trauma that was used?
Any soft tissue analyses is up to the forensic pathologist. I do not deal with that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Matt Dean to the stand.
Yeah, I know. There has been creators that publicly leaked some horrible photos, and no, this is all trial. Yeah, I know. And that's what I say.
Tell the truth.
I try to make a
Nothing
point
but
to
the
say we're adults here. This is a trial. This is what was seen during the trial, and we put up the content warnings because, as horrible as it may seem, it is true. It is real. and I will never put any guessing or anything that's a speculation. I'm straight facts. It's documents, it's body cam videos, and it's trials. I'm very funny about that, Cash, but thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, I don't I don't put out anything like that.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Matthew Dean, Matthewedean.
Mr. Dean, what county are you a resident of?
Clinton,
How long have you lived in Clinton?
my whole life.
If I could, I'd like to direct your attention to the time frame of January 15th of 2021. Did you have occasion to be interviewed by Detective Evan Obert of the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
At the time of your interview, could you describe for us what your status was at that time?
I was located in the Clinton County Jail. And
And just for purposes of perspective, relative to the Clinton County Jail, how is that set up in terms of where inmates are assigned, during their stay?
they have what's called pods in there, and different people go into different pods or whatever.
Okay, so within any given pod, is there what would be a day room where individuals hang out?
Yes,
Is there a television located in the day room for inmates to be able to watch?
yes,
Do the inmates have their own individual rooms that they are assigned to?
yes,
And then is there a bathroom or a bathroom shower area for the inmates to use?
yes,
During that period of time, was there a subject by the name of Henry Dinkins who was an inmate in the pod that you were in?
yes,
Is Henry Dinkins present in court today?
yes,
Could you please identify him for our record?
over there.
Okay.
Over
And what
there.
color shirt is the gentleman wearing?
Tan.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification
Over
of Mr. Dinkins.
There.
The record shall
Wow.
so reflect.
Now, prior to January 15th of 2021, were you familiar with the various news stories that had been coming out since July of 20 about a child identified as Breasia Terrell who came up missing in the Davenport area?
Yes,
Were those news stories that were also being broadcast there in the Clinton area?
yes,
And then just based, on your perspective, being an individual who lives in this area of the state, was the status of this child missing something that was very well known to members of the community?
yes.
Okay. When you were in the Clinton County Jail, did you ever have occasion to be around Mr. Dinkins?
Yes,
Did he ever speak to the topic of Breasia Terrell?
yes.
In what capacity?
He would speak that,
Y'all know me. I'm only going to throw out the facts. So those were the facts I just found. That's what we're fixing to get into. Yes, a jail snitch.
he would try to say that he didn't have any involvement, and that he would always try to place blame on, I don't know who the individual, the female was, that he would always try to say that she was involved in sex trafficking, and that supposedly he would basically try to put the blame off on her.
Okay. Now let me ask you this. Did he make any representations to you about the nature of his relationship of Breasia to himself?
He just said he was like a father to her.
At some point in time, did you have occasion to be in the day room when the television was playing and there was a news story that came on about Breasia?
Yes,
Was Mr. Dinkins within the vicinity of where you were located when that news story came on?
yes. The news story came on and broadcasted that they were continually looking for her, and he would state that they're never going to find her.
Okay. When he made that statement that they were never going to find her, did that seem like an odd statement for someone to make?
Yes,
After you heard him make that statement, then what steps did you take?
I just I really didn't go into further questioning with him, because, obviously he made it apparent that he would try to say that he, didn't have any involvement or whatever. So I didn't really go farther into engaging conversation with him.
Did you reach out to correctional staff, though, to report the comment that you heard him making that they were never going to find Breasia's?
One of the officers came in and pulled all the people out of the cell or the pod that we were in, and questioned all of us regarding statements that he had made. Because I'm pretty sure the Clinton County Courthouse has like a newer system that they record everything, and everything that's said in there can be recorded, I think. So.
Okay. By virtue of that circumstance, did Detective Evan Obert from the Davenport Police Department come down and speak with you about this matter?
Yes,
Did that conclude your involvement?
yes,
I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Sir, essentially, you're telling us that you spent some time with Mr. Dinkins in Clinton County Jail, right?
yes.
What time was that? I don't remember the exact time or date or whatever. It was probably a few weeks in total that we were in the same pod or whatever together.
Okay, so the context of what you're saying is essentially that you and Mr. Dinkins, as well as maybe some other people, were sitting around a TV and watching a news story about Breasia Terrell's disappearance, right?
Correct. The news story would come across the news several times a day and be broadcasted that, like I said, that she was missing and they were looking for her, and it would continually say that he was just a person of interest in the case.
Okay, and obviously he's sitting right next to you or around you at some point, right?
Correct.
And then you stated that he has made the comment at least one time in the past that they're never going to find her, right?
Correct.
I mean, it didn't seem to you like he was admitting he killed Breasia, right?
He didn't admit no to killing her.
I mean, it didn't seem like he was trying to hide something, right?
Wouldn't really consider that he was trying to say he didn't do it. He just would state that, they're never going to find her, as far as like, I don't know how to really say it,
Okay. I mean, he never told you or anybody sitting around you that he in fact killed Breasia Terrell, did he?
No.
Okay, that's all I have.
The state has no further questions.
You may step up.
Your Honor, the state calls
Okay.
forensic analyst Jody Webb to the stand.
He was a quick one, a snitch, but quick. A snitch, but quick. All right, let's see who's coming up next. I don't remember who she said. Who she said. All right, we're going to zoom, zoom. Zoom, zoom, guys.
Nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please have a seat.
Okay, y'all know it's almost 3 o'clock. I'm going to have to hop up and do
Please
my
state your
thing.
name for
Camera
the
will be
record and
off and I'll
spell
go to
your
my phone.
first and your last name.
My name is Jody Blakely Webb, JODI BLAKELYWEBB.
What is your occupation?
I'm a geologist, forensic examiner with the Federal Bureau of Investigation Laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
How long have you been employed with the FBI's laboratory in Quantico, Virginia?
Almost 26 years.
Let's talk about your prior educational background. Could you please describe that?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science in Geology from Northern Arizona University and a Master of Science in Geology from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill
When did you complete your formal education?
in 1994.
And then after you completed your formal education,
I'm sorry, in 1997.
okay, there we go. After you completed your formal education, when did you specifically start your career with the FBI?
I entered on duty with the FBI laboratory in November of 1997.
Gotcha. If you could describe any type of specialized training that you've received as a geologist, I'm going to go very slow here. As a geologist, forensic examiner, please do so.
Yes. After I entered on duty with the FBI laboratory, I successfully completed a year-long training program of on-the-job training, which taught me how to handle and process forensic evidence. This included a number of tests, oral boards, and moot court exercises. Since that time, I've been conducting forensic geology exams and have been in my current position. I also attend continuing education courses and regularly attend and present at professional meetings.
Define what you mean by geological matters.
So a forensic geology examination can be conducted for a number of reasons. We can determine if 2 or more sources of geological materials can be concluded as coming from a similar source. We can identify an unknown material. We can determine the end use of a geological material, and we can assist in search purposes by defining a geographical location or provenance of an area, among other things.
What are some examples of geological materials that you work with?
These include soil, rocks, minerals, and gemstones, and then man-made derivatives such as glass and building materials.
Okay. Now speak to the topic of engaging in some type of provenance. Spell that first of all for purposes of our record, and then define what that means.
PROVENANCE. So a forensic provenance examination is conducted usually for investigative purposes and it's done by taking some material of unknown origin and determining the material in it, usually identifying the geological components, the anthropogenic or human identified materials, and the biological materials, and then comparing them to maps, theses, reference materials, or comparison materials in an attempt to help investigators with search locations by either narrowing down a source location or eliminating certain source areas.
All right. If you could, let's speak directly to the issue of soils themselves. Now, do you work directly with soils all the time?
Yes.
Okay. What are the various components of a soil sample that you're looking at?
Well, soil can be defined many ways. One way can be defined as the medium for the growth of plants. For forensic materials, we look at 3 components when we identify and compare soil materials. Those include the color, the texture, and the composition of soils.
Now, for soils themselves, or is the composition
Hey,
of
that
particular
time,
soil
guys. Go to
samples
my phone,
unique
so
to a certain
I'm careful.
geographic area?
Not necessarily. So soils vary both horizontally across the surface and vertically with depth. And the areas that one soil might be similar is going to change depending on where it is on Earth. So sometimes they may change very rapidly, and sometimes they may change, they may be consistent over long periods of space.
Okay, so let's use this as an example. Let's say that there are soil samples that have been collected in North Carolina, and those soil samples may be compared to soil samples in Tennessee. May those soil samples bear similarities in the color, texture, and composition of that material?
It's hard to say without looking at those. Usually, we can tell those types of samples that are spatially dissimilar apart. Those are usually fairly obvious. But again, it depends. There may be soils that do have the same color, texture, and composition coincidentally. But again, very small, they might have very small differences, but overall they may have the same color, for example, and texture or relative composition.
Now, do you use geological maps in the course of your work?
Yes.
Explain how those come into play.
We use geological maps many different ways. We can use them in our comparison samples to try to determine the extent that a certain soil might occur in an area. And we can use geologic maps in our geolocation or provenance examinations to help, again, either narrow down a source of a material or eliminate potential sources of material, again, to assist in the location of that potential material or the potential location of that material.
Describe then the different types of findings that you make in the course of your analysis.
So for a comparison, there are about 4 different findings that you can have. It is possible that you can have materials, if you have solid aggregates that can be fracture fit together, or then you can have an inclusion where the color, texture, and composition cannot be distinguished, and therefore you can't eliminate 2 or more soils as coming from the same location. You can have an exclusion where 1 or more of those properties, the color, texture, and the composition are different. And that we would say that the material, the unknown origin, did not originate from those known soil samples. And then we can have what we call an inconclusive, and that's where we cannot tell whether or not the soils of question origin could have originated from our known soil samples. And that's where we either do not have enough material for reliable analysis, or there's something has happened to the material. It has been compromised somehow, whether it's been contaminated or there might be some sort of deleterious change.
Okay, I want to go back to your discussion about an inclusive finding and then explain that again so that we can slowly process what it is that you have said, and then I'm just going to take that a step further. So if you have an inclusive finding, what does that mean?
That means that the color, the texture, and the composition are what we call indistinguishable, meaning I can't tell the difference between those properties, between the soils of questioned origin and my known soil samples, so soils from some known location on Earth, and therefore the possibility that the questioned soils could have originated from that known soil location cannot be eliminated.
So essentially, it's a positive finding.
It is. It's what we would call an inclusion.
Thank you. I want to direct your attention to an investigation that was conducted by the Davenport Police Department commencing on July 10th of 2020. Involving the report of a child identified as Breasia Terrell, who's reported missing. Are you familiar with that investigation?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with that investigation?
I was asked to conduct some analyses on that investigation. Excuse me.
And then do you need a cup of water?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I know a lot of people getting colds here.
Thank you.
How are you familiar with that investigation?
I received some samples, some known soil samples and some comparison samples.
All right. If we could, I'd like to discuss the timeline so that I understand the nature of the request made and any urgency associated with that. So were you aware of July 10th being the date that she was reported missing?
Yes.
All right. Within the context of her having been reported missing, were you aware that law enforcement, to include the Davenport Police Department and the FBI and even the state DCI, were actually out doing major searches in areas of Davenport and going to the Clinton area?
I was not aware of that.
All right. At any rate, who would have been your point of contact as a law enforcer?
That was an agent from the FBI Omaha department.
Who was that individual?
May I look at my notes, please?
Would it help to refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, may the witness refresh her recollection?
She may.
That was from Special Agent Cameron Smith.
Okay. Now, were there communications going back and forth between Special Agent Cameron Smith and representatives of the FBI laboratory at Quantico?
Yes.
Okay. Describe what was developing in those communications relative to requests that were being submitted.
These communications were just clarifications for some of the requests that Special Agent Smith had submitted.
Okay. Was there any urgency that was communicated to the laboratory as far as expediting the process of various items of evidence that were being submitted?
I can only speak to the soil evidence.
Okay, and then tell me about that.
So in my case, I was asked to look at some soil evidence to do what we were called a forensic provenance examination. And the urgency was in this case to try and assist with the search.
Okay, so at the time then that you were doing your analysis, they still had not found the child. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
Were you aware that they subsequently found skeletal remains on March 22nd to 2021?
Yes.
Okay, but your involvement, did it occur well before the discovery of those remains?
Yes, it did.
So as far as any type of provenance examination or analysis that you conducted, did that occur well before the discovery of the remains?
Yes, it did.
And we'll talk about that. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 15? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 50 for purposes of examination. Do you recognize, or I should say for purposes of identification, do you recognize State's Exhibit number 50?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit number 50?
This is the report of examination that I generated on December 14th, 2020.
All right. Now, in this particular document, does it identify various items of evidence that were submitted to the laboratory for you to utilize in your analysis?
Yes.
Does it give us a subject name as far as a subject of interest?
Yes.
What is that name?
Henry Dinkins.
Does it list the name of the child, Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
Is the discipline noted on this report for the type of examination to be conducted?
Yes.
And what is noted as far as the discipline?
Trace mineralogy.
All right. And then does it have the FBI's investigative case number?
Yes.
Could you please identify that for our record?
The case ID number is OM-3290265.
When items of evidence come into the laboratory, does the laboratory adopt the FBI's investigative number, or do they assign their own laboratory number to the report?
So there are two things. They have the FBI's case identification number, and then they adopt it's also given a unique laboratory identification number.
What is that unique laboratory identification number?
This is 2020-01448. And this is -12, which just indicates that it is case record 12.
All right. For every record that's generated by the laboratory, will they assign a specific number to that report so that we get some perspective of how many reports there are?
Yes.
Thank you. And then what date was this report authored?
December 14th, 2020.
Does your name appear on the report as the analyst who
Yes.
authored it? Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 50.
No objection.
Exhibit 50 will be admitted.
All right. Your Honor, may I go to the Elmo and publish this?
You may.
Ms. Webb, what I'd like to do, because we have been dealing with so many items of evidence, I think it's just helpful to be able to see things in writing. Now, for you, as far as items that were submitted to the laboratory, was it essentially 4 categories of evidence?
Yes.
All right, our first item number. What is the item number that the FBI lab attached to that particular exhibit?
Item 38.
Describe.
That was described to me as a washcloth from a plastic bag.
All right, then let's go to our next category of items of evidence. What item numbers were assigned to that next category?
Those were items 57, 58, 59, and 60.
Could you describe what exhibits fell within that series?
Yes, these were all debris from a red Chevrolet, and specifically, item 57 was debris from a passenger side rear footwell drain plug. Item 58 was debris from the driver's side rear footwear drain plug. Item 59 was debris from the driver's side pinch weld. And item 60 was debris from the driver's side rear brake line bracket. And all of those were, again, described to me as being from a red Chevrolet.
Thank you. Then let's go to our next series. Give me the item numbers for that next series.
Those are items 61, 62, 63, and 64.
Describe what those submissions consisted of.
Those consisted of soil samples from 300th and US 30 East DeWitt.
Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and bring back our state's exhibit 38. We had testimony about a major search that was done in Clinton, Iowa on July 15th through the 19th along the area of Highway 30. So Highway 30, and then we see DeWitt up there. Are those the descriptors that are attached to that category of exhibits?
Yes.
All right. Now let's go to our final category, and let me just flip the page to see if there's anything listed on that second page. Nope. Okay. What's our final category?
Those are items 65, 66, 67, 68, and 69. And those were described to me as soil samples from 2331 through 2397 West River Drive in Davenport.
Okay. Which of those exhibits were you to utilize to compare from, to the soil samples taken from that red Chevrolet noted in this laboratory report?
So I was asked to compare items 61 through 69 through to items 57 through 59. In other words, the items from the red Chevrolet, items 57 through 60, to compare to items 61 through 69.
All right. Let's start with the washcloth. What request was made relative to the washcloth from the plastic bag?
I was also asked to compare any debris recovered from the washcloth to the soil samples from items 61 through 69.
All right. So relative to the washcloth, when you examined that washcloth, what did you note?
So the washcloth contained insufficient debris, geological material for examination. So that fell into that inconclusive category. So no conclusion could be reached as to the source of the geological material on the washcloth, item 38.
When you compared the soil samples taken along the area of 300th and US 30 east of DeWitt, being our items 61, 62, 63, and 64, and you compared it to the debris that was removed from the underneath side of that red Chevrolet, what were the findings?
I found that the debris from the red Chevrolet was different from the soil samples from 300th and the US 30 East DeWitt.
Okay, and then if we look at items 65 through 69, the soil samples that were taken down in the area of West River Drive, and you compared that to the debris under the red Chevrolet, what findings were made?
I found that the debris from under the red Chevrolet was also different from the soil samples from the 2331 through 2397 West River Drive in Davenport, my items 65 through 69.
Were you to be the forensic analyst who was to do all of the analysis for this case related to trace mineralogy?
Yes.
All right. Did something happen? Because let me set this up to you. Do you know if there were soil samples then collected from the site where Breasia Terrell's remains were found in March 22nd of 2021?
Yes.
All right. And so were you involved in comparing those soil samples to the debris from underneath the red Chevrolet?
I was not the one who did the comparison. I did do a review of that work.
All right. Who was the FBI analyst? I tell you, I'm not feeling good today, so my tongue's not working. But the FBI analyst, who was the FBI analyst who did that analysis?
That was done by my colleague, Dr. Ian Sagador.
All right. And then had you been assigned to another matter where Dr. Sagador took over then?
Yes.
Okay. What did your review process consist of?
So Dr. Sagador, he did the next report, and then as is the case with all of our reports at the FBI laboratory, they undergo a number of reviews. They do, in this case, I did a verification, which means that I looked at the samples that Dr. Saginaw looked at, and I determined whether or not I could come to the same or different conclusions. And then I did what was called a technical review. I looked at Dr. Saginaw's report to see if he followed all the procedures, all of our technical procedures, and if I agreed with his conclusions, and if, making sure that, again, he followed all of our procedures. So both of those things were done at the verification, making sure that I agreed with his conclusions, and the technical report, making sure that, his notes were followed everything that he said in his conclusions, and that he followed all of our technical procedures.
Give me a moment if you could.
Give her a moment. We're going to zip and zoom past her moment.
Now, were there soil samples that were collected along a gravel road that had been submitted to be compared to the debris underneath that maroon Impala?
So I don't have that report in front of me.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay.
We're gonna
May the record
refresh your
reflect
memory.
National Council Martha States Exhibit 51. May I approach?
You may.
Just for purposes of perspective, do you recognize States Exhibit 51?
Yes, this is a copy of the report that Dr. Ian Saginaw authored on January 19th, 2022.
And does this set forth findings that you would have performed a peer review of?
Yes.
Did he compare soil samples from what's described as the west side of a gravel road to the debris underneath the red Impala?
Yes.
All right. What were his findings?
You
Your
Oh,
Honor,
I'm
I
sorry.
object. I think there's improper foundation. It's calling for hearsay.
Well, and Your Honor, I'll reapproach that. Let me ask you this. When you did your peer review, did you agree with the findings of Dr. Saginaw?
I did agree.
Okay, that's all the questions that I have.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Freeze has no questions? Get the fuck out of
We'll
here.
adjourn for noon.
Get out. All right. They go to lunch. Zoom, zoom. Get past all the craziness of a lunch break. Oh my God. I can't believe Mr. Freeze had no questions at that moment. Oh, that ugly mustard yellow. Y'all, I don't, that mustard yellow is not a cool color for this man. Uh-oh.
You'll raise your right hand. Do
You have
swear to
another
tell the truth,
snitch?
the whole truth, nothing
No,
but
maybe
the
this is the
truth.
fisherman.
Please have a seat.
Who is this? Because we're going to see two fishermen and an inmate, another inmate today.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
First name Brendan, Brenvan, last name Rogie, Roge.
Thank you. Mr. Rogie, what community are you a resident of?
Clinton County.
Clinton County?
Yeah.
And then how long have you lived out in the Clinton County area?
My whole life.
Are you familiar with a subject by the name of Jesse Dow?
Yes.
Can you spell Jesse Dow for our record?
Jesse, Dow, DAU.
Are you also familiar with a subject by the name of Eric Johnson?
I am
And how does Eric spell his first name?
ERICK. I'm not.
That's okay, we'll get it from him. But at any rate, how do you know Jesse Dow and Eric Johnson?
We're friends.
How long have you been friends with the two gentlemen?
Ooh, I went to high school with Jesse, and Eric is Jesse's cousin, so I'd say over 10 years probably.
Certainly. I want to direct your attention to events that occurred on March 22nd of 2021. Do you recall what day of the week that was?
Not for certain, no.
Did you work that day?
I did.
And then after you got off work, what did you do?
I called Jesse and seen if he wanted to go fishing. It was relatively warm for that time of year, and we decided that's where we wanted to go.
Okay. When you telephoned Jesse, did you learn that somebody was with Jesse at that time?
Yes, he was with Eric.
Okay. And where were the two subjects at when you made the call?
I think they were at Eric's, which is a little bit farther north.
All right. Now we're going to talk about the location where you went fishing at that day. Can you describe where it is located relative to Highway 61 and then the exit of Highway 30 when you would go into Clinton?
It's north of Highway 30 by about 5 miles. It's right off of 61.
How would you describe the area that you were going to go fishing at?
I don't understand what.
Sure. Is it a Rural area? Is it an area where there is a city?
There's not much traffic there. That's,
And is this area out in the country?
yeah,
All right. The area that you were to go fishing, just describe what's in that area.
mainly just the pond, and then Kuhnau's implement is just off to the north of that.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
All right. Now, I have before you an exhibit that we've got on the easel. It's been previously introduced as State's Exhibit 41. I want you to look at that exhibit and tell me if you recognize what is depicted.
I do.
Describe what is depicted.
More center there. Well, you got the highway cutting through, and then Kuhnau's pond, and then the Kuhnau implement.
All right.
So DeWitt would be off the map this way.
Okay. Let's look at the legend down in the bottom corner.
Yep.
Does it give you an indication as to where north would be located on that exhibit?
It does.
And where would it be located on the exhibit?
Down here.
But is north to the top of the
Oh,
exhibit?
no, north is up here, sorry.
All right. And so at the bottom of the exhibit, that would be
South.
south. And then are you familiar with your directions to know what would be east versus west as you stand there looking at the exhibit?
Yeah, 270th would be east of the pond, and then 218th would be to the west of the pond.
Okay. Do you see US Highway 61?
I do.
As a general rule, Highway 61 travels what directions?
North to south.
Certainly. Now, if you are heading down Highway 61, what direction would you have to travel in order to access the area of Kuhnau Implement and the location we're going to be talking about?
If you're coming from DeWitt, or
If you're coming from
okay,
DeWitt.
so you'd be traveling north
Okay.
to probably 212th Street there, that intersection.
212th Street, what's the relevance of that location?
That don't really understand.
Certainly. How would you exit the area of
It'd
Kuhnau
be
Implement?
to the right. You
Okay.
exit right if you're headed north.
And then what street would that be?
That would be 212.
Okay. Now, if you could, Mr. Rogie, behind you, you're going to find a pointer. Do you see that? What I'd like for you to do is come off of the witness stand, take the microphone and just place it over towards you so that you can talk into it, and then just step off to the side of that exhibit. All right. Now, when you went to that area, do you know what time of day you would have gone to go fishing?
I'd say in between 5 and 6. I work 10s at, so 5:30-ish.
5:30
Yeah.
or sometime after
Yeah.
that? Certainly. And then did you travel from the Clinton area to go to the area of Kuhnau Implement?
I came from DeWitt on 218 and took this right on to 270th in part 2.
Certainly. Now, the location that you've indicated that you parked on 270th Avenue, would that be on the right or the east side of the roadway or the west side of the
I
roadway?
parked on the west side.
As you're looking at State's Exhibit 41, is there an access road that you see that you utilize to go down to the pond where you fished?
Like a driveway to it?
Yes.
Oh yeah, right there.
Okay. Describe the incline associated with that drive down to the area of the pond.
It's very, very steep.
Is that an area, that access road that you would drive your vehicle down
Not
through?
really. I have a car, so no,
Okay. And why wouldn't you drive a car down that access road to the area of the pond?
I'd most likely get stuck.
All right. Would you feel that way whether or not the weather was good or bad?
Yeah.
All right.
A fisherman that knows his way. He knows he's going to get stuck if he goes down there. See, this is a real fisherman. This man knows his shit.
Now, who was first to arrive there at the fishing spot?
I actually was.
Okay. And then how much time elapsed before the other two gentlemen joined you?
I don't know, 5 minutes maybe.
Certainly. Go ahead and take your seat for the time being.
And just this may be, just me speaking because y'all know I speak all the time and very sassy most of the times. But could you imagine? Just stop and think. Going fishing, just chill out, enjoy your friends, enjoy your buddies, go cast your rod out a couple times. And this is what you encounter. This is what you find. I would lose my shit. And to think they didn't even believe it at first.
When you arrived at the area, did you stay up by your vehicle or start to go down by the pond?
I smoked a cigarette in my car, so I didn't leave my car.
At what point did you exit your car?
When Jesse and Eric showed up,
When the other two gentlemen showed up, what did the three of you do?
started to walk down. I mean, obviously we got our fishing gear and stuff, but started to walk down
And what
A lot.
area were you walking down toward the pond?
that embankment, the steep embankment there.
What I'm describing as the access
Yeah,
road?
yeah.
As you were walking down toward the pond, what developed?
I just happened to glance out the corner of my eye and really just seen something really, really white. And turns out it was their skull.
Are you done?
I was just kind of fixated on that. I wasn't sure if it was real or not. So Eric flipped or touched the skull, and he told me it was real. So I decided to call the Clinton non-emergency number.
Were you the first individuals to notice the skull, if you know?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe so.
When you noticed the skull, did you verbalize that to Jesse or to Eric?
Yeah.
When you verbalized that, did anyone within the group beyond Eric approach the area where the skull was located?
I mean, I was like 3 foot maybe, but not really.
Now take the pointer again, and what I want you to do is show us where you observed that skull located at.
I would say it's probably here.
All right. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to present a different exhibit to you, and that's going to be State's Exhibit 42. Going to State's Exhibit 42, do you recognize what's depicted on this particular photograph? All right. Use your microphone and tell us how you recognize this exhibit.
This is the pond south of Coon House.
Is this a better perspective?
Yeah, it's blown up.
Certainly. As you look at 270th Avenue, give us a general idea of where your vehicle was parked there on the west side of 270th Avenue.
I was probably parked right here.
Okay. Would that put you further south of that access road down to the
Yes.
pond? Now, in this particular exhibit, can you get a better perspective of the location where you would have seen the remains? And as we look at that exhibit, is there an article or item laying there that you noted was in the area of the remains?
I don't understand.
Certainly. Look close in that photograph. Get up very close to it.
Oh, the tire?
Yes.
Yeah.
Does the tire have any relevance to you?
It was just close, I guess.
The tire was close to
Yeah.
the remains?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and take your seat.
Okay, y'all. And I'm going to make this comment just because y'all know me. His hair, I'm going to back it up for a second. Y'all look when he walks away. This is a man that wears a cap. A man that wears a cap. Y'all pay attention. Look at his flip. He wears a cap almost every day, I guarantee you. Look at that flip. He wears a cap. I promise you.
How accurate is this aerial photograph relative to the trees and lack of vegetation or blooming of any vegetation during this time of year?
March when we found her. Yeah, that's pretty much how it was.
Certainly. At this point in time, were there any leaves on the trees?
Not on the trees, but on the grounds from the, before winter.
Okay. And
Which
with
is why
this,
it's spread out so much.
I'm just
all right,
saying.
and
I
were
like
the leaves that you're describing on the ground, was that dead foliage from the trees having lost their leaves?
Yes.
Is that what you said caused the skull to stick out?
Yeah.
All right. And then beyond that, was there any plant life that was blooming on the ground during this
I
period of time?
wouldn't say like full blooming, but starting to come up yet.
Certainly. All right. So then take us to your next step. You observed the skull. What is it that you did?
I called the Clinton County non-emergency number.
When you contacted the non-emergency number, what did you advise?
That was about 90% sure that I found human remains, but I wasn't totally for certain on that. So I asked for an officer to come down and take a look.
What happened next?
I waited about 5 to 8 minutes approximately, and then the first officer arrived.
Where did you wait for law enforcement to arrive on the scene?
Back on the road.
All right. And then did anyone stay down by the area of the human remains while you waited for law enforcement?
I don't recall.
All right. We'll talk with Jesse and Eric about that. What happened when law enforcement arrived on the scene?
He asked who called. I said it was me, and then he had asked me to show him where, so I showed him where, and then he had us move our cars up the road to the Kuna has it. They have a back gate, I guess, kind of. So he had us move our cars and said basically there's gonna be a bunch of cops showing up eventually. So we sat around and waited for a few hours.
All right. Now, after law enforcement started to show up, were you directed to locations to be interviewed?
Yes.
Explain.
We went to the Clinton County satellite office in DeWitt.
What happened when you arrived at the satellite office?
I'm not sure on a name, but a detective from Clinton had talked to us, and then one from Davenport. I also don't remember his name.
Okay. Does the name of Detective Evan Obert sound familiar?
Yes.
Was he a tinier individual with a bald head?
Yes.
And then did you provide a complete statement of what you've described here today to Detective Obert?
Yes.
Brendan, were you aware of the investigation that the Davenport Police Department had been involved in relative to a little girl by the name of Breasia Terrell, who was reported missing back in July of 2020?
I've heard the names, but I hadn't really paid too much attention to it. Although I did see a Facebook thing when I was waiting to be interviewed there at the Clinton County site that made me believe that's who we found.
Certainly. Let's talk about what you noted in the area of the human remains. When you noted the skull there on the ground, is there anything else that you noted that would have given an indication of the race of the race of the individual associated with those skeletal remains?
Dreadlockish hair.
Okay. And so with that being said, when you saw the Facebook posts with the skeletal remains, the hairstyled in the fashion of dreadlocks,
The clothing.
and the clothing,
Yeah.
was there clothing attached to the body or right there with the skeletal remains, if you can recall?
I think they were close. I was just like 3 foot, but got enough to glance, and then that was about it.
All right. Is there anything else that you can recall about your involvement in this matter?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions.
No problem. You may step down.
Thank you.
The state would call Jesse Dow.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. Please have a seat.
Can you please state and spell your name for our court reporter?
Jesse Dow, Jessedau.
What city do you live in?
Do it
How long have you lived there?
my whole life.
Are you familiar with two individuals named Brendan Rogge and Eric Johnson?
Yes.
How do you know them?
Brendan and I went to high school together, and Eric is my cousin.
Now, I want to draw your attention back to March 22nd of 2021. At some point in that day, did you make plans to meet up with Brendan and Eric?
Yeah, I was at Eric's house. I believe we were grilling. Brendan called me, I believe when he got off work, asked if I wanted to go fishing.
And did the three of you decide to go fishing?
Yes, yes.
Where were you planning to go fishing?
The pond behind the Kunow implement?
Is that an area where you had fished before?
Yes.
How often, if you're able to estimate?
A handful of times throughout the years.
From approximately when?
I think the first time I went out there, I was probably a freshman in high school.
So you're familiar with that area?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you would have arrived at that area?
I would say probably around.
I like the beard. I like the beard. I have to say, my stepson, my older stepson, the one that my daughter lives near, he has a beard. I love it. I love it. It's just flashback. I love it.
Around
Cash, wake up, bud. Wake
And
up.
how did you get
Wake
to
up.
that area?
I drove from Eric's house.
I always have banners scrolling.
Did you drive yourself?
You always know what's
Eric
going
and I were
on.
together.
Now, if I want to direct your attention to a map here, States Exhibit 42.
I have to say, Cash, you don't come in here very often, so you don't see. I'm a very organized person. I'm very organized. I'm very fact-based. I'm glad you're here. Maybe you could put it out there in the community that Sheila's got some shit.
Do you recognize what's in States Exhibit 42?
Hold up, move.
And is that the pond we've been talking about near Kunow Implement?
Yes, it is.
Right next to you, there is a pointer. If you see that there, and you may have to get up and go walk up to the map, but can you point to where you would have parked that day? And what type of vehicle were you driving?
Journey, welcome in, love.
Chevy Silverado.
Did anyone else drive to that
I hope
location?
you're having a good day and a good
Can you
stream.
point to where Brendan was
Miss you. I
parked
haven't
that
been
day?
by lately, I know.
Do you recall what type of vehicle Brendan was driving?
Grand Prix.
Okay, I'll go ahead and have you take your seat again. Because I'm not a car person, but a Chevy Silverado, is that a truck?
Yes.
And is a Grand?
Okay, stop. We're going to pause for a minute. Lois, he has passed. Muffins texted me just a minute ago and said that he was shot, but I didn't know he passed. Ooh. Another senseless death. I mean, we got to stop all that shit. We're closing tomorrow. Never did. Oh, you hadn't been live this afternoon? Okay. Yeah, I haven't. Girl, I've been here. I was doing my watching drama stuff last night. I just been here. Yeah, sorry to hear about that, Charlie. Yeah.
More of a sedan.
Yes.
Why did you park on the side of the road there?
Brendan was there before me, and I just pulled up to his car.
Is there a reason you wouldn't drive down towards the pond?
It's a pretty steep embankment there.
Would you be concerned about potentially getting stuck?
Yes.
Have you ever driven down to that pond area?
I think I have once in the past.
Typically, would you park on the side of the road?
Yeah.
Once you and Eric arrived and joined Brendan, what did the three of you do?
Gathered our fishing equipment and started heading down to the pond.
And what happened as you started to head down towards the pond?
Brendan noticed something off to the right-hand side. I don't remember exactly what he said. He saw something. I continued to walk down to the pond to start fishing. And that's when he said, it was a body.
Once you heard Brendan say that, what did you do?
I was down at the pond and I walked back. I didn't believe it was what he said.
Can you, again, I'm going to ask that you get up and go over to our map here and kind of point to the general area where Brendan was at? And the area that you pointed to, are you able to see anything on the map besides trees and ground that kind of orients us to that specific spot?
Aside from the trail, there's a tire lane there.
Can you point to where you would have been fishing or where you started to fish? So after you heard Brandon say something that there's a body, did you then go back up to where that tire was?
I did.
You can go ahead and take a seat again. What did you observe when you got to that location?
Human remains. The first thing that I saw was a skull.
And where was Eric at the time that you walked back up to this area?
Eric was sitting right next to Brendan.
Stop. Jesus Christ. Y'all, I'm not going to play it. But Lord, no. I don't care anybody's political views. I don't care your political views. We don't talk politics. We don't talk religion. But Jesus, I just flipped to see that video is out there, and that is freaking sick. Absolutely horrific. I'm not gonna lie, I just went to X to check on the Charlie Kirk thing just to see what they were saying. The video is out there. These sick. I just saw something I didn't even want to see. Let's go back to this trial. I'm sorry. I know I blurted out. Yeah, no, I blurted out. I forgot I was unmuted. I'm sorry. I'm going to go back to this trial. Oh God, we need, you know what? We need a distraction. Okay. Palate cleanser, just something for a minute. I need a laugh at something.
Sometimes when I find myself in certain situations, I have to say to myself, Linda, don't be crazy. But my name's not Linda, so I'm gonna get on that crazy train today. Choo choo, choo choo.
So what happened at that point?
Yeah, don't, y'all don't.
Brendan
I'm just
called
let's go back to
911
this.
and we walked back up to our vehicles.
Now, while the three of you were standing there, did anybody make contact with the remains?
I believe Eric did.
Do you recall what he did?
I'm pretty sure he just moved the skull.
Do you know why he did that?
I would assume it's because he didn't think it was real.
Were you familiar with a missing child from the Davenport area, that the case Breasia Terrell?
I was. It didn't occur to me until we were headed back to the police station.
Okay. So even as you were standing there and looking at the remains, you weren't making any sort of association with this particular case at that time?
No.
Now, you mentioned that I believe Brandon called the police.
Yes.
What did the three of you do while you were waiting for the police to arrive?
We went up and sat on the tailgate of my truck.
And so you would have left that area and went back to the side of the road?
Correct.
Did you observe anybody else in that area at that time?
No.
Did anyone else touch the remains besides that one incident you described with Eric?
No.
Once the police arrived, what happened?
The responding officer walked down to where the body was, and he ended up calling for backup, and there were several other police that showed up.
And at some point you mentioned being taken to a police station.
Yes.
Do you recall what police station that was?
It was actually the satellite office into it.
And what happened once you got to that office?
We were questioned by a Clinton County investigator, and then a Scott County investigator came in.
Do you recall either of their names?
No.
Did you have any other involvement in this case?
No.
All right, I don't have any further questions.
No cross-examination.
You may sit down.
State called Eric Johnson.
Then raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Hold up, back up.
Let's see.
Back up, hold up. Now go. Okay, you love to. Okay, go.
Can you please state and spell your name for our court reporter?
Eric Johnson, EricJohnson.
And what city do you live in?
Grand Mound, Iowa.
And are you familiar with Brendan Rogge and Jesse Dow?
Yes,
How do you know them?
Jesse's my cousin and Brendan's his friend.
Now, back on March 22nd, 2021, do you recall what you were doing that day?
We had grilled at my house and then we decided to go fishing afterwards.
When you say we, who do you mean?
Me and Jesse, and then Brendan had messaged him to go fishing
Do you recall approximately what time that would have been?
around 5:30.
At some point, then, did you guys agree to go fishing?
Yes,
Where was the plan to fish?
at Kunal.
Is that an area where you had fished before?
Yes, we fished there since high school.
How did you arrive at that location?
I rode with Jesse
And do you recall where the two of you parked?
on 270th Avenue.
Do you recall who was the first to arrive?
Brendan,
And so would he have already been there at the time of your arrival?
correct,
Do you recall where he parked?
on 270th.
Right next to you here is State's Exhibit 42. Does this appear to be a map of that pond near Kunal Implement?
Yes,
There was a pointer up there somewhere. Are you able to point to the area? And if you need to step out here, you can, where your vehicle would have parked and then where Brandon's. Okay, first, where did your vehicle? Why did your vehicle park by the side of the road?
we just nosed up to the other car.
Is there a reason you wouldn't have parked next to the pond?
There's a big hill.
Have you ever tried driving down to be closer to the pond
I
before?
have not.
Why not?
Because it's a pretty steep hill,
What would your concern be?
possibly getting stuck.
Once the three of you got out of your vehicles, what did you do next?
Went down to go fishing.
And
As you were walking towards the pond, what happened?
Brendan made the discovery.
He doesn't want to behave. He
And
wants to be right here
what
in
happened
my
at that point?
business.
Well, we kind of blew it off because it wasn't something that you'd hear every day. And, so we didn't know if it was real or not. So and then when he had said it the second time, that's when we, might want to go look at it.
Do you recall what he said?
He says, is that a real skull? Or something like that.
Now I'm going to have you come back to the map here. Do you recall where Brendan was when he said, is that a real skull? When you say we, who are you referring
I was
to?
walking next to Jesse.
If you can move the microphone over. Thank you.
I was walking next to Jesse.
And so you and Jesse had already walked past that area.
Correct.
And the area you pointed to where Brendan was, is that near kind of where there's a tire that appears to be on the ground?
Thank
I
you,
believe so.
Cash. I appreciate that. You're so kind.
So at that
You're so
point
sweet.
that you heard Brendan say, is that a real skull? What did you do?
Well, me and Jesse were talking about his new lure. So we were in conversation the first time he had actually said it.
So the first time he said it, fair to say you kind of ignored him.
Yeah.
Then he said something again.
A very
Do
small.
you recall what he said the second time?
I want to say he said it. Is this a sick joke or something? I don't remember exactly.
What did you do at that point?
Approach the skull.
What did you observe when you got to that area?
A human skull.
Did you observe anything else that appeared to be part of skeletal remains?
At that point, no.
What did you do when you saw that skull?
Picked it up.
And why did you do that?
It's just not something that you see every day. So I picked it up and kind of just sat where I was and looked around. and
You're
that's where I
back.
found the other remains.
I'm front. And I have meat over here.
At that point-
Curtains. Get down.
Were you concerned that it may be fake?
We do
The
case
initial
one.
finding, yes.
Once you picked up that skull, what did you determine?
That it was real.
After you picked up the skull and you made that determination that it was real, what did you do?
I called my brother, that's a cop in DeWitt, or he's a federal officer in Illinois, and then his wife was a DeWitt cop.
To your knowledge, did anyone else call the police?
Brennan was on the phone with the police when I called my brother.
Did you touch any other portions of those skeletal remains?
I poked at it with a stick a little bit. I did not move nothing.
Did either Jesse or Brendan touch anything?
No.
After you called your brother and Brendan called the police, what did the three of you do?
Waited for the officers to arrive.
And where did you do that?
We waited at the cars.
Now, Mr. Johnson, were you familiar with a missing child at that point named Breasia Terrell?
Briefly, I had heard about it, but I didn't know nothing about it.
At any point while you were there on scene, did you associate with what you had found with Breasia Terrell?
At the point of finding it, no. It wasn't until after we had left that we started coming up with our own conclusions.
Now, when you say when you left, what do you mean?
Went to the police station, sheriff's department.
And were you interviewed at the sheriff's department?
Yes,
Would that have been the same day that you made this discovery?
yes. Immediately after.
Were you taken from this area immediately to that sheriff's office?
Correct.
You can go ahead and have a seat again. When you were interviewed at the sheriff's office, essentially, did you provide the same information that you testified to here today?
Yes.
While you were observing the other skeletal remains, did you notice anything else about those remains?
The hair,
What did you notice about the hair?
that it was African-American hair and it was long.
Did you observe any clothing or items like that near those remains?
I believe there was a pair of shorts or something.
Did you make any observations about the size of the shorts or
Thank
anything
you
like
for
that?
coming, Cash. Sorry. Hector's texting me over
Did you
here.
have
He
any
wants me to
further
buy him a
involvement in this
Powerball
matter?
ticket.
No.
Out of the blue, this man is texting me wanting me to go buy him a Power. I'm like, somebody just won the Powerball thing. What are you even talking about? So my husband wants me to go buy a Powerball ticket. I'm sorry. I was distracted.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
No cross.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hear you with that. You can only do so much at a time. Have a good evening. Thanks for stopping by, Cash. I appreciate you being here, hon. Okay, next witness. Since I didn't get the last guy's name. Oh, Dinky and his mustard. Blech. Oh, we have an inmate. Another
Tell the
snitch.
truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
This must
Please
be
have a seat.
David Baker. I bet you this is David Baker.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
David Baker, David Baker.
Mr. Baker, let me ask you this. Where are you a resident of? What community specifically did you grow up in and live in?
Clinton,
Okay. And is that a community that you had lived at your entire life?
yes.
What I'd like to do is I want to direct your attention to events of July 10th of 2020. As a resident of Clinton County, did you become familiar with news stories of a child identified as Breasia Terrell who had been reported missing during the summer of 2020 here in the Davenport area?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a lot of information that was being put out to the public through news stories?
Yes.
Even as a resident of the Clinton County area, were these news stories that were being broadcast in the Clinton area?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that being said, had a period of time passed just by virtue of news stories where it became clear the child wasn't being located?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention, if I could, to January of 2021. What was your status during that period of time?
I was incarcerated.
Okay.
in
And where were you incarcerated at?
Clinton County Jail.
By virtue of your status, did you become familiar with a man by the name of Henry Dinkins?
Yes.
Is Henry Dinkins present in court today?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Could you please describe what he's wearing for purposes of our record?
He is in a brown shirt and
Your Honor, may the record reflect that identification.
The record sells, so reflect.
Thank you. Mr. Baker, can you describe how the Clinton County Jail is structured as far as housing for individuals who are inmates?
there's individual pods, an upper tier, lower tier, 3 cells up top most of the time, and then 2 on the bottom.
Okay. And as for the cells, the cells, there we go. I'm not feeling good, so my tongue isn't working today. But as far as the cells are concerned, how many inmates would sleep in a particular cell?
2.
Two.
Max.
Beyond the cells where inmates sleep, is there any type of day room where residents then can hang out?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's the day room located in a pod?
Center of the pod, right outside the lower tier cells.
Is there any television within that day room?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as of January of 2021, did you become familiar with Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Was he in fact an inmate within the pod that you were located in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you were to describe, I guess, the relationship that you shared with Mr. Dinkins, how would you describe that relationship?
It was neutral. I mean, I
Certainly.
tend to get along with everybody who tried to.
Okay. All right. And is that basically what your personality was like there?
Yes.
Now, during January, were there news stories that were being broadcast relative to Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
I want to ask you about a specific event that would have occurred while you were there and Mr. Dinkins was there. Did you have occasion to be near him when there was some newscasts on TV?
Yes.
Was the nature of the newscast such that it would give rise to Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
Describe what developed during that period of time.
Mr. Dinkins said to me they would never find her.
Okay. And when he made those statements, they would never find her, where were you physically positioned relative to Mr. Dinkins?
To the left and slightly behind.
Okay. As he made that statement, with you being slightly behind, did he turn towards you when he made that comment?
Yes.
If you were to describe basically the delivery of that comment, how would you describe the delivery of that comment?
For Henry, normal, I guess.
Okay. Did you feel comfortable with the statement that he made?
No.
And when he made that statement, what impression did it create for you?
That he knew more than what he was letting on.
Okay. At some point in time, did you report that to any correctional staff?
Yes.
When you reported that matter to correctional staff, did that prompt correctional staff to do interviews of other individuals who were staying within that pod?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a subject by the name of Matt Dean?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Matt Dean?
He was my cellmate.
Okay. And was Matt Dean in the same area as you were when Mr. Dinkins made this statement?
Yes.
Did you and Matt Dean have any conversations after the fact about you having heard Mr. Dinkins make that statement?
Briefly.
Did Mr. Dean indicate to you that he had also heard that statement?
That's unclear. I don't remember for sure.
Certainly. But at any rate, then, by virtue of you reaching out to correctional staff, did that prompt an interview that was conducted of you by a detective from the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Baker, at the time of January of 2021, you stated that you were in Clinton County Jail with Mr. Dean and Mr. Dinkins, right?
Yes, correct.
As of right now, you are still incarcerated, correct?
Correct.
Where at?
Newton Correctional Facility, Newton, Iowa.
Why are you there?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Asking questions about why he's in there. Let's approach me. You need to be quiet. You need to go in the other room, or you're going to go in timeout. No, we're not arguing.
Mr. Waters, if you could rephrase your question.
As of right now, how long are you going to be in the Newton Correctional Facility?
I'm serving 2 5-year terms consecutive.
Okay, so really the point of why you are here today.
Shut up. I'm trying to listen. Mommy's telling you be quiet. Go in the other room. I'm trying to listen. He was telling us what he's in jail. He is. Lola is a mess. Lola is a mess. I was going to put another picture in her new panties, but I didn't want to embarrass her. Quit looking under my thing and barking at me. Okay, I wanted to hear what he was saying. He was in there for 25. Lola, stop. He was in there for 25 years or something like that. I was trying to hear what he's saying, but the dog was barking. Damn it. Okay, we're going to hit play again because I want to hear what his charges were.
How long are you going to be in the Newton Correctional Facility?
I am serving 2 5-year terms consecutive.
Okay, so really the point
Two
of why you are
5-year
here today is
consecutive.
to testify about the statements that you supposedly heard my client say in Clinton County Jail, right? Okay, so essentially you've testified that you overheard him say that they're never going to find her. And you took that of him meaning, or talking about Breasia Terrell because you were watching some news story.
Correct.
And at that time, I think it was in January of 2021, right?
The actual news story, I believe, was in October.
Okay, so in October of 2021, you heard him say this statement.
2020, actually.
Sorry, in 2020.
Yes.
So when he said that statement, though, it didn't seem like he was admitting he had anything to do with the disappearance of Breasia Terrell, though, correct?
I took it that he knew something more.
Okay, and you're not going to sit here today and tell us that Mr. Dinkins told you he killed Breasia Terrell, right?
No, I'm not telling you that.
Okay, and then lastly, because you are testifying today, I just want to know whether you've had any promise of a reduction of sentence or if you've been given any promise of leniency.
Absolutely not.
Other than that one time, you hadn't heard any other comment, though, from him, right?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, Mr. Baker, let's just go back for purposes of correcting the record. Were you interviewed in January of 2021?
I was interviewed in January 21. Yes.
Got it. And so then the discussions that had occurred
Chill him out.
relative to the news broadcast, did that occur in October of
Correct.
2020?
Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you. I have no further questions.
That's all. You may step down. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I just had a little confirmation that the reason this man is locked up is because he did bad things with children and he was a teacher. So take that for what you will. He's serving 2 5-year consecutive. He's a diddler. He's nasty. So with that, let's get on to the next person. Yes, and muffins. You need to call your fur brother and tell him to chill the F out. Well, I wish I could read lips. He's talking too fast. He said, but I don't even know. I'm trying to read his lips. Yes. Yes.
You sort of tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Please have a seat.
We have another bald man. I like that. The vest, that's stylish. That's something different not many men do these days. That's kind of
You
nice.
may proceed.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Jeffrey Pfeiffer,
We already have the spelling, but let's go ahead and have you give that to us once again.
Geoffrey, Peifer.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, I want to talk to you about,
Slow it down. Are they talking too fast? Slow it down. Are they talking too fast, Cindy? Or am I talking too fast? You said slow it down. Now I'm like, what am I slowing down?
developments in the investigation of Breasia Terrell as of March 22nd of 2021. Was there a break in the investigation that came through as a result of events on March 22nd?
Yes, there was.
Describe.
In the evening hours of March 22nd, I was contacted by Special Agent in Charge Rick Ron of the Division of Criminal Investigations from the Iowa Department of Public Safety.
Oh.
In that phone conversation, he relayed to me that a body and some human remains had been discovered in Clinton County, just north of the city of DeWitt.
With that information then, what steps did that prompt you to take?
He had asked me to respond to his location, to view his observations, to see if it was potentially related to our missing child case that we had out of Davenport with Breasia Terrell.
Were you given an address to go to?
Not at that time. He advised me to drive north on Highway 61 north of DeWitt until I saw the police vehicles.
Okay. Did you do so?
I did.
And the area then that you drove to, were you able to identify it based on a large police presence?
Yes.
Okay. What area is that?
I later determined it to be a piece of property called the Kunau Implement. It's a commercialized business that sells agricultural implements for tractors and things of that nature.
All right. Sergeant Pfeiffer, at the beginning of this particular trial, did we go over States Exhibit 41 and States Exhibit 42, which would be aerial maps
Yes,
where
we did.
Breasia's remains were located?
Yes, we did.
All right. Your Honor, may I go ahead and approach?
You may.
All right. I'm just going to go ahead and let's go back to States Exhibit number 41, where we've got the broader perspective of that entire area. All right. As to States Exhibit 41, when you got to the area, take the pointer and show us where you went to.
My route there from Scott County would have been north on Highway 61, which is the site on the right here. And as I approached the 212th Street turnoff, the police vehicles were located here on 218th Street. The access to the Kunau Implement was secured by a gate, and police vehicles were lined up along 218th Street here. The turn to 270th Avenue was also part of a incident perimeter established by police emergency vehicles, which consisted mostly at that time of Clinton County Sheriff's staff and Iowa State Patrol.
All right. In the area of 212th Street and the juncture of 270th Avenue, or where 212 becomes 210th Street, 210th Street and the area of 270th Avenue, was there any police presence up at that intersection?
Yes, this area all around this kind of pie-shaped piece of property for the Kunau Implement had a visible police perimeter around it.
Okay. What's the purpose for establishing a perimeter around that entire area?
Initially, when there is believed to be a scene for a crime or evidence, a hasty, larger perimeter is established in order to contain the evidence that's within that area, to keep it in there, and to prevent anyone or anything from coming into that scene.
And to speak to this issue, with the three.
So they found one at this scene, and there was one inside the RV.
Three fishermen having made the report of discovering remains, did it become apparent that actually people in the community were aware of such, and even the press?
Yes,
No,
it was.
I don't think
What
there was
was
any other
happening as a
guns
result?
found, only this one.
In this area of 218th Street near the 270th Avenue, as I'm showing with the pointer. There had been an assembly of members of the public, as well as some media presence starting to assemble.
Were those individuals being kept out of the area of the crime scene?
For that journey.
Yes.
Speak to the topic of how the crime scene then would be secured and monitored.
As I was directed into the area where the human remains were discovered down this path of 270th Avenue, once that area was established to have what appeared to be human remains on site, I met with Sheriff Greenwald from Clinton County and Iowa State Division of Criminal Investigations staff who were then on scene. We determined to make a dual perimeter, which is common in crime scenes. So the larger hasty perimeter would be this larger area. And then we reduced an inner perimeter to this area near the pond that encompassed this gravel access point down to that area near where the remains were.
Okay. Were the remains within the inner perimeter?
Yes.
All right. Was law enforcement stationed around both the outer and inner perimeter throughout the night and into March 23rd, 2021, until that crime scene had been completely processed and the remains had been recovered?
Yes, near this area where my pointer is, near the access point to that pond area, Clinton County had established a command post by virtue of a portable trailer that they use. That particular vehicle is where the inner perimeter station and the crime scene log was maintained for that inner perimeter activity and people coming and going from it.
Did you reach out to officers of the Davenport Police Department to start coming to the area and assist in maintaining the security around the perimeters established?
Yes, there were agreements made between the city of Davenport and Clinton County and the state police on where we would provide staffing. I enlisted the assistance from our detective bureau in Davenport to come up and assist with that inner perimeter. I also requested our on-duty crime scene technician to come up and take some overview photos.
Who is that?
At that time, it was Alicia Fritz.
Certainly. All right. We heard from her early on in the case. Is that correct?
Yes,
And Ms. Fritz, she's pregnant. Is that correct?
not as of today.
Okay, so she's
Yeah,
had the
baby.
baby. All right, there we go. All right, so is that why we had to take her out of turn?
Yes.
All right. And then beyond assisting the assistance of Ms. Fritz, what plans were established for the recovery of those remains?
Rick Ron from the DCI had reached out to his co-partners at Ankeny, Iowa, where the crime lab is. He requested assistance for their crime scene recovery team, as well as the assistance from Dr. Heather Garvin, who is the state board certified anthropologist, to assist with this delicate recovery.
Okay. By virtue of any recovery efforts, did you become familiar with two young ladies by the name of Anna Young and Jennifer Poland?
Yes, I did.
And what role did these two ladies play in the investigation?
They responded with the DCI crime scene technician group out of Ankeny.
Did those two young ladies then take photographs of the crime scene
Yes, they did.
prior to any steps taken to recover the remains?
Yes.
And as that process played out, did they continue to take a progression of photographs?
Yes, they did.
All right. And then beyond that, our anthropologist, again, what was her name?
Dr. Heather Garvin.
And then what time would Dr. Garvin have responded to the scene?
She responded shortly within the same arrival time of the crime scene technicians the following morning.
Okay. Do you recall generally what time of the morning that Dr. Garvin, Ms. Poland, Ms. Young, and other individuals would have come to the area to focus specifically on the task of documenting the scene and engaging in the recovery of the skeletal remains?
I believe it was around 9 a.m. the following morning. We intended to initiate our briefings and discuss those plans for that recovery effort.
Okay. All right. Now, were you at all involved with Detective Obert in doing interviews of the three fishermen, Brendan Rogie, Jesse Dow, or Eric Johnson on the evening of March 22nd?
No, I was not.
All right. Was he the detective that you had assigned to carry out that particular task?
Yes, he was.
All right. And then from there, once all of the operative players arrived on the morning of March 23rd of 2021, can you describe then the investigative plan and the processes that played out?
One of the initial concerns was the storm that we thought was moving in the night prior had started, and we initiated some overview work with the Clinton County drones. And while photographs and things of that nature were initiated, the rain became a little heavier. We had sent some detectives into the local farm supply store in Clinton to get some tarps and help with some of those efforts to try to preserve the evidence as best we could.
Were tarps placed over the area where the skeletal remains were located?
Yes, it was.
All right, go ahead.
From our strategy session with the DCI crime scene team, as well as Dr. Garvin, they shared with our crew the best way to remove the foliage from the prior season, which consisted of twigs and leaves and things of that nature. You can tell it's a pretty heavily wooded area right in that particular area. And that process was very meticulous. We lined up several detectives to be basically on their hands and knees with brown paper sacks, similar to what you would see like in a grocery store. There was a detective assigned to be behind each person so that they could trade out those bags. And by meticulous, I mean, we had gloves on the ground, and we picked up every piece of debris with each hand by fingers, and it was put into these paper bags so that it could be carefully examined and then removed from the area, but not completely discarded without a further review.
Was the foliage picked up piece by piece?
Yes, it was.
And then what was the purpose of picking up the foliage piece by piece?
To make sure there were no components of evidence or human remains being collected with the foliage.
I want to draw your attention back to some earlier testimony, I believe, that we discussed. When you were there, were you shown the area where the remains were at before the recovery efforts began?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Were there tree branches in the area of the skeletal remains?
Yes, the remains were underneath a pretty heavily wooded area.
Okay. Did you make specific observations that directed photographs taken by our civilian crime scene technician, Alicia Fritz?
Yes.
Describe.
The area was initially pointed out to me. I could see a human skull, or what was definitely explained to me to be what it was. And I could see an automobile tire. And the most apparent thing in a line of depth, the first thing from me, from where I was standing before the body, was a light colored blue and white slide shoe.
Okay. What was the import of that?
It matched the description of the shoe worn by Breasia Terrell the day she went missing.
Okay. Did you have a chance to observe whether or not there was clothing associated with those remains once they were being recovered?
After the recovery efforts were initiated, yes.
Okay. And did you examine that clothing up close?
Yes, the following morning.
Okay, and then we'll talk about that. We're going to come back to that. But at any rate, relative just to the foliage and tree branches, did you notice tree branches of varying sizes being placed over or around the area of the body?
At that particular juncture, there were multiple pieces of branches and leaves from the preceding season.
Okay. At some point, did you have an opportunity to note anything about the condition of varying branches that were in the area of the skeletal remains?
Yes, and I communicated with our evidence team that was there that I wanted to look and examine at some of these branches before the significant removal of some of the foliage there was conducted. I had knowledge from statements earlier in this investigation that a machete was taken into the wooded area. And as I looked around that area, I noted that there were branches that appeared to be either roughly cut, and then some of them were, they had a very smooth surface, like they were cut with something sharp.
Okay. What was the source of the information that there had been a machete taken into a wooded area?
DL had given that information to investigators the day of the event.
Okay. I want to jump outside of our current conversation, and I want to go back in time. Now, were you at all involved in the drive that occurred with DL on July 10th when he was taken down to the southwest area of Davenport near 743 Schmidt Road and Credit Island?
No, I was not.
Were you ever involved in taking a trip with DL to see if the child recognized locations of significance?
Yes.
Explain.
I don't know the exact date off the top of my head now, but it was a few days after that, within one or two, I'm guessing now. Detective Hammis and I had spoken with Aisha Langford to see if it would be appropriate to take DL to those areas to the north where we now had information that the phone ping existed at the Comanche, Iowa cell tower site.
Did we know about that cell phone ping site on July 10th when the interviews were developing with Aisha Langford, DL, and Andrea Culberson?
No, we did not.
Okay. Did that information come to light fairly quickly after those interviews were being conducted?
Yes, it did.
Okay. How did that information come to light?
That information came to light later in the evening when exigent phone records were requested for several phone numbers of people involved in the case. And with that particular one was the number associated to Henry Dinkins.
Okay. All right. So I got you off track. Let's go back to that then. So with that information about the phone pinging in Clinton, explain how that played into your interest in driving DL up to the area of Clinton.
We had known at that time from DL statements that his father had taken him to an area near water and there was wooded area, and that he had mentioned about having to go into the woods to go to the bathroom. And he had also went into those wooded areas with the machete. And he had provided information that the machete was wiped off with some kind of cloth and then put back into the trunk and then later transferred to Henry Dinkins' camper. So the purpose of taking that drive with him was to see if the Walmart where the phone ping was near had actually been something that he would recognize. And it was. And as far as other areas along the route, nothing was really of significance where they stopped.
All right. Now, as you got to the juncture of Highway 61 and Highway 30 to go into Clinton, did you know that that phone was definitively somewhere further east in Clinton?
Yes.
Okay. As you got to that juncture, do you recall the child trying to direct you?
Yes.
Describe what the child did as far as trying to direct your route of travel.
As I was turning off onto Highway 30, he had mentioned something about it. Got to go further. I don't remember exactly words he used, but that was the context of it.
Okay. At this stage of the investigation, was there anything as far as evidence that had been gathered that would help you understand the import of going further along Highway 61?
I may have lost track a little at that particular juncture. No, I had nothing to suggest going further north from that perspective there.
Okay. And then now we fast forward to March 22nd of 2021. You're directed up to the area of Kunau Implement. Does the statement by the child all of a sudden take on significance?
It does, in the effect, him saying at that time we didn't go far enough.
Certainly. All right. Now let's go back to where we were at. You were talking about those branches and you noticed clean cuts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the condition of those branches, did that corroborate what the child had reported as far as a large knife going down into the wooded area with his father?
Your Honor, I'm going to object for foundation as this witness being able to give that type of opinion.
Your Honor, this witness is describing his own observations of what he observed there, and then his knowledge of the child having mentioned a machete that had been wiped off.
I'm going to sustain. Please rephrase.
Certainly. Let's go back to July. Were there search?
This judge gets me sometimes. I gotta really bite my tongue. So this judge.
Warrants that were obtained because of statements provided by DL?
Yes.
What was one of the locations of interest that a search warrant, or search warrants, I should say, were obtained that would involve the knife described by the child?
The address of Henry Dinkins' motorhome in the 700 block of South Schmidt Road. There were multiple search warrants issued for that particular vehicle to recover a machete.
Okay. Was a machete in fact recovered?
Yes.
All right. And then, so that being said, when you saw the condition of the branches, given what the child reported, was that consistent with what you were seeing relative to the branches?
Once again, objection lacks foundation as to this witness's knowledge as to that particular line of question.
Your Honor, the witness is talking about his own observations.
He's got to give an opinion.
He's talking about his own observations. And my other thought is this, Your Honor. Counsel's contending that it lacks foundation. What foundation? What's the lack in foundation here?
I respond, has the man ever used a machete? Has he ever cut a tree with a machete? Has he ever touched a tree with a machete? Has he ever worked on a farm?
I'm going to sustain the objection when, again, Ms. Cunningham, please rephrase.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Pfeiffer, you yourself, have you ever been involved in using an axe or a machete to chop down trees or do any of that type of work?
Yes, I have. I worked on a maintenance crew for Scott County Park and part of preparing and clearing land for the golf course that's now the Glens Creek Golf Course. And for 4 or 5 years, I worked in tree removal and chopping and splitting of wood, all done with sharp knives and things of that nature.
Having done that type of work, then what is it that you noticed about the condition of branches when you would use a sharp knife to cut those branches?
If sharp, it's typically a clean cut.
Okay. And then was that consistent with what you were seeing relative to the condition of the branches up there in the area of Canal Implement?
There were a percentage of those branches that had a smooth, clean cut to them.
Okay. All right. Now, beyond that, then, with the removal of the debris, what were the further developments?
As the collection process continued, Dr. Garvin would point out items by locating little wire, pin wires, I would call it, with flags on them, where she was identifying things that were readily identifiable as human remains, and those were to not be collected by us. We were just clearing the area around those. And as the area was mostly only exposing those flags and other obvious larger bones and things of that nature, Dr. Garvin then began assembling her plan to collect those remains.
Okay. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, while I'm looking for a particular exhibit that I want to show you, in any of your work that you performed outside of your involvement with the Davenport Police Department, did you ever have to work with equipment and rulers that measured things by way of metric measurement?
Yes, I have.
Can you explain?
I worked for about 7 years in a manufacturing environment, operating metal machining equipment. I was raised by a family of machinists where measuring and things of that nature were very common.
Okay. Are you familiar with the metric system and conversion of millimeters to inches?
Yes, I know a couple shortcuts that I use as a rule of thumb.
Okay. Now, with crime scene technician Jill Foster, were you aware of her taking photographs of footprints down in the area of Credit Island on July 10th of 2020?
I knew that that was taking place. I was not present for it.
Okay. Have you had a chance to look at a photograph of a ruler that she had used to measure the size of foot impressions in the mud down in that area?
Yes, I have.
All right. What was the length of that ruler?
I believe it was a 300 millimeter.
300 millimeters. What does that equate into as far as inches?
It's very close to 12 inches. There's 25.4 millimeters in 1 standard inch.
All right.
That's the conversion that I use.
All right. And then so what's the total inches again for 300 millimeters?
It'd be it's approximately 12 inches.
All right.
I believe it's 11.8 and some change.
Sure. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, were you aware that Detective Obert has seized clothing worn by Mr. Dinkins when he came into the Davenport Police Department on July 10th?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Please let the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been previously introduced in State's Exhibit 63. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 63. I want you to look at that exhibit if you could. For our record,
Gloves,
what is
sir.
that exhibit?
Gloves.
They're
Gloves,
Nike blue and white
sir. Gloves.
air shoes.
Can you look at the size and tell us what the size of those tennis shoes are based on a United States shoe
I
size?
still have an issue with that,
Says
even
it's
though
a US.
I know it's
11.
already been.
Okay.
I mean,
And
I know it's already been processed. I know all that. It's just in my mind that I just think they need to put on gloves before they touch any of this. It's just in my mind. I know it probably doesn't matter at this point for some of this stuff. It's just me. I like walking around with my hand sanitizer.
then so with a US 11, what would that equate into as far as millimeters?
Objection, no foundation as to this witness's ability to testify to that.
He's already testified.
Mr. Freeze, calm down.
With millimeters and its equation is inches.
But the shoe size?
Yes, he testified shoe size
I'm sorry, we're ruling.
days ago, sir.
The motion is.
We're on day 9.
Right. For a shoe size, like you've mentioned, what would that equate into as far as inches?
Objections, the same question.
Sustained.
His wife works.
What was
with
that shoe
him?
size there?
11.
All right. Was that taken off,
Oh.
Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
All right. And so then for purposes of conversion, 300 millimeters equates into what?
Roughly 11.8 inches.
Thank you. All right. Now let's go back. Were you present at the scene when Sergeant Christopher Mayer came out to the area of Kunow Implement on March 23rd of 2021?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel has been previously introduced as State's Exhibit 142-1. Through 142-7. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Sergeant Piper, were you familiar with all of the physical items of property that were located in the area of the human remains?
Yes, I was made aware of them.
Okay, I'd like for you to look at that exhibit. Do you recognize what that exhibit is?
Yes, this is a document that is consistent with the total station crime scene mapping device.
All right, Your Honor, may I publish that?
Ms.
Oh,
Cunningham,
okay,
if you're going to ask a
TCN.
series of questions on that exhibit, I think it would be best to take our action and break
Certainly.
this time.
Might be a
Thank
trial
you.
we might watch
Be an
later
adjournment
on
for
down the
15
line,
minutes.
just to as something an in-between trial, because I haven't watched the Molly Tibbetts trial, so that might be something that I watch. I might pull up, but it's in between if I can find the streams for that, because I haven't seen that trial. Just as a throwback one day, and keep that one in mind. I don't know. Dinkins' hair is bugging the hell out of me today. That mustard shirt. What the hell? Let me see that grin again. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Homeboy got gold teeth. There's my son. Hi, son. How are you, love? You sneaking in here. What are you doing, boy? What are you doing? Check out homeboy's gold teeth over here. Look, he's in prison. He got gold teeth. Y'all, I want to know, does he get to keep those when he goes? Or is that a cap or is that a grill? I need to know. I need to know. What? Got on the stand, said he was good. Where's the girl? Oh. He should sell his teeth for commissary. That's my daughter. Y'all, that's my child. Oh, you're a mess. You're a mess. Oh, wrong button, Sheila. All right. Well, I skipped who it was. Who do we got on the stand? Who's she? Where'd she come from?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state published State's Exhibit 142-1.
They're permanent? Oh,
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Pfeiffer, just for purposes of clarification of the record, I have State's Exhibit 142-1 up here. With you having been out there at the scene, do you see a depiction that would represent 270th Avenue?
Yes.
Can you take the pointer and then turn around and show us what would represent 270th Avenue?
This road here.
Okay.
Purple lines, the purple main.
All right, go ahead and continue to walk us through that diagram for purposes of perspective.
This being 270th Avenue, at this juncture where you see the opening, two of these openings, extends downward to the area of the pond.
All right, those two locations that extend down to the area of the pond, which is the one area that everybody keeps talking about that has the steep grade?
This
Steep
is the one
grade.
that is traveled.
going up the hill. I don't know. I just had a song pop in my head when she said steep grade. Yeah, but it's not takeout. Does it hurt? Does it hurt? I don't know. I have questions. Oh,
Mostly this
Gold?
one here is extremely steep and did not appear to be.
somebody can knock them out in jail.
Okay.
Make some money.
All right, now do we see a number of different, I guess, colored boxes with numbers on States Exhibit 142-1?
Yes, you'll notice there's a numerical value assigned to each one of these squares.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, when you were there, what clothing items were identified as being worn by Breasia Terrell when she came up missing? And actually, I should do a bit better job with that. Were there clothing items in the location where a majority of all of the skeletal remains were recovered?
Yes, there was.
What were those clothing items?
Black basketball shorts, a white t-shirt, and a youth bra of some sort.
Okay. What was the location of those items to the skeletal remains?
Those three clothing items were entangled within the skeletal remains.
Okay. As you initially observed the skeletal remains and before the collection process started where the debris had been removed, and then we got to the area of the bones, was the white t-shirt something that was immediately evident?
Yes,
What was the size of that t-shirt?
4XL.
Okay. Now on this particular exhibit, States Exhibit 142-1, Sergeant Mayer had identified 2 other locations where shirts were found. Can you give us the boxes and the numbers associated with that?
The 2 other shirts are depicted on this document as number 2 here and number 3 over here.
Were either of those shirts, the shirts that we're talking about when we talk about the white 4XL t-shirt associated with Breasia's remains?
No, they're not.
All right. At any rate, when you go out to a crime scene like this, are you just going to collect everything that's out there?
Yes.
Okay. And then let's speak to the box that has the number 1 in it. Can you explain the relevance of that particular entry?
The one in question is located right here with the number 1. It's called White Jug, and it is a white gallon size liquid container.
Okay. When law enforcement officers originally came across that, did they believe that it might have some significance to the investigation?
Yes, they did.
Explain.
There was information that Henry Dinkins had purchased 2 containers of bleach at the Clinton Walmart on the morning that Breasia Terrell was missing.
All right. From the video surveillance and the receipt that was collected from the Walmart, was there a determination made about the size of those 2 bottles of bleach?
Yes, there was.
All right. This particular white jug, what was the size of this?
1 gallon.
When you take that 1 gallon size jug and you compared it to what he purchased there at Walmart, what determination was made about the significance of this white jug?
That it's larger than the ones that were purchased that day.
And was there a second gallon white jug that was found out there at the scene?
Yes, there was.
What happened to that item?
It appeared to have maybe been hit by a lawnmower or something of that nature, but it was pretty much destroyed.
Certainly. All right. So as far as what we're going to be looking at when we see photographs that were taken by the DCI, all of the clothing item, will it be within the area of where the skeletal remains were recovered?
Yes, it will.
All right. Sergeant Pfeiffer, during the break, did I acquire a ruler for you?
Yes.
Can you take that ruler and use that to measure the length of the sole of that tennis shoe that I previously showed you?
So this is a 12-inch ruler. Also, it has graduations of appears to be centimeters, so it's at 30. So conversely, it's measuring 12 inches.
12 inches. And then your testimony about 300 millimeters, what would that equate into as far as inches?
Just under 12 inches,
Okay.
pretty close.
All right, thank you. Sergeant Pfeiffer, did you have an opportunity to look at the clothing items that were with those remains?
Yes, I did.
All right. Were those clothing items collected?
Yes.
When they were collected, how were they collected?
At the initial scene, everything was collected and remained with the skeletal remains as much as possible.
Okay. Were those clothing items then placed into the body bag with the skeletal remains?
Yes.
Did those items originally then go to the state medical examiner's office for purposes of the autopsy performed by Dr. Kelly Cruz and by Dr. Heather Garvin?
Yes, it did.
Once the autopsy was completed, did those clothing items come back to the Davenport Police Department?
They were transferred to the DCI crime lab for further evidentiary analysis, and then eventually came back to the Davenport police evidence.
Okay. Speak to that particular topic. Why were these clothing items sent off to the DCI laboratory for analysis?
I had requested analysis of those items for DNA comparison and any sort of traces of biohazard evidence, blood, and bleach.
Okay. Given the environment that this clothing was found in, did you have concerns about whether or not its exposure to environmental factors would impact the ability to do that analysis?
Yes.
Did you still submit those items?
Yes, I did.
All right. What was the nature of the requests that were made when those clothing items were sent to the DCI?
Just as I had previously stated, to check for any comparative and identifiable DNA profiles, and including that of blood or any other sort of biological evidence that could be identified.
When you looked at the clothing, did you notice anything about any particular article of clothing that was of interest to you, knowing that Mr. Dinkins had purchased bleach at the Walmart sometime after 7 a.m. on July 10th?
Yes.
Describe.
I had observed the area of the black basketball shorts that were visible on the top facing the sky to have some discoloration. I had asked the criminalist at the DCI lab to check those in that area and provide any explanation to that discoloration.
Okay. Did you have any concerns about whether or not the shorts' exposure to environmental elements might impact their ability to do that analysis?
Yes.
Did you still submit it anyway?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, the projectiles that were covered there at the scene, were those also sent back after the state medical examiner's office concluded their autopsy?
Yes.
Was any submission made to the DCI lab relative to those projectiles?
Yes, there was.
Okay. We're going to stop at that juncture, and you and I are going to jump ahead, if we could. When the bullets were recovered with the skeletal remains, was there a search of that area for any other items that were non-skeletal related and non-clothing related?
Yes.
Explain.
After the discovery of two missile projectiles, which would also be commonly as the bullet side of a cartridge, there was a search done of that entire area for shell casings.
Were any shell casings found?
No.
Based on your experience as a law enforcement officer, what deductions did you make from that?
The two, that there's either a revolver style handgun involved, or that they're just simply not there.
Okay. Would that give rise to the possibility that if a semi-automatic had been used, somebody had collected spent shell casings?
Yes.
All right. Now, explain why a revolver was a consideration with no shell casings being found.
The operational fundamentals of a revolver style gun involves a rotating cylinder, and typically they hold 5 or 6 ammunition cartridges. And every time the trigger is depressed, the cylinder rotates one rotation, placing another cylinder well in view of the firing pin and lines up with the barrel.
Okay. What happens then when the trigger is pulled, the firing pin hits the back of that casing?
It discharges the primer, which ignites the gunpowder inside the cartridge and sends the projectile downrange through the barrel. It's different than in a semi-automatic pistol, where when that exact same process is taken out, the semi-automatic pistol cycles off the gas charge from that discharge, and there is a casing extractor that grabs a hold of that casing and removes it and strips it from the gun barrel, and there is an ejector lever that kicks that brass casing out of the firearm, at which time simultaneously a fresh cartridge comes out of the magazine feeding device inside the grip of the pistol and charges the barrel with a new round if there's one available.
Walk us through that same process at the point that the trigger is pulled. on a revolver and what happens to that casing?
When the trigger is pulled on a revolver, the cylinder rotates and it keeps that cartridge within the cylinder. There's no automatic process of ejecting it. It would have to be a manual process that involves some sort of release lever and indexing the cylinder out of the line of the firing pin and the barrel. And then those cartridges can be manually removed or fall out if gravity allows it.
Given recognition to those two possibilities, did that prompt a decision to do further investigation out there in the area of Kunal Implement after the recovery of the skeletal remains had occurred?
Yes, it did.
Describe.
After attending the autopsy with Dr. Cruz and Dr. Garvin, and it was determined that the skeletal remains had evidence of bullet wound paths, which were relayed to me during that observation. I updated, at the time, Scott County Attorney Mike Walton of those findings and the proximity of this pond area, and we discussed the environmental makeup of that area. And it was decided through our conversation to explore ways to either drain that pond to search it or figure out what our options were to search that for a potential firearm.
When you attended the autopsy, did you learn how many projectiles actually had been recovered?
Yes.
And then I'm going to say bullets. How many bullets were recovered?
There was 3 total. There was 1 stuck to her hair that was not observed at the original collection.
Okay, so then going back to the topic of exploring options as it relates to the pond, what approach was taken?
I had reached out to a local dive recovery team here in the Quad Cities called Big River Rescue, and they have assisted law enforcement with recovery of different things out of our Mississippi River when we have vehicles and evidence and things of that nature. I had made initial contact with Mark Poulos, who is the director, I guess, of that operation, and had discussed some limited details of what I was looking for and the possibilities of his team assisting with that.
Spell Mark Poulos for our record.
I think it's Polous.
All right, we'll get that from Mark, but you're not quite sure about that.
Not positive.
Okay, all right, so then when you reached out to Mark Poulos, what determination was made about their ability to be able to assist?
I shared the location with him, and he made a determination off of the GPS area and the overview maps that he felt his dive team would be able to at least explore the possibilities. He said that his recovery team uses high-powered magnet detection sort of equipment that's much more powerful than that of what the average person would be able to have.
Okay. What date did those recovery efforts take place?
April 3rd of 21.
Okay. Describe what developed on April 3rd of 2021.
I had taken Detective Hammis and Detective Obert up there with me, as well as the members of that dive team. They put a small boat launched into that pond along with their divers and their various sets of diving equipment and what they use. Within about 35 to 40 minutes, one of the divers had indicated he had felt what he was pretty confident as being a firearm in the mud under the water.
All right. Were steps taken to recover that firearm from the pond?
Yes, initially I had them install a buoy identifier to put in the ground where it was so that I could later identify that from using a drone to take measurements and identify where it was in relation to the shoreline.
Okay. Do you recall what that measurement was?
About 65 to 68 feet from the clearing where you see the vehicles parked, which is one of the few access points that's cleared from the tree coverage.
Okay. And then you're speaking in terms of feet and not yards, correct?
Correct.
All right. And I just want to make sure, just in case someone describes yards as a basis of measurement. With that measurement of 68 feet, if an individual were to stand there at the edge of the pond, how easy would it be to be able to cast a gun out there into the water where it was located?
I didn't try, but I think it's possible.
Okay. All right. Continue.
From that point, the weapon was removed from that particular area of the pond once the buoy was installed with an anchor. I made a phone call to Special Agent Rick Ron, and we spoke with a criminalist from the DCI lab to better understand the best way to preserve that weapon. My understanding of metal and water and air is immediate rust, and I wanted to make sure that we had the best environment to preserve that. The direction I received was to put the firearm in a bucket of water that contained the same water from the pond in order to maintain the pH and mineral balance and everything that it had been existing in since it was installed in that particular environment.
Once the gun was recovered, did you have an opportunity to view the gun?
I did, yes.
What type of gun was it?
It's a Lasari Comanche. 38 special was the caliber of it.
Okay. Spell Lasari and Comanche for our record.
I believe it's Laserre.
All right.
And Comanche is like the town on the map, Camache possibly.
Certainly. And you said it was a revolver?
Yes.
All right. With a revolver, if you look at it, do you have any ability to look at the cylinder and to see if there's casings in the cylinder itself to some extent?
There, on this particular firearm, there was a very minimal space to view on the left side of the firearm as you would hold it. There is a little bit of a cutaway opening, and the two cartridges that were viewable through there, I could tell that the primer had been, it has a D10 in it, which indicates that casing was fired by virtue of the firing pin striking that. And then, like I had mentioned earlier, the rotation of the cylinder moving that. The other areas within that cylinder towards the right had what I could see as just brass cartridges in there, but I was unable to tell at that time if they were full cartridges, if they've been discharged. And I was not wanting to disturb that mechanism or anything like that until there was better advice from firearms experts in that area.
Certainly. Was the firearm in its original condition submitted to the DCI laboratory?
Yes, it was.
What request did you make of that firearm and the projectiles or the bullets that were recovered from the remains of Breasia Terrell?
I asked their ballistics department to, if possible, test fire that weapon to see if it produced comparable results with the bullets found at that scene.
Okay. Take that a step further and explain, just as a source of education. When a firearm is used and bullets travel down the barrel of the gun, are there markings left on that bullet?
Yes.
Okay. Are those markings unique to the gun as a result of what occurs during the manufacturing process?
Yes.
All right. So did you know if the bullets were in good enough condition that could be done?
I did not until I had submitted them.
At any rate, did you make that request?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been to State's Exhibit 120-1 through, not 120, let's start that again. Let the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 20-1 through 20-15. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 20-1 through 20-15. I'd like for you to look at that group exhibit and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that group exhibit?
This group of photos depicts photos of the gun recovered from the pond on April 3rd.
Okay. Are those accurate depictions of the gun?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce the exhibit.
I have no objection.
That group exhibit will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
Starting with State's Exhibit 20-1, what is this exhibit, very simply?
It's a photo identification card.
All right. Does this relate to the item of evidence that we've been speaking about, specifically the gun?
Yes, it does.
All right. State's Exhibit 20-2.
That is the bucket that was acquired on scene at the original collection for the firearm.
Was this bucket used to collect water from the pond to keep the gun in its original environment?
Yes, it was.
All right. And then just very simply, as we look at State's Exhibits 20-3 and 20-4, very simply, what is it that we're seeing in these exhibits?
You're seeing the bucket the firearm was in, and it is sealed with seal tape and it's contained within a lock cage. And due to the fact the firearm was presumed loaded at that time, I secured it in the area where our vehicles are stored as secured evidence, just to rule out any issues of that gun potentially discharging inside the building.
20-5.
That is the firearm.
As
looks
we go through these
destroyed.
photographs, are pictures taken of the gun from various sides so that we can see what it looked like?
Yes,
Okay, and would that be true of State's Exhibit 20-6?
yes.
Now, with respect to photographs, does law enforcement look for any type of identifiers on the gun?
Yes, we typically will look for the serial number initially.
Okay, and in this next series, with the gun being submerged in water, State's Exhibit 20-7, going to State's Exhibit 20-8, what are we looking at relative to these particular photographs?
A couple of things of note, as you can see, the orange discoloration. You see within these striation marks and characteristics up here at the front sight, that rust happens basically instantaneously once it meets air. So it was constantly having to go back into the water while we took these photos and rotated it to slow down the deterioration of that surface. But most notably in this frame, you see the identifier of the Comanche 2 inscribed in there.
Okay. Going back to the previous photograph, is there anything that's showing up there?
You're starting to see the stainless color of the metal.
All right. Going to State's Exhibit 20-9, 20-10. Tell us what it is that's depicted here and why these photographs were taken.
These photographs are taken to identify the serial number that's stamped in the firearm.
All right. Why do serial numbers become important?
Serial numbers on firearms are important to identify the origin of the gun, potentially identify the original purchaser, and any information that it would be stolen.
State's Exhibit 20-11.
That depicts the manufacturer of that particular firearm.
Does this give you a spelling for the manufacturer?
It does.
Okay, so go ahead and give us that spelling so we've got a correct spelling.
So the Lassari is spelled Lassee.
All right. In law enforcement, you work with guns. No, I still got more photographs in this one. But as far as this particular brand is concerned, Lassari Comanche, is this something that is a brand that you see very commonly?
I had never seen one until that day.
And then what was the caliber?
38 special.
And see, and that's what I was just going to say. I was going to say, I'd never seen that brand before, Lassari. I've never, I mean, not that I'm a big gun enthusiast, but I do own, but I'd never seen that before. Hey, Andy, welcome in, love. How are you? So good to see you on this fine Tuesday. It's Tuesday, isn't it? Yes, I think it's Tuesday still.
38 special. In law enforcement, given the investigations that you have been involved with, is there a fairly typical type of gun as far as the caliber of bullets that you have recovered?
It varies between a few sizes.
Okay, and what would those sizes be?
9mm is very common. 38 special is the most common revolver size cartridge for a revolver. And then 45 calibers, there's 38 autos, and 22s are fairly common in shooting scenes.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 20-12, looking at that. And then again, 20-13, again, looking at that. 20-14, and then 20-15. Can you explain what's being depicted in this series of photographs?
So on the what? Okay, so on.
You want me to go back to the earlier one?
I can explain whatever you have, just
there.
whatever
Yeah.
you're ready. So on this particular view on 20-12, you're seeing the left side of the cylinder as you would hold the firearm. And you can see there's inscriptions on these brass cartridges. Those two both indicate Winchester 38 special.
Okay, going to 20-13.
That view is pretty much unchanged from the last one.
20-14.
The angularity of this photo creeps in a little bit between the space between the breech face of the firearm and the cylinder wall. And if you look at these particular detents, it might be harder to see on that monitor, but right here is we call firing pin detent in the primer. And it's also visible on this lower cartridge. There is a detent in that primer face, which would presumably be generated by the firing pin.
All right, so when you talk about those detents in this section of the cartridge, does that mean that the trigger's already been pulled and the bullet in that casing has already been ejected from the firearm?
Yes.
All right, and then finally going to State's Exhibit 20-15.
That's a view of the right side of the pistol, or the revolver. And you can just not see the face of that casing cartridge to see if those primer detents have been depressed or not.
Okay, was that left alone for the DCI to examine and make a determination about whether or not there were just simply spent casings within the cylinder, or if there were actual bullets still within the cylinder?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel with remark as State's Exhibit 108. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's remarked in State's
Oh,
Exhibit.
here's the bucket.
108. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 108?
Yes, that's the bucket that we put the firearm in.
All right. Are the seals still intact on that exhibit?
They're broke.
Yes, they are from,
That's broke.
this one's February
Stop.
7th of
That
23.
seal is broke.
Would we receive that item back from the DCI lab after they finished all of their testing?
Yes, we would.
Okay. Do you know if all of the casings have been removed from that gun?
I have not seen the gun since it's been returned, but the reports I've read indicate that they were examined.
Okay, all right. You know what? We've just identified it, but just to be safe, I'm not going to move to admit that, Your Honor. Okay. And then finally, I'd like to go through a number of exhibits, if I could, with you. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit.
Get out from behind my computer. Lola.
136, 137. May I approach?
You may.
All right. I'd like for you to look at those exhibits and tell me if you recognize those.
Exhibit number 133 is explained as box C containing a projectile from hair. Exhibit 136 is described as item C, 1 bullet. Exhibit 137 is described as item C, 1 deformed bullet.
Were these the bullets that were recovered from the remains of Breasia Terrell?
Yes,
Okay. And then were these the items that were within the body bag and recovered from her hair at the point of autopsy?
yes.
Describe the chain of custody maintained for those items of evidence then.
The chain of custody would have been transferred from the officers at the scene with the DCI crime scene collection team, turned over to the Clinton County Medical Examiner, and then delivered to the Iowa State Office of Medical Examiners in Ankeny, Iowa, all contained within the body,
Okay.
to then be opened up and analyzed for autopsy purposes.
Once that process was completed, did it come back to the Davenport Police Department for resubmission to the DCI laboratory?
For this particular case, because the DCI had an open investigation, I was able to transfer the evidence to the next building in their crime lab without bringing it back to Davenport, issuing stickers and driving it back up there.
Does the DCI have a building that's connected to the State Medical Examiner's office?
Yes,
All right, and so that's how that process was facilitated?
yes, it's all one complex.
And then once the DCI had finished their analysis, did those items come back to the Davenport Police Department to be stored in our permanent evidence vault?
Yes, it did.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibits 33, 36, and 37. Oh, 133, 136, and 137. Thank you.
I think probably the witness should open the envelopes and identify the contents before they're offered.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, do you have a pair of gloves right there?
I do.
Let me approach. I've got a pair of scissors for you.
We're just gonna have to cut the top. This particular package
I just caught my
has
dogs in the closet.
been packaged
You are
with the
not supposed to
DCI
be in the
lab
closet.
barcode number on it, which is depicted as 2020-16859.
Sir, go. Now go play.
Okay.
Go play.
And what item of evidence would that be?
It came from the envelope from Exhibit 133 that is identified as item 505 in our Davenport Police evidence.
And what was
Docket.
the physical description for that item of evidence?
It is box C, projectile from hair.
Okay. If you could go ahead and open that up so that we can then have an opportunity to view it once the state offers it into evidence.
The inscription on this package that came from within that, it's identified as Doe adolescent, indicating it's an unidentified person at this point in time. Within that envelope, there's a small cardboard box, and it has a sticker on it from the state medical examiner, again with the name being Doe adolescent. And the inscriptions on it are projectile from hair.
And then have you had an opportunity to observe that?
And so inside this, there are fragments of a bullet, and there is one that is more intact than the other one. There's a significant, what we would describe it as mushrooming at the front end of the bullet.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 133.
No objection.
Exhibit 132.
She could have put it under the Elmos. We all
Sergeant
could
Piper,
see down it.
are you able to speak to what type of circumstance would cause the mushrooming of a bullet?
I can speak to it in a generality. When a projectile is fired from a gun barrel, it travels obviously at a high speed. And when it hits something harder than itself, it begins to either flatten or fragment.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish State's Exhibit 133?
You may.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, for purposes of the record, I'm holding an item underneath the Elmo, and I'm turning it over. Right now, in terms of what I'm showing, what portion of the bullet are we looking at here?
So the part that you have visible there, you can see it has a number 4 etched in it, and that corresponds with the number that's written on that box. And that would be the side of the bullet that would be inside the cartridge, facing the firing pin.
Certainly.
If it was installed.
And then as I turn it over,
That would be the front end of the bullet, and that, again, I describe it as a mushrooming effect. And you can see some of the striations in the side profile in one particular spot, which comes from the crimping in the front nose of a projectile.
all right, and then I've picked up another item. And what does this item represent?
They are fragments of another bullet.
Okay, and then if we could, picking up yet another item, what are we seeing here?
That is the part of the projectile stuck to the hair.
All right, let's proceed to State's Exhibit 136. If you could open that up.
So the one I have is exhibit number 136, Davenport Police Evidence number 512. It's described as item C, 1 bullet. The seal tape is free on this particular one. And this is yet another bullet that you can tell is mostly intact, and there is a hole in the center of it.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 136.
No objection.
There's also a scratched indicator on the back, the number 17, which correlates to the numbering on this box is 17.
Certainly. Your Honor, may I publish that item?
Exhibit 136 is admitted.
I'm
You
being
may.
fooled. Move away. Answer from me.
As I publish this underneath the Elmo, and let me turn it around so that we can look at it. The portion that is being displayed right now, what would that represent?
Again, that would be the end of the bullet that would be inside the cartridge between the gunpowder and the primer.
Okay. This particular view here,
A side profile,
and then,
and that would be the front edge of the round.
all right, take us to State's Exhibit 137.
It is. It's called the Elmo. The little, I know it took me a long time to figure out that the Elmo is not actually like Elmo, like Bert and Ernie Elmo. It's little projector. So it is an Elmo. Yes, it's an Elmo.
State's Exhibit 137 comes from a bag identified in the Davenport Police Evidence System as 513. The description is one deformed bullet. The markings on this particular little white box say it's bullet number 2 with the case number and a specific item number of 18. And contained within this is another bullet that has a little bit of a mushrooming effect at the top of it, which would be the front end of it. And the back side of the bullet has scratch number 18 in it, which correlates with all of these numbers.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 137.
No objection.
Exhibit 137 will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
What portion of the bullet am I showing now? And first of all, what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and manipulate it and turn it around. But that being said, what portion are we seeing here?
That's I would call it the rear of the bullet, again, between the gunpowder and the primer inside the cartridge.
This perspective,
Side profile of the round.
and then this perspective.
That would be the front edge. And you can notice on this particular one, it has the
Hola,
column
vamos.
center of it.
¿Cómo está?
Your Honor, may the record reflect
I think you're right, Indy.
that I'm showing counsel.
I think you're
It
right.
has been marked as State's Exhibit 134. $130.
I love her dress. I know she's talking, so I can talk over her for a minute. But I really like that
And
dress. I'm all for like summery sleeveless dresses and
May I
stuff.
touch your
I
arm?
like it,
You may.
and I love green. So, I would wear it. I'd wear the shit out of that dress.
Sergeant Piper, I've opened these items
Indeed.
up for purposes of your testimony. So I want you to go through and let's identify each of those exhibits. State's Exhibit 130. What is State's Exhibit 130?
130 is described as a shirt.
Are you familiar with this item of evidence?
Yes.
Okay. When we talk about shirt, where was this item recovered from?
This would be the shirt recovered during the autopsy.
And was this the shirt that was intertwined with the skeletal remains?
Well, I haven't
Terrell.
looked inside here yet, but
Okay, all right, so go ahead and look inside there. I have a trash bag, or not a trash bag, I have a trash can right there next to you. And please utilize that if you could.
would you like it out of the bag?
Yes. Having an opportunity to look at State's Exhibit 130, do you recognize what State's Exhibit 130 is?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 130?
It is the shirt that was wrapped around the skeletal remains of Breasia Terrell.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 130.
No objection.
Exhibit 130 will be admitted.
Is the clothing tag still attached so that you could give us the
Content warning, guys. Content warning. I will say it verbally. Deep breath. Okay. It's hard to watch.
size?
Yes, it is.
And what is the size?
4XL.
All right, go ahead and place 130 back into the bag. I'm handing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 131. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 131?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 131?
They are the black basketball style shorts that were on the body of Breasia Terrell.
And then can you see those items or that item? And please use the trash can too for that item. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 131?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
They are the shorts that were worn by Breasia Terrell when we recovered her body.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 131.
No objection.
Is there a clothing tag attached to those shorts?
Yes, there is.
What is the size?
I'm not really able to discern that.
That's all right. Now, Sergeant Pfeiffer, let me ask you this. When you looked at those shorts, did you indicate that you had noticed discoloration?
Yes.
Where specifically on those shorts? And if you could hold it up so that we could see that.
So what it caught my attention by discoloration is these are black shorts as described by Aisha Langford that she was wearing when she had last seen her. And all through this area, and this is the front of her shorts, which would have been facing up towards the sky upon her discovery. And there are different areas where the black color is faded. And it's just indicative of fading.
All right. By virtue of you having noted the fading in the color, did that form the basis of a request that you made of the DCI that you previously talked about?
Yes.
And that being?
I wanted them to check for any chemical compositions and definitely including bleach that would contribute to this discoloration.
All right. Take us to State's Exhibit 132.
For the purposes of the record, 131 is submitted.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Let me make sure I've got my numbers right.
This is 132.
Yes, that's 132.
So Exhibit 132 is described as bra.
All right. And again, look at that item and tell me if you recognize that item.
This is the bra that was attached to the body of Breasia Terrell when she was recovered.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 132.
I have no objection.
Exhibit 132 is admitted.
And then finally go to State's Exhibit 134.
Exhibit 134 is described as a white turquoise slide sandal.
Please look at that item and tell me if you recognize it.
This is the slide, this blue and white, that was adjacent to the area where Breasia's body was found.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 134.
No objection.
Exhibit 134 will be admitted.
last topic of conversation, Sergeant Pfeiffer. We've engaged in discussion with Detective Obert about various search warrants that were executed at the residence of Nita McQuay, Genesis Johnson, and also out at the Jersey Meadow apartment complex, specifically apartment number 8. Was law enforcement interested in trying to find those two 81-ounce bottles of Clorox that had been purchased by Mr. Dinkins at the Walmart there in Clinton after 7 a.m. on July 10th?
Yes, we were.
Were they ever recovered?
No.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze, would you prefer to wait till tomorrow?
I would.
We will do that.
Thank you, Judge.
We'll be adjourned for the day. We'll reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Okay, with that, we're going to switch to day 10. We're going to watch probably about 2 hours, which will get me till 7. And then we'll break. And I have an 8 o'clock stream coming up for mental health hump day check-in. So, I don't know. We'll see. I know. That really got me. I didn't want to see that. The little bra. Yeah, it got me. I had to look away for a minute. I to redirect my mind. And as always, if any of y'all ever need to step away from mental health break, I totally get it. These trials are hard. These trials can be very emotionally hard on us.
Officer Pfeiffer, I'm swearing you in again. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth,
And
nothing
it's
but the
Officer Pfeiffer again. Bless his heart.
I was alerted. I know, Mr. Freeze, you're going to start your cross-examination. It's my understanding the state would like to reopen its direct examination. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. There.
Any objection?
Ms. Cunningham talked to me. I have no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Freeze. You may proceed.
Thank you. Sergeant Pfeiffer, I just had 2 additional topics that I wanted to discuss with you. When you went out to the area of Kunow Implement on the evening of March 22nd of 2021, there along 270th Avenue, how would you describe the lighting conditions, if you recall?
On the initial night,
Yes.
it was just becoming dark.
Okay. Were you there well after dark?
Yes.
And then as far as lighting in that area, is there any type of street lights in that area after dark? Well, are there any street lights, or is it a rural area that you only have the natural lighting that you would see at night?
It is very rural. There was no lighting near where I was.
Okay, thank you. Additionally, after the Laceer Comanche was recovered from the pond, did you direct a firearms trace to be conducted on that firearm?
Yes, I did.
Explain.
I submitted the serial number to our gun investigation unit. And at that time, Detective Nathan Thomas of our gun unit submitted it to the portal where those trace searches are done for serial numbers on firearms.
Okay. How does that process work?
The serial numbers are tracked in the ATF database based off of the 4473 ATF form that is filled out when a person purchases a firearm from a FFL dealer.
And so before you take that a step further, if an individual goes into a business to purchase a firearm, what does that process look like?
So you have to present your identification card of who you are. You complete the 4473 ATF form, which has a long list of questions. They cover your status of if you're a felon, addicted to controlled substances. There's many questions, but they're of that nature to basically see if you're capable of possessing a firearm. That firearm, although filled out electronically, it is stored locally at those each FFL dealers. The information regarding the serial number and the purchase with very limited transaction information is then forwarded to the ATF. So upon making these e-trace searches for serial numbers on firearms, we obtain very aggregate information, and it results in the location of the FFL dealer that last had a recorded sale of a particular firearm. From that point, investigators would have to respond to that particular location to obtain a physical copy of those forms.
Okay, so then the last point of sale, if a firearm had been acquired legally, is that where the documentation is going to be located?
Yes.
All right. In this particular case, were those steps followed for the LaSire Comanche with the serial number 184998?
We were not able to obtain the form when the trace came back. Agent Pessman from the ATF had informed us that the shop in Iowa City, Iowa, who had handled that last recorded transaction had gone out of business in 2014, and the records were being moved to a different owner of that store. It was relayed to me through emails and through Agent Pessman that there was records that they believed were lost in a flood that took place in the Iowa City and Cedar Rapids area, and I believe it was 2009.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I previously provided counsel a copy of State's Exhibit 155. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to use State's Exhibit 155 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 155?
Yes, Exhibit 155 is the results of the E-trace for the LaSire Comanche 238 special revolver.
Okay. In this particular firearms trace summary, does it speak to the issue of the wholesaler retailer no longer being in business?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And does this apply to the gun that we're talking about?
Yes, it does. The serial number depicted on this trace form is 184998.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 155.
No objection.
That exhibit will be admitted.
The state has no further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Cunningham, if you could just hang on to that for a short bit, I want to use that. Detective Pfeiffer, looking at State's Exhibit 155, that indicates that this LaSire 38 revolver came into the hands of the dealer in November of 2007, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the firearm that was tested was a LaSire 38 special Comanche revolver, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have no records, no reports that this firearm was ever stolen. Is that
Correct.
true?
Correct.
You inspected the firearm, you saw a serial number, correct?
Correct.
So the serial number was not obliterated.
No.
No one ever reported this firearm used in a crime prior to this one, correct?
That's correct.
So the signs that we look for weapons being previously used in a crime, filed off serial numbers, stolen firearms, things of that nature, those weren't present here, were they?
No, they were not.
Okay. So for purposes of this record, this firearm was legally possessed up until the time you ran the check on April 6, 2021, right?
There's no information to say otherwise.
Was a llama revolver ever recovered in this investigation?
I don't know one off the top. Maybe you have a location or anything more specific.
No, I'm just asking in general. You know what the firearm brand llama is?
I have not heard of it, no.
Okay. Now,
Heard of a llama firearm?
why was the FBI brought in on this investigation?
In the initial phases of this case, there was members of the police command and administration busy trying to figure out where resources were going to come from. We were in a time of COVID staffing issues and dealing with staffing shortages within our own local agency. There were powers that be from well above my pay grade, and they began reaching out for the best advice early on while I was still out in the field. And upon my return to the office that day, I was informed that the FBI was contacted by police command and they were going to be responding on some sort of level.
To the best of your knowledge, did the FBI get contacted because of the resources that they have that perhaps local police did not have?
I believe that's part of it.
And the protocol and the testing equipment they may have that local or state police may not have?
It's possible, yes.
Is it fair for me to say that when items are sent off to the FBI crime lab for testing at Quantico, that we're sending items for testing at a place where, frankly, we have the best of the best in the country?
Yes.
Okay. Were you the point of contact or the liaison between local police and the FBI?
For many things, some of it existed in the upper command ranks of the agency.
Did you inform the FBI that Breasia Terrell was in that Impala?
In the initial phases, yes.
Okay. What evidence did you have that she was actually physically inside that Impala?
Just statements.
From who?
From Andrea Culberson.
And what did Andrea Culberson say that allowed you to conclude that Ms. Terrell was inside in that car?
So as far as being directly inside, I don't recall her being specific as you're saying. The inference of her standing next to the car, and then at the same time Henry Dinkins left, she was no longer standing by the car, and Henry Dinkins and Breasia Terrell were both gone, as well as the maroon Impala.
Okay. So that was the leap in logic that you made, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you understand that because of that inference, that assumption, the FBI did not do certain tests on the inside of that Impala, correct?
Which tests?
For DNA.
In a matter of it being a car that you would be familiar with, certain forms of DNA would be appropriately in those areas.
Well, assume for a minute that Breasia Terrell, we're trying to put her inside that Impala. You would want, first of all, in your training and experience, to be able to place her inside that car, would you not?
I would.
And if we don't have any eyewitness testimony or statements that absolutely put her in that car, we would want some physical evidence to put her in that car, would we not?
We would.
And if she hadn't ridden in that car before, DNA evidence would be helpful to put her in that car, right?
It would.
So are you now aware that the FBI did not test that car for any DNA evidence apart from blood and semen?
I guess I'm not sure what forms of substances that we're getting at.
Sweat, tears, saliva, skin cells, any form of DNA.
So in my experience of collecting DNA, there are a few bodily fluids that retain, I guess, the DNA integrity far more than others.
So we don't try?
I don't know with specificity what the FBI did in their methodology for their scouring of the vehicles and then the testing processes they did. None of it came from our direction.
Okay. Well, you read the reports from the FBI, right?
I have.
And those reports said we did not test for DNA other than blood and semen, right?
Yes, I do.
Did it ever occur to you to communicate back with them and say, why don't we try for other types of DNA now?
With them being the experts in the standard of it there, it was all left to them.
Same thing with trace evidence. What's trace evidence?
So with respect to trace evidence, it can be different samples of hair, it can be skin flakes, it can be a multitude of different things expelled from the human body.
And once again, if we don't have eyewitness testimony or some other testimony that puts Breasia in that car, trace evidence can be very valuable, can it not?
It can be if it's possible to be used, and we have a very low to no success rate of trace evidence being developed with the profile.
Okay. So once again, we don't try?
That's on the FBI. That was all part of their investigation.
You saw the reports from the FBI that said they didn't test for trace evidence in that Impala, right?
I did.
Did you think to maybe call back your contact at the FBI and say, hey, maybe we should be looking for Breasia Terrell's hair, skin particles, something else?
I had several communications with our local agent, Cameron Smith, about things that I felt were missed through a couple different processes by them. And they remained at the level the FBI left it at.
So the FBI decided not to test, is what you're saying? Okay. You testified you sent certain items off to the DCI to be tested for bleach, right?
Yes.
So I can assume that the DCI at least has the capabilities to test items for the presence of bleach, right?
Yes.
Is it fair for me to assume then that the FBI has the same capability?
I would imagine so.
Did anyone ask the FBI to test any item that was sent there for the presence of bleach?
I don't know specifically what's in all of those reports. Their evidence requests were made and completed by FBI agents.
Would you have preferred to see items tested for bleach if you would have made those requests?
Yes, I would.
And that's because the assumption is that Mr. Dinkins killed evidence, DNA type evidence, physical type evidence with bleach, right?
It's a possibility.
And would you agree with me, being the kind of case agent in this case, that we have no evidence that bleach was used anywhere in this case?
Correct. There's no signs of it being revealed in any sort of test.
Okay. So just to summarize, we have no DNA at all putting Breasia Terrell in that car, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I think so.
For all this.
No blood, no semen connecting either Breasia Terrell to Henry Dinkins or vice versa.
Correct.
You were involved in some interviews of this young boy named DL, right?
Yes.
Now, by the time you were involved with interviewing him, how many times had he been interviewed prior?
I had him in a vehicle ride with Detective Hamas, and I believe at that point he had had 2 structured interviews prior to that.
And you reviewed those interviews prior to taking him on the ride?
I had summaries given to me by the people who did them.
So the summaries you were given in the interviews prior, he had not talked about any bloody machete in those first 2 interviews, had he?
There's 2 different things there. I guess you're asking if I can clarify it.
Sure.
I had information that he saw a machete and then it was wiped off.
Okay. But you have information that he made that disclosure to Detective Hamas, right?
Yes.
And you also had information that when he made that disclosure to Detective Hamas, she dug a little deeper into how he knew that, right?
Yes.
And he told her that he was told, DL, by an officer downtown about the bloody machete, right?
I don't remember the exact contents of that one.
Okay. Well, Detective Hamas, when she interviews people, she reduces that to a report, right?
Yes.
And she's a good report writer, right?
She is.
Very thorough, right?
Yes, she is.
And if that's in one of her reports, we can rely on that as likely being true.
I would.
Okay, we can talk to her about that, and we will. He also, DL, talked about Credit Island. Did you go with him to Credit Island?
On the day that I was with him, yes.
Did it turn out that Credit Island really had any relevance to this investigation?
Not with respect to the overall discovery, other than the phone records and video shows they were in the area of Credit Island.
Did he talk to you about Henry going fishing there?
No.
Did he tell you that Henry got out and there were 6 people there?
At Credit Island?
Yes.
I don't recall it if there was.
Okay. But that'd be a detail that, had he told you, you'd likely remember. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
You'd want to know if other people were present, and you note that, right?
I would, yes.
And how did it happen that DL wound up north on 61 going toward Clinton?
The area north of Scott County is an area that I wanted to explore for purposes of his memory recollection. I'm referring to DL, based off of the cell phone ping at the Comanche, Iowa, which is adjacent to Clinton, just on the south side of it.
Okay, so DL didn't direct you that route. It was officers having knowledge of phone pings taking him to the north side of Davenport heading toward Clinton, right?
Yes, and in a full aspect of that, when Henry Dinkins and DL left the apartment just after sunup that morning, they were together, leaving there by statements of, in totality, how we came across DL later that morning, and by Andrea Culberson saying that DL left with his father in those early daylight hours. And then vehicle surveillance shows the maroon Impala traveling north out of the city of Davenport and goes by a couple different highway cameras. So that creates that distance north where DL would likely be in the vehicle, and is going towards the direction of the Comanche phone ping that we had knowledge of by the time that took place.
Well, sure, and I understand all that. But what I'm saying is, this little boy didn't say, hey, we need to go north of town toward Clinton. It was officers who put him in the car and start heading that way as the basis for going toward Clinton, right?
Correct.
And DL had no memories of going out toward Clinton on 61 until you guys started driving that way, right?
Correct.
And at this point, this is the 3rd time he's been interviewed. He still hasn't said anything about going to Walmart, has he?
I don't believe so.
Right. Now, as you go north toward Clinton on 61, you seem to put some stock in the fact that he makes a comment in passing about you need to keep going when you turned east toward Clinton, right?
He did make that comment, yes.
Why didn't you keep going?
For me at that point in time, I knew of the Walmart and I knew where the phone ping came from. And I believe that to be something that would be the freshest for a memory recall event, to get in an area that would most likely be factually rememberable.
Well, because he's told a couple different stories at this point, you'd agree, right?
Different, yes. Some things not flowing
Right, so at this point, you're having a hard time figuring out what he's saying is credible and what he's saying that's not credible. Is that a fair statement?
Mixed with confusion, yes.
Okay. Did he tell you he fell asleep in that at any point in time?
I don't recall if he did or not.
When he got him to the Walmart, did he have a recollection of going to Walmart?
Yes, he did.
So it's that point in time when you drive him to this Walmart, he says, "Oh yeah, I remember I was here now," right?
He did.
And it was at that time he says, "Oh yeah, now I remember playing with Dad's phone," right?
Yes.
But it wasn't until then that he coughed up the information about the phone and saying very specifically, "I took the battery out and put it back in because I was worried about getting in trouble," right?
Correct.
Now, did you interview him after that ride at all?
No. I mean, there's conversation in the car, but as far as an interview structure, no.
So after remains were found, you had a conversation with Aisha Langford, right?
We had several, yes.
Well, you had one where you told her that there was a break in the case and then finally that Aisha had been recovered, correct?
Breasia.
Breasia, I'm sorry, right?
Yes.
And you told her that Breasia had been shot, right?
I did.
And you did that just with Aisha in the room. Is that fair?
Aisha was there. I think she had one other family support person. I had also reached out to our advocacy partners who had been with us a couple different times and looking, I don't know if they were there at that moment or not, or just on their way.
Point is, DL wasn't in the room.
He was not in that room. He was in his bedroom, which is just next to that area.
DL is a precocious young boy at that point, right?
Yes.
Kind of rambunctious.
Very.
Okay. Did you get a call from Aisha in the weeks following that disclosure, but before Mr. Dinkins' arrest, that DL now had new information?
Yes.
What was that information?
He had been saying that he saw his dad shoot his sister.
So did you take a report on that?
We met with DHS, who filed a report on it, and we had conversations about that.
With DL?
And Aisha together.
What did DL tell you?
He said that I'm paraphrasing a little, the gist of it was he had looked back and he made some motion of bang, bang, bang of some sort. And it was his dad shooting his sister.
Did you put any credibility in that?
It was very low to no to me.
Why do you say that?
Based on the fact that he heard the conversation that I had with his mother, I had no other ways of corroborating what that was at that point in that phase of the investigation. And there was nothing else to go off of at that point to rule that statement credible or uncredible.
Did he at any point talk to you about being at the scene where supposedly he saw his dad shoot his sister and have him pour bleach on the bushes?
The conversations that I've been a part of, he talked about being there and seeing his dad go down into the wooded area to use the bathroom. And he had this machete with him. And when he came back out of the woods, he wiped it off and put it back in the trunk. And that was the best details that I heard from him.
So he said he wiped the machete off in the wood, right to come out of the woods, not at Schmidt Road?
From my recollection, it was wiped off as he was putting it in the trunk. And then they had later driven that morning down around the Credit Island area, came back to the motorhome, and then it was transferred from the trunk to the inside of the motorhome.
But he never said anything about his dad getting out of the car on gravel road and pouring bleach in the bushes.
I do not recall any of that, no.
If that were testified to here at trial, that'd be the first time you heard it.
Yes.
So there was discussion about this machete and your vast knowledge of that city Davenport maintenance. Have you ever used a machete?
Yes.
Have you ever tried to cut a less than 1 inch round piece of brush or twig with it just by smacking it?
My only experience with it is tall, I call it wheatgrass, tall straw type material is all I've done with one.
Did you inspect the machete in this case?
I did not look at that one up close. It was packaged for evidence processing.
In your view of it though, did it appear to be still sharp? And
from the pictures I saw, I noted to be one that I had not seen before. It was serrated on one side and then had a ground knife edge on the other.
Okay. Didn't appear to be one with heavy use?
Not from what I saw.
So I'm just trying to picture how this physically would have been accomplished. First of all, as I understand it, where Breasia's remains were found, that's where she was killed. Is that a fair statement?
I don't know that anybody can discern that.
Okay. So Mr. Dinkins would have had to be armed with a gun, assuming this is true, that she was killed right there, have a 10-year-old girl with him, keeping her under control. And if the state's intimation is right, chopping branches with a machete to get through the brush, right?
It's not the theory that I necessarily view with it.
Okay, that's fair. And when Breasia's remains were found, the 4X t-shirt was still, to the best we could tell, on her body?
Yes, with the exception of probably being tugged by animals and things like that.
And the bra was still on her body?
Yeah.
And the shorts were still on her body?
Yes.
So she had not been, even by animals, rodents, birds, whatever, disrobed?
No.
Okay. And the results of testing on those items, when they were sent to the DCI lab, no bleach was found?
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you. Sergeant Pfeiffer, you keep being asked questions about no bleach being found. Is that actually an accurate statement relative to the submissions to the DCI lab based on your review of their reports?
I guess with respect to which piece?
Well, for example, with the passage of time, with the exposure of clothing to the elements, does that pose difficulties in being able to test for the presence of bleach?
Yes.
And was that a factor in this particular case?
Yes, I was told that it would be a very improbable amount of potential that bleach would be still detectable after the seasons of rain and snow that had happened during the time that Breasia's body was in the elements.
So is that testimony that we need to wait and hear about from the criminalist who did the testing?
Yes.
All right. Now, Sergeant Pfeiffer, did you have a chance to visit with any of the FBI analysts from Quantico to speak with them about whether or not they even had the instrumentation to test for bleach?
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask you this. We've had a FBI analyst who has come in and testified about that particular topic. Should we rely on the testimony of the FBI analyst who spoke to that issue here in the courtroom?
Yes.
All right. And have you ever worked in a laboratory setting where you do any type of DNA analysis?
No.
Have you ever worked in a laboratory a setting where you do any type of trace evidence analysis?
No.
Have you ever worked in an FBI laboratory setting where you would test for different types of products such as the presence of bleach?
No.
All right. So as far as the individuals who could speak to those issues, who are the individuals' testimony that we should rely upon for that?
The FBI criminalists and the criminalists from DCI.
Certainly. Taking that a step further, when items of evidence are submitted to the DCI laboratory, as a detective over the course of your 2 decades in law enforcement, have you made a number of submissions to the DCI laboratory to ask for items of evidence that are tested?
Yes.
Now, do you have a laundry list of items that you would like to have tested when you do submissions?
Yes.
But does that necessarily mean that the criminalists are going to test everything that you have requested?
No, they can be particular about certain areas of closing, and there is a quantifiable amount of evidence that they have a standard on, and then variances can be authorized.
And so then therefore, do we need to rely on the testimony of the criminalists or the analyst who would speak to those issues and identify what items of evidence would be valuable for purposes of any type of testing that they do?
Yes, we do.
All right. Now let's go back and let's talk about DL. You've been asked a lot of questions about things that DL had stated. Did you ever sit in on the interview that Detective Obert did of DL on July 10th?
No.
Okay. There was a transition from Detective Obert to Detective Maureen Hammes on July 10th, where she then did an interview of DL. Can you speak to that issue and why the child then was subsequently by Detective Hammes?
Other than a particular skill set, Detective Hammes is a certified child forensic interviewer, and she had many years of experience interviewing children in our local Scott County trauma team. We had not always used forensic interviewers. At one time, the Davenport Police Department did a lot of those forensic interviews in-house, and so oftentimes Detective Hammes is tasked with some of those events, especially when they're rapid and evolving.
Certainly. And speaking to that topic, when the initial complaint came in, was the initial complaint ever viewed as an investigation of DL as being a child who had potentially been sexually abused or physically abused?
No.
All right. And so then at the initiation of the investigation, as far as what the perspective of law enforcement was when they started that initial conversation with DL, what was law enforcement trying to accomplish?
At that particular phase, law enforcement was trying to determine who were the people around, when was this child last seen, and were there any other dynamics taking place in the household leading up to this event.
Okay, so within that context then, in speaking with DL, was there, and I don't know if you would know this, but was law enforcement just trying to identify anyone that Breasia would have had contact with, and just a simple timeline of events as they played out?
Yes, we worked on developing a timeline that would show even when the video game system was logged into, I don't remember the game they were playing at this point, but to try to establish the events that they had described playing.
Okay, let's talk about that particular subject matter. During the course of interviews was information provided by Andrea Culberson that both children had been playing video games at her residence.
Yes, there was.
And then while the children were present at her residence, did she have some type of gaming systems that at least one of the children had been using?
Yes, they did.
Okay, so was that gaming system yet another mechanism that was the subject of a search warrant and then processed to determine whether there was evidence which would confirm those reports? The children were playing video games.
Yes, I had one of our investigators conduct a search warrant with the video game platform to verify the internet connectivity through the IP address of that device logged into the server.
I just want to say we know another, maybe I shouldn't, but I'm going to. A lot of us know about another case out there right now that is a missing child that game systems were questioned in. And I am sure that they were looked into just as well as they looked into this one. I just want to throw that out there, just something that popped in my head that I felt I needed to say.
That the game was associated with. I don't know the particular names or platforms of it off the top of my head today, but those results came back and they did corroborate the fact that they were playing the game during at least the 9 p.m. hours that was explained.
All right. Was the perspective of law enforcement changing?
If you know, you know.
As we proceeded from the morning of July 10th through the evening of July 10th?
Yes.
So the initial perspective would have been what?
That Breasia woke up and wandered off.
Okay. And then as the day is proceeding, Mr. Dinkins is interviewed. Aisha Langford is interviewed. We've got the initial interview that Detective Obert has done of Detorius. Andrea Culberson is interviewed. And then we go to a more structured interview of DL. Do the dynamics of the investigation change?
Yes, there's a considerable amount of physical evidence sightings that are compiled early on in the evening hours of July 10th.
Okay. And then so by virtue of that, does that change the complexion of the investigation and then decisions made about doing a different structured type of interview with DL?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you sit in on any of the interviews that Detective Hammes did with DL?
I did not.
Actually, Detective Hammes, would she be the best person to speak to about any statements that DL had provided to her?
She would.
Okay. And then I'm just going to ask this question. It's a very simple yes or no. Were you aware of DL making statements to Detective Hammes about his father having taken bleach down by the water?
No.
All right. So is that a topic that we should talk with Detective Hammes about?
Yes.
I'd like to discuss with you the theory about the use of the machete and discussions we've had about brush that was located near the area of Breasia's remains. You were out there. Just based on what you saw, the brush that you noted had those clean cuts. What was the physical placement of that brush relative to the skeletal remains?
Directly over the area where the remains were.
And so with you seeing that brush with those clean cuts over the top of the skeletal remains, just based on your experience as a law enforcement officer, what did that suggest to you?
That branches were cut while they had full foliage on them and used for concealment of her body.
Okay. Another topic of discussion. DL was how old at the time of this incident?
7 or 8.
Okay. For a child of 8 years old, based on video surveillance footage that was gathered, was that child taken to a number of different locations when he was with his father?
Yes, he was.
And was that verified through video surveillance footage?
Yes.
Now, recognizing that the child was taken out of Scott County to Clinton County, would they have had to have traveled some distance?
Yes.
Okay. Recognizing that the child then was brought back to Davenport down along the area of Credit Island and 743 Schmidt Road, was the child taken some distance?
Yes.
Okay. For an 8-year-old located in a vehicle, typically if we think of an 8-year-old and their stature and their ability to be able to sit high and view out of the windshield, does their size tend to restrict what it is that they're able to see?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review that video footage from the Walmart where Mr. Dinkins is pulling out and we can see that child sitting there in the front passenger seat of the vehicle?
Yes, I have.
All right. And then just based on your observations, if you could give us a perspective of that child and his size relative to what would be his perspective related to the dash, looking out the passenger window or even looking at the windshield. Speak to that topic, if you would, for me.
It's probably an unfair camera angle. These are higher mounted cameras, so you're looking down at more of a bird's eye view into that windshield, but you can discern that there is a smaller person with a white shirt on that remains in the passenger seat while Henry Dinkins goes inside.
Okay. Are you a father?
I am.
And then, of course, when you think about your children at that age, did you have any of your children ever sit in the front seat of your vehicle at that age?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, I think it's very relevant for purposes of perspective.
Sustained.
Relevant.
Have you ever been in a vehicle with a child that age?
I have.
Okay. And when you stop and consider the size of a child in the front passenger seat, would you agree with me that their ability to be able to see out is going to be completely different than your ability to be able to see out?
Yes.
All right. Now, as far as going to Clinton, was Mr. Dinkins inside that Walmart for a significant period of time? And when I say significant, more than a minute or so.
Yes, I believe it was maybe 10.
Okay. And based on the video surveillance footage, was that child then inside that car the entire time?
Yes.
All right. With an 8-year-old child being in a vehicle, and are you able to account for that child's movement around the vehicle?
Not on the inside of the vehicle.
All right. So, just when you think about various circumstances, the typical, human, I guess, evaluation of an incident. You've got an 8-year-old child in the vehicle. So just by saying that you've got an 8-year-old child in the vehicle, the passenger seat, is it natural just to assume that that child just sat there and did nothing else?
Objection, calls for speculation.
It doesn't call for speculation.
I disagree, ma'am. Yeah, it was speculation.
Speaking to the topic of an 8-year-old, do you have to consider the possibility the child may be moving about that vehicle?
You could consider it.
Certainly.
Ma'am?
So let's go past.
Ma'am, you can consider it, but your child should be in a seatbelt. So this is some weird testimony, but okay. I mean,
To the topic of DL and the question of various statements that he made. With every statement that he made through the course of various interviews, did law enforcement take that information and use that as a basis for evidence that they searched for throughout the entirety of the investigation?
Yes.
And with respect to the child's statements, was there either physical evidence or video surveillance footage that was captured that corroborated what that child said?
Yes.
Okay. As a detective involved in this investigation, were you surprised by the amount of independent evidence that was collected that would corroborate details provided by this child?
Objection, irrelevant and immaterial, whether or not he was surprised.
Your Honor, this goes specifically to questions that counsel had asked the witness to suggest that this child was making statements all over the place and you couldn't view the child as credible.
The objection is overruled.
So as far as being surprised, I don't know that's the right phrase for it, but
Go ahead.
the statements were verified by all of those different comparisons of either optical viewings and surveillance or physical evidence recovered based off of statements made.
Okay. With any investigation, when individuals make statements to law enforcement, what does law enforcement do with those statements?
We try to fact check them, and I'm not surprised when people tell the truth, but it has to be verified as much as possible to come to some conclusion of if the statements are valuable or not.
All right. Okay. One final topic of discussion involves council's questions to you relative to the discovery of the skeletal remains and the clothing there about the body. Council asked you whether or not the child was disrobed at that point in time. Do you recall that question?
I do, I'm sorry.
All right. With Mr. Dinkins being down in the area of 743 Schmidt Road, prior to the 3 o'clock hour, when Andrea Culberson woke up and discovered Mr. Dinkins gone and Breasia gone, can we account for what happened inside that RV when he went in and stayed for a period of 10 minutes on 2 separate occasions?
No.
But do we know that Breasia is not in that apartment as of 3 a.m.?
Yes, we do.
And so is it significant that Mr. Dinkins, in his interview, never mentions being down in the area of that RV on Credit Island between the 2 and 3 o'clock hour?
He never mentions it.
Okay. Is it significant then that based on time elements, there's a vehicle entering on Credit Island and coming off of Credit Island during that 2 to 3 o'clock time frame?
I believe it is.
Okay. Is it also significant that after Andrea Culberson saw the child standing there by the passenger side of the Impala at 3:30, she sees Mr. Dinkins leaves, looks out, the vehicle's no longer there, Mr. Dinkins is no longer there, and Breasia is no longer there. But we have him up at the quick shop at 3:32 a.m. where he's making purchases and purchasing gas and leaving at 3:38 a.m. Can we account for what would have transpired between that time frame and then when he showed back up at the apartment prior to 5:50 a.m. to pick up Detorius?
No, we cannot.
Okay. Now, was there evidence that was gathered in the course of the investigation that would have tied Mr. Dinkins to the location where Breasia's remains were recovered before 5:50 a.m. and after that 3:38 a.m. time frame on July 10th?
Yes.
And that evidence is what?
Jared Brinks was driving to work on that morning of July 10th, and he came forward and described a subject jumping up in the middle of the median on Highway 61, adjacent to the Cunel implement. And Jared Brinks pulled over, offered assistance. He described this individual matching the description of Henry Dinkins, and that he was stuck off the side of the road. And Jared Brinks put him in his truck, drove him over to the location where the maroon Chevy Impala had gone off the side of the road a little bit. Jared Brinks explained that he hooked a chain to the front corner underneath the Impala, hooked it to his truck, pulled it out. He said that the individual offered him $100 for that, which he said he didn't receive, and he drove off and went to work, which he works down here southwest of Davenport in a little town called Buffalo.
All right. Was Jared Brinks' cell phone then submitted to the FBI lab with our special agent, Richard Fennerin, doing the processing of that cell phone to identify its location during the early morning hours of July 10th?
Yes, it was.
All right. And was that phone located, hitting off cell phone towers in that area after 3:38 a.m. and before 5:50 a.m. when Mr. Dinkins came back to the apartment?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And is that testimony we're going to be hearing about?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Sir, the clothing of Breasia Terrell showed no evidence of being sliced with a machete, did it?
None that could be detected, no.
Showed no evidence of being cut with any sharp object at all, did it?
No.
It was all intact, right?
For the most part, yes.
And it had no blood on it, did it?
Not that was detectable.
And that's a fact that was not corroborated of DL's, was it?
I'm not aware of him talking about her being bloody in my interactions.
Okay. Well, the machete would have gotten bloody somehow. We can assume that was from Breasia, right?
I don't have that information to provide.
Now, the investigation and interviews of DL, it's very important to keep them pristine and just very, very untainted, right?
As much as possible.
But you'll agree that his story that he was present when his sister got shot came directly from you.
I believe so.
Okay. You mentioned something about it was important in that first day to kind of understand the dynamics of what was going on in the home in response to counsel's questions about DL. Expand on that for me. What do you mean?
So, and not in a negative fashion is my context of that. Anytime there is an event in a household, especially if someone runs away or there are circumstances where the dynamics and the composition of everybody that's home changes for some sort of reason, we try to isolate and separate those people to try to get the best feel for what was the temperature of the evening. Were there arguments between the adults and did that scare kids and make them go hide? That happens sometimes. Were there just other arguments, or was everybody just having a great time and it's just completely unexplainable? And so that's what I'm referring to by trying to capture that.
In the dynamics in Henry Dinkins' household leading up to the evening of July 10th was everybody was getting along and having a great time, right?
Yes.
Council talked about the DCI report and the bleach. The fact is there's no bleach detected, right? I don't care the reason.
Right.
And council talked about you submitting things for all these years to the DCI, and perhaps they don't test for it. It doesn't stop you from submitting items, right?
That's correct.
Your job is to collect evidence and ask to have it tested. They do what they want, right?
Correct.
And you may think something that's relevant, and you may want it tested, but they do what they want, right?
By their standards, yes.
Right. So that's what you did in this case. You thought bleach might be there, and they thought for whatever reason, they may not find it, so they didn't test for it on certain items, right?
Correct.
In fact, they did test the white bottle that they thought would contain bleach possibly, and there was no bleach in it.
Right.
Okay. What we do know for a fact, however, is that the DCI, our Iowa State Criminalistic Laboratory, is someone you deal with regularly, right?
Yes.
Weekly?
Yes.
What we do know is that all the evidence that was sent off to the FBI crime lab was sent off to them within maybe a week or two of Breasia Terrell's disappearance. We can agree on that.
Yes.
And it was back in Davenport PD's possession, I'm going to say no later than October 1st, 2020. Can we agree on that?
It'd be close.
What prevented you or anyone else at Davenport PD from sending off that evidence that wasn't tested for bleach at the FBI, assuming for sake of argument that the nation's top crime lab can't test for bleach, okay? Sending that off to Ankeny, like the cuttings from the Impala, for instance, and say, hey, DCI, we think we should test for bleach because maybe Henry Dinkins bleached out the inside of his car. Sending it off to the DCI and saying, please test. What stopped the Davenport Police Department from doing that?
Discussions with the command staff in our ID and Evidence Bureau. They took a position that they were not going to re-examine things that were sent to the FBI, whether there was a conflict or they were not tested. The two entities were going to be responsible for their own independent results and not cross paths. Not a decision of mine, but that was a decision that was made at that time.
So up the chain.
Yes, sir.
So you're telling me that we didn't have a test for bleach from the FBI, and someone up the chain at the Davenport PD says, we aren't going to test for it because we don't want to step on toes at the FBI?
Semantically, that's close. What was decided is that what this lab determined to be factual in their examination was going to remain at that lab, and that we weren't going to pin different lab technicians against one another.
Even if it wasn't tested for, that was the decision?
But those are those labs' decisions to do what they did.
Even if they weren't requested?
I have to rely on what their expertise is.
And I don't mean to come after you because it wasn't your decision. I'm just kind of befuddled by this. That's the decision, right?
That was the decision.
Council talked about Jared Brink a little bit, so I have to talk about Jared Brink a little bit. Mr. Brink's deceased, right?
He is.
He was asked to identify Mr. Dinkins out of the lineup, right?
I don't know that part of it off the top of my head.
Do you know if he was able to identify Mr. Dinkins out of a photo lineup?
What was relayed to me at that time was his recognition of the Bolo news article that was sent out.
Did he recognize, or do you know that he indicated that it was a whole different time of year that he pulled this vehicle out of the ditch?
No, I don't know that.
Do you know that he indicated the vehicle he pulled out of the ditch had a big dent in it?
No.
You've seen Mr. Dinkins Impala he was driving many, many, many times, right?
I have.
No big dent in that Impala, is there?
No.
That's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Give me a minute.
Yeah, I think I said at the beginning of the stream that today was September 10th, Tuesday. It's Wednesday.
Please see introduced in States Exhibit 142-1. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
142-1. Okay. Sergeant Piper, I'm handing you guys regard to States Exhibit 142-1. Look at that for a moment. I just want to reorient you to a question that I'm going to ask. Okay?
Go ahead.
All right. Your Honor, may I publish this exhibit?
You may.
Sergeant Piper, I just want to make sure there's no confusion. Was there a white jug that was sent to the DCI laboratory for testing to determine whether they could detect bleach?
From which, from up here?
At Kunow Implement.
No, because of the size of it not being involved.
Are you sure about that?
Well, no, if you have something that's different, there were several different bottles throughout the course of this case.
All right, so
I could
here's
be
the thing.
confused on one.
Sure, let me just do this. Okay, going to 142-1. For purposes of our written record, again, what is this exhibit?
So this is a printout that is generated from a evidence documenting practice utilizing the total station crime scene detection process, which takes different plotted points from a known datum point. So there's a point selected and then everything is so far from that point to the piece of evidence.
All right, as we look at 142-1 on this diagram generated from the total station by Sergeant Mayer, do we see an item identified as a white jug?
You do right here, you have number 1.
All right, thank you. And then, of course, what was that believed to be when it was seized?
A 1-gallon container,
For what type of product?
bleach.
Did it have any labels on it at that point in time?
No.
What created the impression that it might potentially be a gallon jug for bleach?
That it resembles a bleach jug.
Certainly. And of course, what was the size of the bottles of bleach that Mr. Dinkins purchased from Walmart at 7 a.m. on July 10th?
I believe they were 82 ounces. They were less than a gallon size.
All right. At any rate, do you know, and just yes or no, whether or not there was a white gallon jug submitted to the DCI lab to see if they could test it for the presence of bleach?
Not my recollection that one was sent.
Okay. And then should we just go ahead and rely on the criminalist and what we have relative to chain of custody that would speak to that particular issue?
I would.
Okay, thank you very much. And then Sergeant Pye, for the other topic that I want to talk with you about, there's been this discussion about, okay, we're going to send things to the FBI laboratory, and then we're going to question their findings, and then we're going to submit things to the DCI laboratory. Do you rely on these experts who work in these fields for knowing what they're doing and making determinations about the presence of evidence or the lack of presence of evidence?
Exclusively.
Certainly. And so then are you going to keep sending things to one laboratory after another laboratory after another laboratory, hoping that you're going to get a different result?
No.
Have you ever done that at any time in your career?
No.
I have no further questions.
Well, you did it 142-1, there were 2 entries in green. I believe one was a shirt and one was a pair of shorts that had nothing to do with this case. Recall that?
Your Honor, I think counsel he's mischaracterizing the record in terms of the items that were located out there, outside of the remains.
I don't know that that's an objection or not, Mr. Freeze, but I'm going to ask that you rephrase your question, please.
You were showing exhibit 142-1 just a moment ago.
Yes, sir.
There was 2 green dots outside of the immediate area of the remains. You saw those, right?
Yes.
One was a shirt, correct?
Yes.
One was a pair of shorts, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. That is a mischaracterization of the record.
I believe Ms. Cunningham may be correct in regards to the shorts.
I'll rephrase. The second one was a shirt as well, right?
Oh, the green dot's correct.
Okay. What relevance did those two shirts have to this investigation?
So you're talking about two shirts away from the body.
Right.
Based off the size of them, they were not relevant at that point.
Were they seized?
Everything was collected.
Were they tested?
I do not believe those were tested.
From the presence of two shirts out there, we can assume that at least one other person had been out there at the scene prior to Breasia's remains being found, right?
I wouldn't make that connection, no.
What other connection can we make that two other shirts were near the location of Breasia's remains other than someone else left them there?
In August of 2020, there was the derecho storm that went through that area that had 80 to 90 mile an hour direct line winds, and there were trees damaged in that area and debris blown into that area. And as you know, wooded areas are kind of a catch net for things that are just blowing across open fields, which is that area.
So it's your testimony that the derecho possibly deposited two shirts there?
I think it's very possible.
Very well. That's all I have.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may sit down. Ms. Cunningham, if you could wait one moment, please.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Thank you for everyone's patience while we addressed a technical issue. Ms. Cunningham, I understand you'll be calling it another witness, but we're close to the 10:30 hour. And I would like to make a record of our bench conference during the witness of David Baker. And I think that would be a good time to do that at this time. And then take our mid-morning break, and then we're not interrupting a witness within minutes of them beginning their testimony. We did have a bench conference during David Baker's testimony. I believe Mr. Waters was asking a question concerning convictions, and it was discussed during the bench conference that essentially Mr. Waters was not going to ask specifically what he was being incarcerated for. He was essentially trying to elicit if he obtained any favors in exchange for his testimony in this case. And that was his initial question to start going down that line of questioning. And based on the explanation, the state had no further objection. And the court agreed that that would be proper questioning, but any questioning as to his actual charges would not be appropriate. Mr. Waters, is that a fair summary of that discussion?
It is, Your Honor.
And Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We'll be in adjournment for approximately 15 minutes. We'll reconvene approximately at 10:40.
Yep, messed up again. He's getting good at screwing up, isn't he?
CIE-CHOW.
Oh, I gotta rewind that because
ADAM, Wojciechowski spelled WOJCIE-CHOWSKI.
whoa,
exactly.
whoa, sir. CHWHJ WACHOWS. I bet you he's got Polish or German heritage because last name sounds familiar. Something like mine.
Spelled WOJCIE-CHOWSKI.
So exactly like it sounds, huh?
just like it sounds.
How are you currently employed?
I'm a deputy with the Clinton County Sheriff's Department,
And how long have you worked for the Clinton County Sheriff's Department?
6 years.
Have you worked anywhere else in law enforcement?
No.
Can you briefly describe your educational background and the training you've received for your position?
I have a bachelor's degree from Ashford University, and then I have also a master's degree in business from Ashford University. I graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in 2017. Like I said, Clinton County Sheriff's Department is the only place I've worked since then. I was assigned to road patrol right out of the academy, and I've held that same position ever since.
What are your duties as a patrol deputy for the Clinton County Sheriff's Office?
It ranges from everything from handling day-to-day calls for service, serving civil papers, interviews, traffic stops, normal patrol, things like that.
And were you working in this capacity back on March 22nd of 2021?
Yes,
And what shift were you working that day?
that would have been night shift.
What hours does the night shift cover?
So we work 12-hour shifts, so it's 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
And at some point, were you dispatched to the area near Kunow Implement?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you would have been dispatched to that area?
Approximately what time? No, but it was right around the time I did come on shift, so I think it was around 6 p.m., maybe 7 p.m.
Sometime between 6 and 7 p.m.?
Yeah, I think so.
And do you know why you were dispatched to that area?
Originally, it came out as a call for service for a possible body that was found.
Now, are you familiar with the area near Kunow Implement?
Yes.
Do you know the approximate address of that area?
Not the approximate address. The area where the body was supposedly found doesn't really have an exact address, but it's between 212th, 218th Street, and 270th Avenue. It's just right off Highway 61. It's visible from the highway on the east side.
So you knew where to go when you were dispatched to that area?
Yeah, I knew exactly where to go when they said that it was at the pond just south of Kunow.
What did you observe when you first arrived at that location?
When I first arrived, I met with the caller. There were two gentlemen that were down there fishing that called in that they had found possibly a skull, possibly a body.
And do you recall their names at all?
No.
Does the name Brendan Rogge sound familiar?
Yeah, Rogge. I think it was like Rogge or Rogie.
And when you arrived, where were they located?
They were standing up on the road.
Do you recall which road?
Oh, yeah, it's 270th Avenue. It's a gravel road.
Now, right next to you here, it states Exhibit 41, and there is a pointer on your left as well. First of all, are you familiar with what's being depicted in States Exhibit 41?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a map, a location of Kunow, and also the wooded area to the south where the body was found.
In March of 2021, what was the vegetation like in this particular area?
Yeah, so the vegetation in March is, it's obviously very light, just tree branches, some heavy, thick bushes.
Is it like that all year round?
No, in the summertime, springtime, and then like late fall, it's pretty thick in terms of leaf coverage, foliage. Like the satellite picture is shown there, you can see like really well. In the summertime, you wouldn't be able to really even see the pond.
Now, may I approach your honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 42. Once you made contact with the callers, describe for us how you would have proceeded at that time.
Well, once I spoke with the callers, I told them to stay up on the road, which would be right around here. And then I walked down this path, because that's what I said where the body was located, right about there. So I didn't obviously want them to go with me. I wanted to try and preserve whatever was there. When I located the area where they said the body was, I did notice that there was a human skull sitting up, what looked like to be on the chest of the body. And then there was some black hair coiled up right underneath the skull.
Now, you had indicated with a pointer your path of travel, just for the purposes of the written record. Did you point to, it appears to be two different driveways?
Yeah, so this driveway here it's pretty much vertical. It's kind of like a ramp that people go off of, I think, with ATVs. You can kind of notice how it's even a little, like it's a little tighter. It's not like a car would go up and down there. And then this one here is still pretty vertical, but you would need like a SUV or a truck to get down there.
And the first driveway you were talking about, the way this is depicted would be,
That one?
yes, is that, I guess, the southern driveway on this road?
Yep.
Okay, and then the first one, the one that you actually walked down,
Yeah.
that would be the northern,
That one.
I'm calling it a driveway. Is that what you would refer to it as?
Sure.
Okay. So you had walked down that path. Is there a reason you didn't drive?
I didn't want to get stuck.
Were you in a department issued squad car that
Yeah,
day?
I was in a Ford Explorer, but like I said, it's still pretty vertical. And I was also thinking from a preserving the crime scene standpoint, if I drive down there in a car, I don't really see what I'm driving over. I prefer to walk.
Had the people you met with directed you to the general area where they believed they had found a body?
Yeah, from the road, they stood over by the driveway, as you said, the northern one, and they pointed right for where, kind of for me to go. One guy actually kind of walked a little bit with me, and then I excused him to go back up to the road.
And again, with the pointer, can you show us where then you would have walked?
I would have walked right down this path and then into this area here. You can't really see it again because of the trees, but there's actually a rock formation right here, kind of like a 15-foot wall. Originally, this area was an old quarry test site.
And so once you got to that area, I believe you said you did see a skull.
Yes.
Were you able to determine if it was a human skull or anything along those lines?
Yeah, I determined that it was a human skull just from looking at it. I probably got within a few feet and kind of stood over it. 4 or 5 feet, I'd say, is about the closest I got to it.
And you also observed some hair?
Yes, I observed some black curly hair.
Do you recall observing any other skeletal remains at that time?
Yeah, like I said, you can kind of see the chest, and then I would think part of like a leg. And based on what I was seeing and the size of the skull, I thought that it was a small body, possibly a child.
Do you recall seeing any clothing at that time?
No. Excuse me, I did see a flip-flop to the right. I believe it was white or pink.
Based on the hair, were you able to make any sort of determination about the ancestry of that hair?
Based on the curliness of the hair and the way that it looked, I thought that it could be an African-American type person.
Were you familiar with a missing child case out of Davenport involving Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
Now, back in July of 2020, had you assisted with any of the searches in the Clinton County area?
Yes, I was assigned to like the southwest area down by the Wapsie.
And so when you arrived at this location and you're observing these skeletal remains, and you've already testified it appeared small, like a small child, what were you thinking at that time?
I immediately thought that it was Breasia Terrell.
So at that point, how did you proceed?
Well, at that point, I told dispatch over the radio that it's confirmed what the call for service had stated. I didn't say over the radio that it was a body. I didn't want people that use scanners to know what was really going on. I wanted to keep it quiet. So I told them that had been confirmed. And then I used my cell phone to call dispatch to notify my sheriff, Bill Greenwald.
Once you notified your sheriff, then how did you proceed?
So then I immediately used some police tape to kind of make a quarantine safe zone around the scene.
And approximately what size of, I guess I'm going to call it a perimeter, would you have?
Yeah. So I used like I said before, there's that rock wall to the north. I kind of used that as my northern base for the perimeter. And then I made a horseshoe going around the trees, maybe like 40 feet away from the body in all directions. I went all the way down to where the pond's located on the southwest, and then I went to the east and then back up to the north.
What was the purpose of doing that?
To preserve and to keep people out.
While you were doing that, did more law enforcement arrive on scene?
Yes.
Do you know which departments those law enforcement agencies were from?
Yep, so some more deputies had arrived from our department, and then also the Davenport Police Department. Clinton Police Department also arrived to help with the perimeter. Several DCI agents arrived on scene.
Once you established that initial perimeter, what was the rest of your involvement there on scene?
The rest of my involvement for that night was to do a log to keep track of who came and went. I did that for a few hours, and then I was told by my sheriff to pass that log off to Davenport. So then they became responsible for tracking who came and went. Like I said earlier, our shifts are 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. I stayed on scene till midnight, and then another deputy came from midnight to 6 a.m.
Now, you've testified that you're familiar with this particular area.
Yeah.
Is this a well-traveled pond?
No.
Is this an area that, the roads are, I guess, well-traveled themselves as well?
Well, that's the thing. This is a well-traveled area in terms of roads, like 218th, 212th Street. Yes, 270th Avenue. If you kind of want to think of it as like a back alleyway that goes behind Punao, which creates kind of like a pie-shaped property. Really, nobody uses that gravel road very often, I would say. And then you also have Highway 61 there, which is also traveled a lot. So it's in a very centralized location in our county, but I bet people don't even know it's there for the most part.
The pond area, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
And again, you described the vegetation and how it changes throughout the year. If you're driving on 270th Avenue in the summer or even the fall, would you be able to even view that pond from 270th Avenue?
You'd be able to view it, but the only angle you could view it from, again, would be right about there, looking down into the southwest. When you're coming north and looking, you can't see that pond. The vegetation is just too thick.
Now, 270th Avenue, what type of road is that?
It's a gravel road.
And depending on the weather conditions, is it easy to drive on that road?
Yeah, I mean, it's a well-maintained gravel road. It's not like a B road, which would be more difficult. I would say it's easy to drive on. Any car could go down it.
Particularly on it's the west portion of 270th. Now, you've described it being sort of vertical going down to that pond. Is that consistent with the shoulder area then?
Yeah, so the shoulder area, in terms of if like a car broke down, there would be nowhere to go but to actually park on the road. On the west side of 270th Avenue and also the east side, it's like a straight ditch,
And is that area more dirt?
Yes, that area is dirt mixed in with rocks from the gravel.
After then you handed off the log to the Davenport Police Department, did you have any further involvement with this investigation?
No, like I said, that night I monitored the area for safety till midnight. After that, I was relieved.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters? Sir, I think you just indicated that one of your jobs or tasks was to keep a log of who came and went, right?
At the beginning, yes.
Okay, and that would be, any law enforcement personnel who was there, any other crime scene technician, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then after you were done keeping that log, you had to give it over to the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, who made that decision?
That was decided by my superiors. It would have been the sheriff or the sergeant that was on scene.
Do you have any clue why a body that was found in Clinton County, why your supervisor would give that log personnel over to the Davenport Police Department?
I did not ask.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
No further questions?
You may step down.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Kelly Cruz to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you. Thank you. Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
My name is Kelly Cruz, Kelly Kruse.
What is your occupation?
I am an associate state medical examiner at the Iowa Office of the State Medical Examiner.
How long have you been employed at the State Medical Examiner's Office?
Since July 2018.
Okay. Are you considered a pathologist then?
Yes, I am a forensic pathologist.
Certainly. And so would the title of doctor be appropriate when I talk with you, Dr. Cruz?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could please describe your educational background.
After I graduated from high school, I attended Tulane University. I earned a Bachelor of Science in Anthropology. I then attended St. George's University. There I earned a Master of Public Health degree and then my Doctor of Medicine degree. I graduated from medical school in 2013. I then attended an anatomic and clinical pathology residency program that was in New Jersey. I then completed a forensic pathology fellowship training program at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Maryland. After I graduated, I then came to Iowa to practice.
Okay. And is that when you began your formal career with the State Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
What is a pathologist?
A pathologist is a doctor who practices pathology, which is the study of disease processes and how they affect the human body. Forensic pathology goes a step further. They look at disease processes, but also injury and how those affect the body and ultimately lead to death.
All right. In your capacity as the State Medical Examiner's Office, or with the State Medical Examiner's Office, do you work hand in hand with law enforcement?
Yes, we work closely with law enforcement.
And describe the nature of the professional relationship that exists between your office and law enforcement agencies throughout the state of Iowa.
So our office serves the majority of the state of Iowa, usually with the exceptions of Johnson County and Muscatine. We work with all agencies then outside of those counties. Most times when a person comes to our office, they have a sudden and unexpected death. And in those cases, law enforcement investigation is warranted. So usually our interaction with law enforcement is receiving a report, and other times it may be talking on the phone, and other times it may be in person when they attend an autopsy.
Okay. And then so where there has been a body recovered, where there is an unknown cause of death, is the State Medical Examiner's Office requested to perform autopsies to determine what the cause of death would be for that individual?
We often are, and it is at the discretion of the county medical examiner who, in essence, orders the autopsy be performed by our office.
Now, describe the role of the county medical examiner's office in the context of criminal investigations and how that has bearing on any involvement that the state medical office would then engage in.
Each county has their own county medical examiner, and sometimes they have more than one. When someone has a sudden unexpected death, that medical examiner is called to the scene. They may respond or they may have investigators who respond. Once they learn what they think they need about the person's death, they then determine if an autopsy is necessary. Once an autopsy is deemed necessary, they then send the individual to our office, and then we perform the autopsy and essentially take over the entire case. Then we are the ones interacting with family members. We are the ones interacting with law enforcement. We will certify the death certificate and so on.
Certainly. Now, if you could speak to the issue of chain of custody, where there are human remains or even skeletal remains that are submitted to the state medical examiner's office to perform an autopsy. How does that process work?
One of the more important duties of that county medical examiner or their investigators is to maintain chain of custody, especially with the body. And part of that is placing the body in a body bag, labeling the body itself, labeling the body bag, and placing a lock with a number on the body bag, so that when we receive the lock and we see it sealed, that indicates to us that no one has had access to the body during transport to our office.
And then once you receive the human remains, whether or not they be a body or skeletal remains, where is that evidence stored until the autopsy is performed?
We have two what we call coolers in our office. And we have one main one. When someone is received, we place them in that cooler. It's much colder than the normal temperature in the office, and there they stay until the autopsy is ready to be performed.
At that point, then, is the body essentially checked out and then directed to a room where you'll perform the autopsy?
That's correct.
Dr. Cruz, were you involved in performing an autopsy on skeletal remains that were collected in the area of rural Clinton County near a farm implement business known as Kunow Implement?
Yes.
All right. Who was the county medical examiner that would have responded to the crime scene and assisted in, placing those skeletal remains, or I should say, even taking custody of those skeletal remains that would have been sent to the state medical examiner's office?
Dr. Mary Malcolm is the county medical examiner, and she would be in charge.
Can you spell Dr. Malcolm's last name so that we have a correct spelling for our record?
I hope I spell it correctly. I
Sure.
believe it's Malcolm.
Okay. And then who would have performed the transport of those skeletal remains to the state medical examiner's office?
Each county has their own process, and I'm not entirely sure who Dr. Malcolm would use. It's often a funeral home.
Certainly. Do you know what date then the state medical examiner's office received those skeletal remains?
Those remains were transported on March 23rd, 2021, which is the day before the autopsy.
All right. What date did you perform the autopsy?
March 24th, 2021.
How was the body presented to you?
The body was presented to me in that body bag as locked and tagged by the county medical examiner. And we have a photography process that documented that. And then once the bag was opened, I had the body and then a number of bags which contained smaller bone fragments and teeth.
Okay. Since you were dealing with skeletal remains as opposed to an individual who had just recently died and law enforcement was trying to determine the cause of death, how is the autopsy process going to differ?
So the autopsy process, we try and follow the same process for everyone. However, when someone is decomposed, we do utilize a number of additional steps. One of those additional steps is taking an x-ray of the body. We will do that when someone's not decomposed for various reasons, but when someone is skeletonized, we always do that. So that was something that was performed before the actual autopsy.
At the point of death, how quickly does a body start to decompose?
The decomposition process, it varies significantly depending on the person and depending on their environment. So really it's hard to say, but ultimately at a cellular level, you start decomposing right away. When we start to see it and appreciate it better does depend on that environment.
If an individual is outside in a rural environment during the heat of the summer, is that body going to decompose much more quickly than, let's say, a body that may have been recovered in an outside environment in the middle of winter?
Yes, much more quickly.
Okay. And how does heat then facilitate the decomposition process?
The decomposition process has two components. It has autolysis, which is your body breaking itself down. Then it has putrefaction, which is bacteria breaking the body down. Heat provides a really nice nurturing environment for that bacteria. So they're able to essentially kind of take over the body and promote that decomposition process much more readily than they would in a cold environment that they really don't, in essence, enjoy being in.
Certainly. Now, when a body is decomposing, at any point in time, is there the possibility that there will still remain tissue associated with skeletal remains?
Yes.
And how would you describe that type of tissue that would still be present on the recovered skeletal remains?
In this case, even with severe decomposition, so mostly skeletonized remains, there still was tissue, which I would describe as mummified. So the water component of the soft tissue no longer remained. It was leathery and firm, similar to what you would expect to see when you do think of a mummy.
Certainly. Now let's talk about who was present for the autopsy when you performed it.
We had two individuals. I can look at my report from the Davenport Police Department. It's Jeffrey Piper and Evan Obert.
All right. And then were you assisted by technicians during this process?
Yes, I was.
As you perform an autopsy, are there photographs taken as you proceed through the various stages?
Yes.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes.
All right. So let's just start walking through it. When you received the body bag, what was the first step in that process?
Upon receipt of the body bag, the tag labeling the body bag and the lock with the lock number are photographed. Then that lock is broken, the tag is removed, and then the body, it's zippered, the zippers are opened, and then the contents of the body bag are appreciated. A photograph is taken immediately, regardless of what you can see at that time. And then if there's something like a blanket obscuring the body, then that is removed and the body is photographed again.
Were the tags appropriately secured when you received the body bag with those skeletal remains?
Yes.
All right. And then once you were able to open up the bag, just on your initial observation, what was your impression of whether you were dealing with an adult or a child?
It was difficult to tell, especially with skeletonized remains, but it was a small individual, at least with the components that we had.
Okay. Now, do you weigh those skeletal remains?
Yes.
Why?
It's part of our process, and also as extra information for our anthropologist.
Certainly. In this particular case, what all would be weighed?
Here, the skeletal remains, that mummified tissue, and there was hair and teeth also.
Sure.
All of that was weighed.
And what was the total weight of those remains?
The total weight was 17 pounds.
Okay. Was there any clothing within the body bag amongst those skeletal remains?
Yes.
Could you please describe that?
So there were three clear items of clothing. One consisted of a large light colored shirt, potentially a white shirt that was tattered and torn. There were black perforated gym type shorts. And then there was a light colored sports type bra.
When you were able to view those items, were they significantly soiled by virtue of having been outdoors?
Yes.
Were you able to observe a tag on the shirt itself to identify the size?
Yes.
And then what was the size for the shirt?
4XL.
Now, relative to the hair, did you examine the hair?
Yes.
What did you note about the hair just upon first glance? Could it give you any indication of the ancestral background for this individual?
Yes, it was black hair, and it was affixed into dreadlocks. And there are also some seashells within it.
All right. Would you have combed through the hair itself?
Not with a comb itself, but looked very carefully through the hair for any objects that would be of importance.
Okay. In doing that, did you find anything within the hair beyond just the seashells that were attached to the hair?
Yes.
Describe what you found.
A bullet was found within the hair.
Okay. When you discovered that bullet, describe the chain of custody that you maintained for that item of evidence.
Once that bullet was identified, it was photographed within the hair. Then it was removed and photographed again alone. Then it was placed into evidence packaging and sealed by our investigator in our office.
Okay. What was the import to finding a bullet within the hair as you go through, examine the body, and then later make a determination about cause of death?
The importance here, especially since I did not know a potential cause of death, it alerted me to the possibility of there being signs of gunshot wounds. While I looked for everything else, it definitely alerted me to a higher possibility at that point.
Certainly. All right. Then did you start the process of examining the entire body?
Yes.
How does that process begin?
With skeletal remains, once everything is photographed as received and things of importance like the bullet are removed, then the bones are laid out according to anatomic position in an attempt to identify what bones we do have, what we don't have, and look for injury. I utilized Dr. Garvin, a forensic anthropologist, and relied on her expertise pretty heavily. So really my job was to find things that were more particular to my area of expertise, like the bullet, and looking with, the amount of experience and expertise I have for any injury I could appreciate before she did her job.
Okay. When you perform autopsies on bodies that have been shot with a living individual, as the bullet enters the body, what are we going to see relative to the entry wound and its appearance as compared to an exit wound if the bullet actually did exit the body?
The difference between entrance and exit wounds on skin is usually pretty clear. Entrance wounds tend to be quite round. There's a lot of energy and force that comes behind that bullet, as it's usually just traveling through air before it makes contact with the skin. Other things you can see with an entrance wound as well are findings associated with close range discharge of a firearm, like soot or stippling, which are little abrasions on the skin from gunpowder. Once that bullet enters the body, it goes through organs and more soft tissue, potentially bone. It's losing a lot of energy. So once it exits the body, it more pushes through the skin in order to exit. So we don't have a round wound. We have more of a slit-like lacerated exit wound.
Okay. Dr. Cruz, given the bony structures within a body, with a bullet entering the body, does it present a good likelihood that a bullet could strike bony structure that would leave evidence behind?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, since you're dealing with skeletal remains, were you looking at the bony structures to see if you could determine a potential point of impact by bullets striking the skeletal structures within the body?
Yes.
Okay. What did you know?
So at autopsy, there was a clear gunshot wound that was evident as I was laying out all the bones. That one was in the mandible or the jawbone. There was a clear gunshot wound there. It was round and has what we call beveling, where on one side of the bone, the opening is larger than the other side of the bone. There's also a clear gunshot wound in one of the scapula, which are bones in the top of the back, the right scapula.
All right. Now, staying with the topic of the mandible and that gunshot wound, were you able to discern a path of travel and where that bullet may have gone after it traveled through the mandible?
Yes.
Explain.
So in the mandible, the way the beveling showed the pathway, the bullet traveled from the front of her body to the back of her body. When I do directions of wound paths, it's relative to anatomic position, with the person standing straight up, looking forward, their hands by their sides with their palms forward. So from her front to her back. Other injuries that were appreciated by me and even further characterized by Dr. Garvin were injuries to cervical vertebra or some of her neck bones, which were right in the pathway of that injury to that mandible. So the pathway for that was front to back and left to right.
Certainly. Did it appear then that the bullet got stuck within the cervical region of the child's neck?
There was injury to that cervical region. It is possible that that bullet recovered from the hair, which is right in that same area, could represent that bullet that created that wound.
Thank you for that. And can you please explain what the presence of having been shot in the mandible and having traveled through the cervix region, what's significant about that type of injury relative to human life and causing death?
So the mandible itself and the cervical vertebra, injury to those may not necessarily be immediately life-threatening. However, there are a lot of structures surrounding them that could quickly produce death. There are a number of very large vessels in the neck in between those two that, when injured, could cause pretty rapid death or significant bleeding. Also, the spinal cord is next to those bones in the neck, and that could have been injured in the process as well. And that can have significant effects on the human body.
Okay, if a bullet strikes the spinal cord, what happens?
So the spinal cord relays information from your brain to the rest of the body. Depending on where your spinal cord is injured, leads to certain sorts of disabilities. An injury high up in the spinal cord could have devastating effects on a person.
And then how does that type of injury impact the body's ability to relay messages to various organs or even the brain to keep that body functioning?
It inhibits that process. Okay. So it's depending on how significant the injury is, but it definitely could stop that communication completely.
All right. From there then, let's talk about the physical structure of the back first, so that we've got some understanding of that for your descriptions of other areas of injury. All right, so if we start at the top of the back in the area of the neck, that area of the spine, what is that known as?
In the back of the spine, so the spinous processes?
Oh, no, just this area. What do we describe that?
The back of the neck or the spine,
Yeah.
cervical vertebra.
Okay, and then if we move down from the cervical region, going down the back, what would be the next region?
So once you're out of that neck region and down into the chest, it's the thoracic region.
Okay, and then how far does the thoracic region extend from the base of the neck and down the back?
It goes down so your entire chest cavity and down into your abdominal cavity, when it then transitions into the lumbar region.
Okay, and then what area of the human body does the lumbar region encompass?
The lumbar region is that lower back area, and then if you're looking from the front, in the abdomen.
All right, and then in the area of the lumbar, when we talk about the lumbar region, in the tailbone area, can you explain just the various locations there and what is at play?
So just throughout this whole area, the spinal cord is there. The lumbar region then moves into the sacrum, kind of overlying that tailbone region as well. There you're not getting those vital structures, but you have a lot of blood vessels, and it's a pretty significant bone in the body.
Okay. Before we talk about the other injuries that you noted, there's a thought that I had I want to go back to. When you were talking about the direction of travel of that bullet through the mandible, does that give you any indication of the placement of the individual shooting the gun at the time that the child was shot and that bullet traveled through the mandible?
In terms of placement of the person shooting them and the shooter, it's difficult, especially if it's the head, since there can be a lot of movement. What I can say is the bullet came from her front.
Thank you. All right. Now let's go to the other area that you noted injuries to. Again, what was that area?
The scapula.
What is the scapula?
So you have two, and they're in your back in the upper portion, and it was the one on her right side that was injured.
Okay, so if we're looking at the human back, and we think about our arm and the rotation of our arm, and then there's that bony structure there up toward the shoulder region, is that the scapula?
Yes, the shoulder blade.
The shoulder blade. Now, we've seen pictures of the scapula. We've got that broader point of the scapula that comes down more toward a point. The broader section of the scapula, where does that lie relative to the top portion of the shoulder versus the lower portion of the back as you're moving down the thoracic region and going toward the lumbar region?
So that top part of the scapula, you can think maybe where the clavicle is or that breastbone, and then it moves down into that point, and that whole area is called the blade.
Certainly. So does it get narrower as we go from the top of the back down?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, what did you note in the area of the scapula on the right side of the body?
In that right scapula, at autopsy, I was able to appreciate one obvious gunshot wound that was in the blade region. And then Dr. Garvin, upon her examination afterwards, she appreciated that same gunshot wound and then an additional one that was in the area of the spine, so more in the top portion of that scapula.
When Dr. Garvin noted that second location involving a gunshot wound, did you have an opportunity to go back and look at that as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you agree with her findings?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What's the significance of sustaining gunshot wounds to that area of the body?
So gunshot wounds to that area of the body, both of those had a front to back also direction. Due to their placement, they represented two separate gunshot wounds, different from that mandible and the cervical vertebra, which were paired. When someone is shot from the front and it injures part of their back, there are a lot of vital structures in between. You have your lungs, your hearts on the left side of your chest, and you have ribs, a lot of blood vessels. So there's potential for a lot of other organs and vital structures to be injured before that scapula gets injured.
Okay. And I want to make sure that I understand when you say it traveled from front to back. So were you talking about an entry point to the chest and then traveling toward the back itself?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Is that type of injury significant relative to cause of death?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, beyond that, then, what else did you note when you were doing your autopsy?
On top of those three gunshot wounds, the projectile, the main thing that I noted was the severe decomposition of her body. And then I took on the task of identifying her body.
Certainly. Why was that something that really stuck out to you? You know, when you talk about the severe decomposition of her body.
That amount of decomposition tells you a story about timeline. Giving a firm timeline is incredibly difficult, but you know that some time at least has passed. It also says why I potentially didn't see other injuries. As we indicated, organs were likely injured, but no organs remained. And she may have had some other sort of injury, but those just weren't able to be appreciated due to the state of her body.
All right. Given the absence of any type of human skin, human tissue, or organs outside these gunshot wounds, can you even begin to speak about possible injuries that that child may have sustained?
I cannot. I did not see any.
All right. So just as far as the significant deterioration, did that speak to those remains having been out in a climate where she was found for a significant period of time before they were recovered?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, the fingernails. Did you examine her fingernails?
I did.
Okay. And of course, I mean, I've asked the question assuming that there were fingernails that came in with a body bag.
Correct.
There were. Describe why you would examine fingernails.
The fingernails were examined. I always look at fingernails, whether someone's decomposed or not. Sometimes they can be torn or irregular. Also, they can potentially provide DNA evidence if I'm looking for a way to identify a body.
Okay. Describe your examination of the fingernails.
The fingernails were devoid of any soft tissue. That would help with the DNA process. What was noteworthy with them is that they appeared to have been decorated with some white polish. They, in the very least, were quite white in color.
All right. Is that something that would be important if talking with family members to determine whether or not a lost family member did have those nails painted?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know of any discussions that happened with the mother about whether or not Breasia Terrell's nails had been painted?
I do not recall.
That's all right. All right. So there was no type of tissue there that you could utilize for purposes of DNA?
No, there was not.
Speak to the topic of DNA. Whose DNA?
Breasia's DNA.
Okay, all right. With the deterioration of the human body, when you were dealing with skeletal remains then, say, for example, the perpetrator's DNA would have been with that child's body. By virtue of the decomposition process, then, is that DNA going to be destroyed?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. And then with a body being out in an environment like this for an extended period of time, do environmental factors weigh into whether or not DNA evidence can be developed?
Yes, they
Explain.
do. As you indicated, DNA can be destroyed if someone is in an environment where they're being rained on. It can be washed away and then just degraded over time. Animals can get involved, and as you indicated, there's a high likelihood that someone else's DNA is most likely not there.
Okay, so DNA does degrade.
Yes.
All right, and at the point that it's completely degraded, we would not be able to identify even the presence of DNA?
Depending on the environment.
Sure. Do you know of any products as well that would destroy DNA?
There are cleaning supplies that can degrade DNA or clean them so that when testing is performed, you can't identify any.
Can you speak to the subject of Clorox or bleach?
Bleach is one of those products that can do so.
Okay. In addition, just doing your physical examination of the body, what else was done?
So continuing on, I suppose, with the identification process, the fingernails were examined to see if there's any of Breasia's DNA or tissue left on them. She did have some of that mummified tissue, and then ultimately bone was used, which contains DNA, to compare her DNA to her mother's DNA.
Okay. When the comparison was made between the DNA taken from the body to the DNA of Aisha Langford, what findings were made?
The findings from the laboratory was that they're very, very high likelihood that they were related.
Okay. Now, when you talk about DNA, is DNA unique to each individual?
Yes.
But who does a child get their DNA from?
Well, DNA comes from the parents. And depending on what type of DNA, mitochondrial might just be from the mom. So testing of a parent should be successful in determining if they're related or not.
Okay. Spell mitochondrial.
Mitochondrial is MITOCHONDRIAL.
Okay. So does the mitochondrial DNA come from the mother?
Yes.
Now, in comparing the DNA taken from this body to that of the mother, were you definitively able to establish that these skeletal remains were a child of Aisha Langford?
Yes.
Okay. But in order to identify specifically who this child was, what additional steps had to be taken?
In addition to the DNA, the dental morphology, so the teeth of the individual that we had at the autopsy were compared to the teeth of Breasia. She had very clear photographs of her teeth before she died. So again, I used Dr. Garvin's expertise, and she compared the teeth that we had at autopsy, different characteristics of them to the teeth that Breasia had photographed. And in her opinion, they were a match, and reviewing her report, I'm confident they are a match.
Okay, so then did you then make a definitive finding as to who these skeletal remains belonged to?
Yes.
And what identification was that?
They belong to Breasia Terrell.
Okay. Let me address just one variable relative to the development of the DNA. Did you receive assistance in developing that DNA profile?
Yes, we do not perform that analysis. It's sent to a DNA lab, and they provide me with the report, and I determine where to go with that report.
Do you work hand in hand with the DCI laboratory?
We are actually physically connected, and we submit evidence to them, and that's how we operate with them.
Okay, and that's one of the issues that Dr. Garvin had spoke to. She indicated that there had been a submission to the DCI so that what had been taken from the bones or the DNA from the bone could be identified.
Correct.
And that is a part of what occurred. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you determine a cause of death?
Yes.
What was the cause of death?
The cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds.
Okay, all right. Dr. Cruz, were there photographs taken throughout the course of this autopsy?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16-1 through 16-45. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16-1 through 16-45. I'd like for you to look at that group exhibit and tell me if you recognize that group exhibit.
These are the autopsy photographs that we took.
Okay, and do those accurately depict what it is that you observed as you performed the autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce this group exhibit.
exhibit will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. Before I do that, Dr. Cruz, I want to go back and talk about one other issue. So you indicated the cause of death was attributable to,
Multiple gunshot wounds.
and then beyond cause of death, do you also author a professional opinion about manner of death?
Yes.
And what was the manner of death that you reported in your autopsy report?
Homicide.
All right. All right, I have before you States Exhibit 16-1. Explain what we are seeing in States Exhibit 16-1.
This photograph shows the body bag, which is the white for most of the photo. And then in the center is a tag indicating who is inside of the body bag. And then that lock that should be intact when it's received in our office. That lock also comes with a number that we document so we know it hasn't been changed out.
When the skeletal remains came into the state medical examiner's office, what identifier was used for the skeletal remains?
So this tag on the body bag and then a tag inside as well.
But what was the name given to the skeletal remains?
Adolescent doe.
And then does it indicate a date and time that essentially it was found or recovered?
Yes.
And what is that?
3/23/21 at 10:45.
In what county?
Clinton. And then of note, I also spelled Dr. Malcolm's name incorrectly. I have a second L.
That's all right.
According to what she wrote.
And does this particular body tag indicate who was responsible for tagging the body bag once the skeletal remains were placed inside?
Yes.
And who is that?
Dr. Malcolm.
All right. States Exhibit 16-2. What are we seeing here?
This is that photograph, which I call an as-is photo. So this is exactly how the remains are in the body bag as they were received once we opened the zippers.
Okay, doctor, can you take the pointer, and I'm going to talk about the wooden pointer behind you, and show us what would represent the hair that had come in with that body bag?
Oh, sorry guys for the picture.
The
Oh,
mass of hair that came with the body, and then here are the rest of the remains, and then in the bags are even more remains that are more fragmented.
Okay, as we look at this photograph too, is the clothing intertwined within that larger portion of skeletal remains?
Yes.
All right. States Exhibit 16-3. What are we seeing here?
This is essentially the same photograph, just making sure we have everything in the frame. Sometimes it's difficult to tell, so I'll take more photos than maybe are necessary.
In this photograph, are we focusing on the lower half of the body or the upper half of the body?
It appears to be more the lower half, but things are kind of jumbled.
Sure. Going to States Exhibit 16-4. What's the perspective of this?
This is that other end, so potentially more of the upper half of the body, including one of those bags, just to make sure we have everything included.
And as we look at this photograph, can we see the article of clothing that you've described as the shorts?
Yes, we can.
Where's that at?
That's to the, I guess, the mid right of the photograph, in between the hair and the brown paper bag.
All right. In this photograph, is there other clothing that's difficult to see? But as we look at the mass and we go through this, we will start to recognize that that's another article of clothing.
That's correct.
And then can you point that out for us?
Well, intermixed more so with here, where I'm able to take off that really tattered shirt. It was really jumbled in with everything.
Thank you. States Exhibit 16-5. What is happening at this point?
So these are the bones as I received in the autopsy. Once I took that clothing off, we were able to remove that mass of hair. And they're just sort of a loose representation of how they should be in the human body before Dr. Garvin made them essentially the way they absolutely should be.
Absolutely. Going to States Exhibit 16-6.
Here, more of those bones more laid out, and then that mass of hair here next to the ruler.
As we look at this photograph, can we see the seashells within the hair itself?
Yes, we can.
Can you point those out? All right. How many did you point out for purposes of our record?
Oh, I pointed out 2 as an example.
All right. States Exhibit 16-7.
Similar photograph as before.
Okay. 16-8.
Here we're looking at some of that mummified remaining tissue on one of the extremities, just to give an idea of how severely decomposed she was. So not quite a mummy, not quite a skeleton, but quite close.
All right. What bone is this mummified tissue attached to?
I'd have to go back and look. It's one of the long bones in the extremities.
Sure. States Exhibit 16-9.
This is a photograph of the top portion of the skull looking down.
16-10.
This is the skull as it was received before the teeth were put back in. I'm looking from the front.
All right. So in this photograph, how many teeth do we still see within the jawbone itself?
Here we can still see two very clear teeth in the upper portion of the mouth.
Okay. State's Exhibit 16-11.
Here we're looking at the left side of the skull, and one of those teeth is clearly visible.
16-12.
This is the right side of the skull, and you can see those teeth again.
16-13.
This is the back of the skull.
All right. Dr. Cruz, can you speak to this? As we're looking at the back of the skull, there appears to be some type of compromise of the bony structure. Yes, can you talk to that topic and help us understand what we're seeing here?
Sure. So you have a number of what are called sutures in the skull. When you're a baby, we all have many bones in our skull. When you're a baby, they're not quite together. As you get older, those bones fuse together, but we still see remnants of them being separate. So here we call a suture line. So it's a squiggly line that shows the two bones connecting, and at the back of your skull, it's called a lambdoid suture.
Thank you. Going to State's Exhibit 16-14. What are we seeing here?
This is looking at the top of the skull. We see more of those suture lines. Here going to the back, we have the sagittal suture, and then across the sides, the coronal suture. We can also see here the mandible or the jawbone, which contains some teeth.
I have it
And then we also see a
bit,
box
but his
containing
blink
multiple
rate is
additional
out.
teeth.
All right. The mandible, would that be the lower jaw then?
Yes.
And then how many teeth were still intact in the lower jaw, which did not have to be replaced?
Looking at this photograph, I can clearly see 4 teeth.
Got it. Okay. Let's go to State's Exhibit 16-15. What are we seeing here?
Here it's the underside of the skull. We see teeth and then a large hole in the middle of the skull, which is called the foramen magnum.
Certainly. 16-16.
Again, it's that same photograph. Just a closer view, maybe better lighting.
Okay. I'm going to see if I can. Well, that's the best that we can do there. 16-17.
This is that mandible once some teeth have been replaced.
16-18.
Here's that mandible with the replaced teeth, this time from the left side.
And as you go through the process of replacing the teeth, then are x-rays taken and compared to the dental records of Breasia Terrell?
Yes, they can be. Here more so the gross morphology, just looking at the teeth with the eyes. That was most helpful given the records that we had.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 16-20.
So part of the process doing the autopsy is the top of the skull cap is removed, usually to look at the brain, but really just to see any contents. So this is looking inside of the skull where the brain should be. Here we have like remnants of bugs in different stages of their life cycle.
16-21.
Here we're looking at the mandible again and appreciating the gunshot wound, which is to the right near the ruler.
16-22.
This is one of the cervical vertebra. Before it was cleaned a little more, but as part of the middle portion of the vertebra, for the injury from that gunshot wound that also injured the mandible.
16-23.
Here we have the cervical vertebra again from the side with some irregularity representing the gunshot wound, some discoloration.
16-24.
This is that right scapula. So this is one angle of it where irregularity can be seen representing one of the 2 gunshot wounds to the scapula.
All right. Let's go to the top right corner.
Ms. Cunningham, we're at our new hour, and I think you're going to start another area of this examination. I think this would be a good time for our break.
I think so too, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. And so with that, we're going to pause for the day right there. We're going to take them down. We're going to make me big. But before we go, I have a little cuteness overload. I'm going to show you panties. I'm going to flash y'all panties. Y'all ready for a panty flash? Are you ready for a panty flash? Ready? Did it come up? Did it come up? It's not showing. Why is it not showing? Oh, here. Add it to the stage, Sheila. Look. Okay. Okay. I showed my panties. That's my baby in her panties. She's laying on the couch. Actually, she's sleeping right here under my feet, under the desk. But, yeah. That's my baby. That's my baby. She got her little blue jean panties on. So, anyways, with that, I have a mental health stream set up. It's just a chat and chill. hang out if you want. If you don't want, that's cool too. Just kind of a check-in, see how everybody's doing. Just kind of go over a little bit of trauma shit, you know. Just say, hey, we're here, and it's okay to not be okay. So yeah, she got used to them. She did get used to them. So if anybody else wants to return at 8:00, that will be it'll be a live stream. I don't think I'm gonna have an open panel. It'd just be kind of like me talking, just saying, hey, you know, this is me, and it's okay not to be okay. So with that, I'm gonna go, and I'll see anybody who returns at 8 Central, which is about an hour. So till then, peace. We're out. Y'all have a great rest of your evening.
Life's a ride on a rickety old track, holding on tight, never looking back. In the rubber, in the room, we couldn't find